Good afternoon, welcome to the Toga Motorsport live coverage of the 24-hour Spa. I'm just running the highlights just now so that you can see what happened last night in the Backwards Championship. But we are here, 24 hours of Spa. Good afternoon, Stefano. I hope you're doing well. Let me know what team you're racing for today. We are back. So a lot of real life racers, sim racers, see Spa 24 hours as the pinnacle of GT3 motorsport. And I can't disagree with them. It really is going to be testing now. Not only do the drivers have to think about tyres, fuel, making sure they make a good pit stop, making sure they get a good exit out the pits again. They need to concentrate also on the rain, if there's going to be rain. They need to look at the temperatures for the tyres. As the track temperature and air temperature go down, the tyre pressures go down as well. So there's a lot to take in. You then need to think about sleep. You know, it's very difficult as a sim racer coming off of a race and trying to get a sleep, because you're still wound about the driving. You're still got that adrenaline going in your body. You're wondering how the team's getting on. You're wondering how the race is getting on. Everything is going on in your mind. So it's very difficult to relax, to switch off for whether it's 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it is. Some drivers, you know, work shifts, so they're more used to doing night shifts, so they might take more stints at night and let the other drivers during the day. So we shall see. The driver briefing has happened. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to jump in for that, but it's going to be a long race. Now, I'm doing coverage from 1 PM until 6 PM today, so you have 5 hours of my commentary to deal with. I'll let the race run. When the commentary finishes at 6, the race will continue live on this channel, on this feed, until 8 PM, just about 8 PM, where Hayden is going to take over for a few hours. He's then going to let the stream feed run throughout the night. He's going to get up early in the morning and he's going to take over again. Unfortunately, I've got commitments tomorrow, so I can't do any of the commentary tomorrow, but it's not going to affect the race in any way, shape and form. I anticipate the start is obviously going to be tight. We're going to probably see a lot of action to start with. As the time extends, things settle down, drivers get settled into a pattern, they get into a groove. Things might calm down a little bit, but I'm so looking forward to this. So this is my first live commentary of the 24-hour Spa, albeit it's only 5 hours, but you know, if you're here to keep me company, please feel free. If you want to chat away in the chat, I'm more than happy to have a chat with you there. If you have us on in the background, thank you so much for the lurking. That's absolutely beautiful. And please, if you are watching, that like button is just waiting to be smashed. Please don't disappoint it. Hit that like button. Let's make this race something that people on YouTube cannot ignore. This is going to be epic, and I would love this broadcast to be shown to as many people as possible. We have an amazing family in Toga Motorsport. If you're not already a member in the Discord, there is a link in the main channel for the Discord. We have so many good people. We have staff members who literally will do as much as they can for anyone that needs it. We have Airy Fasttail, who does the liveries. He has the ability. I don't know how they do it. I'm not an artist, so I have no idea. Neo, my friend, how are you? Is your hand healing up nicely, hopefully? Is that you finished work? So if you are looking for custom liveries, Airy Fasttail, who is actually in Aston at the moment, just going to go past us. Airy is fantastic livery artist and would be able to and happily help with any custom liveries. Fernando, good afternoon. How are you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. Welcome back. We also have very recently started, not myself personally, but one of our mods, one of our staff, Owen, more folk might know him as Fudge, is doing coaching. So if you are struggling with a track, or you're struggling with a certain aspect of your driving skills, or you're just trying to improve and you feel as if you've hit a brick wall, you're on that plateau, you can't get any further, Owen is there to help coach you through. And I have had coaching from Owen in the past, and I can tell you, he literally shaved 2 seconds at least off of my time within the space of 45 minutes of coaching. So absolutely, I cannot recommend Owen enough for coaching. We have also, and I forgot to announce this last night, we have partnered with an esport team. Now, they are known as Togs Esports. They have a Discord, they have loads of different social media. At the moment, because our community is growing, we at the moment don't want to start plunging ourselves and spreading ourselves so thin, starting an esport team. We have the drivers, we have the talent, but we want to do things right. We want to get the basics done. We want to get things growing in the right way. And to nourish something, you need to spend time on it. So we have partnered with Toga Motorsport. Now that means if someone within the Toga community, within the Toga family, feel that they want to go into the esports side of things, they feel as if their skills are getting there, you do not need to be the fastest person. The guys in Tobes are absolutely amazing about nourishing talent, about bringing people on, so they will develop anyone who feels that esports is a route, a path they want to take. So yeah, that is amazing as a partnership for us. We're very, very excited about it. Neo is doing something. Still got another 9 minutes. Not that you're counting. Well, 7 minutes now, my friend. 7 minutes. Just, you've got the light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully it's not a train. Benjamin, good afternoon. Go, go, Valkyrie Exip. Is it Exip? Hopefully I've said that right. Let's win this 24-hour of Spa. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. I love to hear that kind of talk. Positivity. That's what you all need. Ray Delarge, good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Have a great day. You too, my friend. You too. I hope your Saturday's going well so far. Certainly in Glasgow, the sun is splitting the skies. It's beautiful. It's about 22 degrees at the moment. I at the moment have 2 fans going in my room just now, just to try and keep me cooled down. Let me know how the audio is, if the game needs turned up slightly or I need turned down. Let me know how the stream's looking as well. You should, if you have the capability, you should be able to watch this in 1440 resolution. So good times ahead. 1 PM start for the race. We will jump over very, very soon to the actual start of the live race. Really looking forward to it. If you have any questions, whether it's about Toga, whether it's about racing, whether it's about what came first, the chicken or the egg, please feel free to put it in the chat. Can't say I can answer it, but you know, there are also mods and the staff who pop into the chat as well. So if I can't answer it, hopefully someone else will be able to answer it for you. For that, we're a family. We like to treat everyone as part of our family. If you're in the chat, you are part of that family. It's great to see so many people in. Again, the like button. Hit that like button. I will say it probably multiple times. Why does the like button work so well? It means it pushes our stream into the algorithm. That algorithm then will push the stream to other people who don't know about us or are into ACC but not quite sure and things like that. It pushes it to their YouTube. They then come on board, and then we grow as a family and as a community. So that like button is your way of basically supporting us. So it is. If you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. It costs you nothing, and again, it helps the channel out greatly. We have surpassed 1,700 subscribers. Our goal for the end of the year was 1,000 subscribers. We are now at 1,700. Can we get to 2,000 before the end of the year? We have a lot of races ahead. Neo, got to go. End of the day, done. You'll be back when you're home. Neo, I appreciate your support. Thank you so much, my friend. Stay safe, stay amazing, chat. Absolutely. Thank you, Neo. That's much appreciated. You have a safe journey home. Make sure you remember house keys, purse, tin opener, please. It's an inside joke. So don't worry, you think I've went crazy. So we're just waiting on the server going live, and then we can have a look at this and get the race underway. So we can. Just get myself set up. It can be a bit of a nightmare at times. You have to have so many pieces of software running. You have to have so many things running in the background. It can be tricky. It can be tricky to try and remember things, especially if you have a memory like mine that's a little bit like a sieve at times. So let's have a look and see. Okay. Yes, this is yesterday's race. This is a backwards race. This is just on in the background just now, so there's something to watch. We are going to jump into the server. Hopefully, if it's live. Two-minute warning. Okay, it sounds like time to get in there. Don't worry, Stefan, sorry, it is coming. Just give me a second. Right, give me a second, I'm just going to switch screens. Now hopefully...
Green light. Go, go, go.
I may need to double check that this is the correct server. I'm just double checking. Tippy, good afternoon. How are you doing? Really sorry to see what happened last night on in the race. Fortunately, these things happen. Right, I think the race is about to start. I'm just double checking that's the wrong server. I knew that was going to be the wrong server. Let's quit out of this. Right, okay, there's the endurance race server which only has 5 drivers in it. The only other... So that must be it there then, I'm assuming. Can someone confirm that? Tippy, you're all good, thanks, yes. It was still a really good race, loved it, excellent, you drove real well. Are you racing today? Right, I think we're in the right server now. Hello Strange, how you doing?
Green light. Go, go, go.
So, this looks like it could be the one. 41 drivers. 41 drivers vying for P1. Owen, how are you feeling today? Now I'm going to run through the championship standings just to let you know. Kyalami was the last endurance race, was the first endurance race. Tippy not racing yet, but I've signed up for some more racing for Sunday and Monday. Oh, amazing. You doing okay, Strange? Excellent. What have you got planned for the weekend? Right, let me just get race control underway. Boom, there we go. Beautiful, right. I'm assuming the sound and the visuals are all doing okay. So, let's have a quick run through of the championship. We've got 10 minutes of free practice. 10 minutes just lets everyone get in, make sure they've got the setup loaded, make sure they've got the rig working properly, the wheels, that there's no hardware issues, make sure the internet's fine, and obviously to make sure that they are obviously to make sure that they are ready to go. Sound is good, Ray. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, so the standings. Let's have a look at the standings, shall we? So, in first place with 79 points is Cronyland's Esports. Second place is Stone Cold Racing with 72 points. Black Panthers, now I don't know if that's the alpha or the beta, but you've got Black Panthers in third and fourth with 63 and 62 points, both racing Ferrari. We've got Yellow Submarine Squad in their M4 GT3 with 62 points, tied with the one of the Black Panthers teams. We have on 6th place Simhaven Gallowance Motorsports in the Ferrari 296 with 61 points. The points are so close, it really is. We have Turn 1 in 7th place with the Lambo Evo 2 with 60 points. Logistical Nightmare, that's an amazing name, what a name for a team. They're in the Aston Martin V8 with 56 points. 9th place we've got Pigeon Racing Brazil in the Mercedes with 55 points. 10th place we have CM MSI Gaming in the Porsche 992 GT3 with 54 points. That is really that's your top 10 for it. So your top 6 teams at the moment are driving either the Ferrari or the BMW M4 GT3. So they are. Which is great. In fact, sorry, I lied. The first race was 12 hours of Bathurst. Second race was 9 hours of Kyalami. That sounds like a nightmare. Kyalami I have real skill issues with. We have the 24 hour of Spa. On the 7th of October we're going to have 8 hours of Indy. And on the 4th of November we are going to have 10 hours of Suzuka. That is a lot. That is a lot. Mr. Suspicious. Hey Mac, it's Marson. Aye, Marson. How you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. Thank you very much. Strange, you're going shopping for new clothes? Excellent. Did you not do that last week? Lissandro, hello. Anxiously waiting for this event. We have 5 Black Panthers cars. Wow. Is that in one team or is that split over the 2 Black Panther teams? Neo, hello again. Happy Saturday, London in chat. Thank you very much, Neo. I'm glad you got home safe. Glad you remembered your keys. Paolo, good race, Black Panthers. Jazz126, what number is Logistical Nightmare driving? Right, well, you're going to test my ability to be able to jump back and forward. So Logistical Nightmare, let me go back to the standings again. Logistical Nightmare sitting in 8th place at the moment. I'm just going to click on them just so I can have a look and see what they came in and what they're driving. So I can obviously have a look at the teams and see all of the drivers' names. So let's have a look for Logistical Nightmares. So we've got 2 Logistical Nightmare, we've got LNR 3 Stooges and we've got Confused Dudes. So at the moment, let's see, car treble 7 or treble 1. So there we go. They're in the pits at the moment. They're obviously in Aston Martin, sitting 39th, but again, this is free practice. Qualifying was last night. I don't know if someone can ping me the results of the qualifying last night, even just the top 10, just so that I can let everybody know how the qualifying went. Strange, you're doing it this weekend. Well, it's a good weekend to do it. I hope your weather's as good as ours. Oh, Neo, you're on your walk home. Excellent, so we don't know if you've got your keys yet. Jazz, VNL should be in the car. No, we have F. Bauer in the car at the moment. And I can only see, I can't see the other Logistical Nightmare team. They should be treble 7. So it looks like, it looks like VNL has just jumped in. It's not updated on my other screen yet, so it hasn't. So let's have a look back at who's on track at the moment. That BMW looks really nice. That's a really nice livery that's on that. Yeah, treble 1, yep, Jazz, sorry, it was just taking a little bit of time to update, that's all. It's sunny here, Strange, yes, excellent, good. Is it winter clothes you're going to be shopping for? Jazz Shot will be there later, they said they were 34th, but 24 hours are long. Oh, yes. I mean, you could be well down in the 20s and 30s and still end up in a really good position at the end of it. Bowers, driver 1, I see. What slot are you going to be driving, Jazz? Have you decided the kind of slots, how long the slots are? Obviously, you don't want to say too much on stream because you don't want to give other teams an opportunity to utilise that information. Neo, you even change from right pocket to your left pocket so you don't need to use your right hand to get them out. Wow. You are winning today, Neo. What plans have you got for the rest of the day, my friend? Strange, no, you're getting jeans and shirts. Oh, nice. That sounds like going out clothes. Yeah, so there's a lot on the track, but I don't know, as I say, I don't know if someone's able to ping me the qualifying results or not. In fact, give me a second, I'll probably be able to find them somewhere. Zoo1 Love, hello, and go, treble 7. I can't see you in the race. I can't see you in the... Oh, no. I can see treble 1, unless my stats haven't updated yet. I can't see car treble 7. Fernando, this will be a good race to watch. Yes, it absolutely will. It absolutely will. So I'm just trying to see if I can find the qualifying for it. Toga Virtual, they're on SimGrid. Ah, alright, okay. Psycho, how you doing? 41 on track. Let's go. Hope it all starts well. It's going to be mayhem. Utter mayhem. I anticipate the first few hours I may become very hoarse from all the excitement. Good to see you in, Psycho. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Neil, we're sending out Twitch save the dates this weekend, and you may be having your mate date tomorrow. Excellent. That will be good. Something to look forward to. So it is. So we're just running through free practice. We've only got 1 minute and 40 seconds left, and then we will be going into the race. Let me know if you are driving for a team, what team you're driving for. Nimble David, let's go 533. Who is in 533 at the moment? It's Lucason. User driving the BMW. I hope you have a good race. Brandon, how's it going? It's going well. No treble 7 today, only treble 1 running. Ah. That is... that's why I'm getting confused. I get confused easily. You just ask anyone. I get very confused. So easy to get confused. Yeah, so if you have a driver that you're voting for, or a team. Benjamin, good evening. Or good evening, good afternoon. He does confirm. FR282, hello from work, can't wait to jump in tonight. Oh, are you going to be doing the nighttime stints? Very good luck to you and the team. Zoo1 Love, my bad, terrible, sorry. No, don't apologise. Do not apologise. We're all human. From my commentary, you'll understand we're all human. Captain Speedy, 316 and 3. It's not a race, guys. Brandon will fit right in with the LNR confused dudes. Lol. do you know if there's a team made for me, confused dudes is probably going to be it. Ray, good luck, everyone. Psycho, hope you're wrong, lol. Very well, thanks, Smack. Doing a great job in the commentating, mate. Well done. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Thank you. Daryl, good afternoon, Mac. Good luck. This is going to be a long day, yeah. 5 hours. 5 hours for me, but a long day. Owen, let's go, Mac. FR282, yeah, in the Tobbs car. Oh, yeah, excellent. Owen, smash that like button. Yes, absolutely. Please, everyone who's watching, hit that like button. It helps us so much. You are supporting the stream by doing that. You're actually sending us out to people who need us in their life. That is the best way I can put it. So yes, this is going to be exciting. It's going to be interesting. I am going to try and capture as much of the incidents in the first few laps as I can. Obviously, I can't capture them all, but hopefully over the space of 24 hours, everyone can get a bit of exposure, because it's all about... Myself and the staff asked all the drivers, not just for this championship, but for all championships, just to put a little bit in about themselves, so that when we get a bit of time where there's not that as much happening on the track, we can actually talk personally about drivers or about teams. And I think, personally, for me as a driver, it's nice to hear someone actually saying such and such is X amount of years old, they do this, they enjoy that, they're racing this car. It's nice, it's personalised. And these people, you know, let's face it, sim racing is amazing and exciting, but you need to put the practice in. You need to get setups right that's going to balance for everybody in the team. So they don't just pick up the wheel and go. This is a case of putting it in a lot of time off stream. So the drivers really are doing a huge amount of work as well. We do have live stewarding as well, and I do believe live stewards are getting a little bit of a treat tonight, thanks to the big boss. Jazz, that graveyard shifts are going to be awful. Yeah, as I say, Hayden is going to take over. Oh, look at that. The rain has started. Now, is everyone in a wet tyres? This is really going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. So it is. So, Edvardsen is in P1 at the moment. Let me just go back in here. I'm still getting used to the controls slightly, so I do apologise if I'm a bit kind of slow on things. Yeah, so Edvardsen in BMW P1, Brussels in P2 with McLaren. Carolia is in the AMG in P3. Fourth is Kuss in the McLaren. Westera is in the McLaren. Porta is in P6 with the Ferrari. Villain is in the Ferrari in P7. Hill is in P8 as D Hill. Don't know if that's maybe Damon Hill. Has Damon Hill joined the group? So the quality times, I don't have that at the moment. I don't know if someone in the staff could ping me what the qualifying times were, if possible, or point me in the direction. In P9 we have Kassing in the McLaren. DeMarco in P10 with the Porsche. McCulloch in the Ferrari in P11. Lara in the McLaren P12. Van Zyl in the Ferrari P13. Van Thuylen is in P14 in the Lambo. Jod is in the Lambo in the 15th. Catania is in the McLaren in 16th. Cordon 17th in the Audi. Dixon Chen in the McLaren. Chef in the McLaren in P19, Mendes with the Ferrari in P20, Coutinho with the Ferrari P21, Klein in the Ferrari in P22, Willamot is driving the BMW in 23, McNair is behind him, P24 in the BMW, Lenartis is in the Ferrari, Valensis is in the Ferrari in P26 with Kelly behind him with the Ferrari, Mancebo in P28 with the Ferrari, Marquez with the Lambo, Burakovsky, or Burakovsky? Sorry if I murdered your name there. Is in P30. Lucasen is in P31. Waltnil is in P32. Bauer is in P33. Stark is P34 in the Aston. Hall 35 with the BMW. Coupe is with the Mercedes 36. Wefvar in 37 with the Ferrari. North 38th with the McLaren. Kuhn in the Ferrari 39th. Williams in the Lambo in P40, and holding up the pack at the back, Valodu in the Audi. So we have two Audis racing. That's going to be interesting. Now, 24 hours. This is going to be really interesting. What I would like to know is, do all the drivers have wet tyres on? That is going to be the first question. If they do, they're in luck, because it certainly looks wet. Now, Spa, it's very unusual if you have Spa without some kind of rain at some point over 24 hours. Lizandro, let it rain. Let's get the umbrellas out. Brandon O'Rouge going to be a tough one. Cold tyres, wet conditions. This is going to be tricky. You need to stay off white lines and curbs. They are going to send you to the shadow realm. Brandon would hope they're on wets rain for 30 minutes plus. Yep. It's and it's tricky when you're doing the formation lap to try and get as much heat into the tyres as you can. You know, they'll need to fiddle about with traction control as well. Find a spot where they're not going to spin out, but they can be hard on the throttle as soon as they can, coming out of corners, and obviously O'Rouge and Radian as well. So yeah, this is going to be good. So it is. So that's your grid for today's race. So it is 41 drivers. And please, a message to everybody who is driving, please be careful in your first lap. You do not want to be coming in for the end of your stint and handing the car over when it's damaged, having to, you know, let the repairs get done before your teammate can go out. You do not want to do that. You want to hand the car over to your teammate when it's in peak condition. All it needs is fuel and tyres, and there you go. Brandon, ride the brakes? Yes, absolutely. So, if you're not into sim racing, if you kind of ride the brakes when you're on the accelerator, it'll heat the brakes up, but the brake discs will then heat the wheel and the tyres as well, so you can get a little bit of heat in that way. What they don't want to see is the rain going off, because the wet tyres will burn up. The temperature will go through the roof. They'll lose any kind of traction, any kind of grip that they've got. They then need to make a decision whether they then try and find wet spots on the track, or do they come in early and get slicks on. Remember, not all of the track might be dry. Spa, it spans so much into the countryside that one part of the track could be dry, the other part of the track could be soaking wet. So these are real gambles, and the teams will be onto each other and talking to the drivers and trying to get some kind of strategy put together of what is going to be the best idea. So they're coming up to the last part of the section. You can see they're all bunching up now, trying to get into the right order, trying to get ready. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into the bonnet cam. As you can see, they're all lining up now. They're all getting ready. It's heavy rain, so it is. And you can see that Edvardsen is just accelerating and braking hard, trying to heat those brakes up, trying to keep as much pressure and heat into the tyres as possible. So as they come round the last bend, they will then see the start-finish line. They'll see the red light, and it's going to be who can be sitting at 70 kilometers an hour and accelerate. Okay, so we're coming around here. We'll see just as we get round the corner. There you can see the boarding over the top, and we are about to get ready to go in Spa. 24 hours. We've got red lights. They're going to change to green. There we go, and they're off. Looks like McLaren has had a really good start. Look at the side-by-side as they go up the hill. McLaren just being careful. And at the moment, I don't want to jinx anyone, but so far, certainly top 10 have got through clear. Now, the McLaren is... yeah, it's a bit of a drag race going up at the moment. McLaren looks like it's actually got a little bit... He's maybe had a better... And he takes it into P1. We takes it into P1. Rombot in the... oh, we've got a red flag. Red flag. Okay, we've had chaos a way back. So we have... You can see many yellow flags going on. So that didn't work out very well for the start. So what they do is the drivers will go back to the pits and stop. The server will then restart, and then it'll be ready to go. Again, one red flag and that's it, okay? So it gives people an opportunity. If someone's maybe made a mistake or something's happened, it's only one formation lap. Oh, okay, good to see you in, thank you very much. Yeah, so there's one red flag opportunity. What happens now is they then go back, do a formation lap again, and this time, no matter what happens, it's go. So if there's carnage at the back, you then just need to deal with it. You need to get into the pits, you need to get repairs done, or you chance your arm and stay out in the rain and chance your arm with that. Yep, as the chat says, please smash that like button. It really does help us, and it helps push this stream out to as many people as we can. 44 watching just now. I'd love to see 44 likes in that window. That would be amazing. So I get it's a bit of a false start, but as I say, if someone has made a basic mistake, then it's an opportunity to kind of reset, but you get one chance at it. So the weather radar at the moment is showing that it's going to be raining. Within 10 minutes, it's going to come heavier, and then it's going to ease off to probably what we've got at the moment in 30 minutes. So at the moment, that's the 30-minute forecast. Heavier rain. Now, if you're flat out in a GT3 car, the GT3 car is set as low as it can be to the ground to allow for mechanical and aero grip for it. So basically, when the wind's blown over the top of all the wings and winglets that they've got on the car, it's pushing the car down on the ground, which gives you better grip, it gives you better driving. The problem is, you can end up aquaplaning, you can end up hitting puddles of water where the car just can't cope with it because it's been set up in a way to drive as fast as possible. So it's really going to be a balancing act. The top 10 did a great job of getting through there, and certainly Rombot and Edvardsen did a great job. They were side by side just as they were going into Eau Rouge, and they came out, and Rombot had a better drive, so I don't know if Edvardsen had to come off the power a little bit or had to brake, or just didn't get as good a line through the corners. But certainly that McLaren was powering ahead. And again, Edvardsen could maybe be set up with a higher downforce for the corners. It's still a gamble with this track. There are long straights, but there's also technical and tight corners. So do you set the car up to be balanced as it can be, or do you aim for a higher downforce which helps with the corners, or a lower downforce which helps with the straights? It really is. There's so much to this. Some people might think sim racing is all about just picking up a controller and racing. It can be further from the truth, and that's why we now have an esport community. We have esport people who are being paid by the likes of Red Bull, Williams, by many Johnny Lacey Racing, by many different teams, and it's a full-time job because they have to practice, they have to set up each and every car for each and every track that they're driving. So yeah, it's certainly not it's not what it used to be when it was just, there wasn't such a thing as sim rigs, there wasn't even really steering wheels. As I say, when I introduced myself a couple of times ago, you know, I raced in Toga on the PlayStation 1. The red flag, Milan, was for multiple collisions, the end of Eau Rouge, just as they were coming up to Radalon. I've absolutely butchered that name. It's amazing how you put a microphone in front of somebody and all of a sudden words can sometimes be difficult to say. I prefer saying Radion. It's not quite the same, but it's easier for me to say. So it is. So it's a racing incident, so no one is going to end up with any penalties, which is good to see. That is good. And again, so this Rombot may have sussed, and sorry by sussed, I mean figured out what Edverson may do going through this, or does Edverson then take a slightly different line? As I say, it looked like Edverson maybe took a bit more curb. Now, if you take more curbs are very slippy in the wet. And again, their tyres won't be up to full racing temperature or pressures. You go over that, even if you're full throttle and your steering is straight, the car can still lose grip or lose time from that. So again, the McLaren may be lining up for, again, another side-by-side into Eau Rouge, but we will have to wait and see. Now, just to bear in mind that this is now no more red flags. So if there's any damage collected by any driver from top to bottom of the standings, they're going to have to deal with it. So they are. So, yeah, one red flag, and that's it. So it's been used. Heavy rain coming in 10 minutes, which is going to really spice things up as well. And I'm a little bit surprised to see not as many Mercedes. I think we're running with 2 Mercedes teams. But certainly the fastest Mercedes is in P3. So not to be sniffed at. All of these drivers drive for teams. E1, hello! How are you doing? Welcome into the chat. It's good to see you. So yeah, so all of these teams have been working very hard to get setups, and I've raced in a few team endurance races, and it's very difficult because you need to find a balance with the setup where all drivers are able to drive the car as good as they can. If you have one setup where one driver finds it amazing, but your second driver just finds so much oversteer, you need to bring it back a bit, balance it better. So there's nothing perfect that you can do. If this was an endurance race, but it was only one driver, it'd be a different thing altogether. Wait, in the chat, could you let me know where you're watching this from? I'd love to see how far our streams reach in the world. E1 is in London. I hope you've got beautiful sunshine in London, E1. It's certainly glorious in Glasgow. Smith Manuel, go BRT. Brandon, South Africa, welcome. Ray, South Coast of England, beautiful. Rita is from Delhi in India. Oh man, beautiful country. Daniel's in Australia. I'm not going to do my Australian accent. I promise I do not do my accent. Tippy is from Telford. Fernando, Norway. Oh, Fernando, you really confused me. I thought it would have been Spain or Portugal. Or Macaroni is in Finland. Beautiful. Ludwig is in Denmark. S. Buck is in Northern Ireland. Benjamin's from France. Jalou is from Belgium. Mylan's from Belgium as well. Going to Spa in... are you going to Spa in a minute? Do you live near Spa? What? Could you imagine living near Spa? Wow. Smith, we're from Italy. Ah, beautiful. Psycho UK. It's beautiful to see we're touching so many different countries. Mylan, it's 24-hour Spa karting. Ah. What size of engines do they use for the Spa karting? I don't know why Veludo is starting last. I don't know. Mylan thought it is 2 strokes, but not sure. I'm sure. What's the weather like? Is it going to be dry for the race? 24 hours in a cart? Wow. Your back must be aching by the end of it. Douglas, go, go, Black Panthers. Which Black Panthers are you in? Are you in the Alpha or the... is it the Beta or the Bravo team? I know that we've got one Black Panther with us who is Nell in P33 at the moment with the Aston. Mylan, it's sunny, but it might shower from time to time. Do you get to go to Spa quite a lot then, Mylan? So, again, Pack is now getting ready to back itself up. Come through the last chicane. In through the bus stop. And then it'll be on to the... what is the F1 start-finish, but the start-finish for GT is round the corner. La Source. At the moment... whose car would you prefer to be in, Edverson or Rombot? Now, bearing in mind, Rombot got the run up the Kemmel Straight, so, you know, is there more confidence in the driver in the McLaren because of that? Is Edverson a little bit more wary, or does Edverson know where he's made the mistake, or where he had to lift off, where he needs to take a different line? You know, let me know what car you would prefer. So, we are ready to go. We are ready to go again. Just coming around the corner and just getting ready. There's the red lights on the left hand side, ready to go. As he just about, you can hear him riding the brakes again, just to try and get some heat into them. And we are go! Go, go, go! Green light, green light. Again, McLaren not quite as close, and Edverson has been able to pull that off, keeping into P1 at the moment. Again, some going wide, but top 10, top 15 look like they're doing okay. Now it's a drag race, and again McLaren is on the outside, Edverson's on the inside. Does Edverson have enough? No, it looks like McLaren's going around the outside, so the McLaren again has taken P1 at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Now he needs to try and stretch his legs, move on from the BMW. And you can see there's a slight gap, so I don't know if there's if he's able to get on the power earlier in the McLaren or not. But certainly the top 3 already a little bit of a gap. I don't see any yellow flags, so I want to say that everyone has got through the first lap. Okay, it looks like car number 7, Hall, is now at the end of the pack, so I don't know if they've had an issue, if there's been some kind of collision. But certainly, I mean, look at McLaren. McLaren is just pulling away from the BMW. And bear in mind, the BMW has a lot of torque on it. So it does. Mylan would love to go more. Oh, it's a track I would love to go to. So it is. Now you can see standing water already. Now we are now getting into the heavier part of the rain. And again, the McLaren is just pulling away effortlessly. Edverson really has. He's got the he's got Albash and the Mercedes behind him. So again, Edverson is going to have to watch what he's doing. He doesn't want to fall into the grips of that Mercedes. So he doesn't. Into the bus stop chicane for the first time. Can you believe it's the end of lap 1 already? Guys, could we please keep the chat in English, please? I struggle speaking English, so trying to read another language doesn't help me very much. Oh, number 7 started from the pits. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. Now they bunch up as they get round the last corner, and now it's flat out, foot in the floor. And again, I'd say the BMW's actually pulled away slightly from the Mercedes, trying to get that line right all the way through onto the curb. It looked like BMW maybe went a little bit wide there, or cut the corner slightly. But again, he hasn't got the drag. And look at this, the Mercedes is going for the outside line. This is how the McLaren did it before. And he's got it. The Mercedes has moved up to P2. Edverson is trying to fight back now, but it doesn't look like the Kemmel Straight is his friend today. So I don't know if that car's been set up differently or the heavy rain's causing issues. But now Albash is hunting down Rombot for P1. McLaren leaving tracks as it's accelerating away. A dab of the brakes as they turn left here. Don't want to go too wide. You do not want to incur warning for track limits, especially on the second lap. This is you can see Edverson is falling back. So P1, 2 and 3 are 2.7 seconds ahead of Util, who's in a Ferrari, in P4. Already it seems like the top 3 are racing away, but they're settling down into a groove, and it's really important as a sim racer to be able to settle down, get into a rhythm of things, get into a rhythm of the corners. Again, you can see the standing water in the corners there. It's just going to wash your car out if you hit that wrong, or you just get on the throttle slightly early. But again, you can see Edverson is just struggling to hold on to that Mercedes. It looks, again, I'm only guessing what could be going on with the setup, or has he got a higher traction control setting going on. But this is a little bit of a twitch as he comes through towards the bus stop. Now it looks like Albash is really caught up to the back of Rombot at the moment, and again Albash has just been careful on the curbs there. Now the Mercedes is at the moment, Albash has taken the fastest lap. Now as they go into this sharp corner, it's foot down. McLaren pulling away early, so it's got the early acceleration, but is the Mercedes going to be able to pull this back as they go through Eau Rouge and up to Radion onto the Kemmel Straight? So again, taking a lot of curb. We've got a car leaving the pits at the moment. That's hopefully not going to cause too much issues as they come out. And again, you can just see the Mercedes really isn't making any gain. Albash is 0.7 seconds behind Rombot at the head of the race. Again, just being careful. You see, the McLaren, a little bit of a tail slide there. I'm going to hazard a guess that was a little bit too much curb and a little bit too much acceleration all in one go. He needs to be careful, Rombot, that he doesn't step out, because although the P1, 2 and 3 have now got 2.4 second gap to P4, you really don't want to end up spinning, because that will cost you a lot of places. And again, you can see Edverson is now nearly 2 seconds behind the top 2. It looks like a short shift for Albash there. Maybe just try and keep the wheels from spinning up too much. Really clean laps at the moment from P1 and P2. Watching the curbs as they go around. Foot down again as they come up to this. It's tighter than it looks, this right-hander, and it can catch a lot of people out. You can run slightly wider where the McLarens went, without getting a track penalty warning, but or a track limit warning, sorry. But in the wet, you do not want to try that. So we're looking in 30 minutes, it is going to be drying up. So the rain is going to stop in 30 minutes by the looks of it. How long is it going to take the track to dry out? That is going to be the big question. Do you stay out in the wets for longer until you know the track is completely dry in all areas, or do you chance coming in? Now it looks like Albash has got the upper hand in the third sector there, certainly catching up to the McLaren. But again, this is where the McLaren's power is just pulling away. So at the moment, Rombot is probably focusing on his race and just focusing on being consistent, but he's looking a little bit wide, but that's a straighter line for exit. So every driver will take their own line through. It doesn't necessarily need to be one line does for all drivers. But again, Eau Rouge, not anywhere near the McLaren. And again, you can hear the power going down slightly, so I don't know if there was a little lift there, but yeah, it certainly looks like Edverson is struggling to keep up. And again, look at the cars. Both cars are now trying to find the wetter line to try and cool the tyres down. To me, this indicates that the wet tyres are starting to heat up, and if they heat up too much, they become very, very loose with grip and any traction. So they do. Let me try and catch up with some of your chat. E1 is just saying, wow. Lissandro, 2 of our Black Panther cars were hit in the accident after Eau Rouge. Oh, yeah. Lap 1 of any race, but Eau Rouge especially, it's... I always err on the side of caution. Maybe that's why I'm not a very quick driver, but I always err on the side of caution of going too hard in lap 1 when you've got so many cars closely round about you. It's so easy for someone to brake in front of you and then you've nowhere to go, or a car spins and you don't have time to react to that. So again, we're coming into the third sector, and Albash is closing up again. You can see consistent timing at the moment. Rombot has got the fastest lap at the moment with a 2-minute 27.795, but look how close the Mercedes is catching the McLaren. This is where I think the power of the McLaren is maybe going to help him. A nice clean exit along for this flat out section. I anticipate the Mercedes is probably going to catch up with the McLaren as it comes to the bus stop, as the Concertina effect goes on. But we're now a bit twitchy going round. A little bit twitchy going round. That's going to be in the back of his mind now as he's trying to catch onto Rombot. And again, close going into the bus stop chicane. But yeah, the McLaren's starting to pull away. It looks like we've got a bit of a closer battle here. P5 and P4, the Ferrari and the BMW. So the Ferrari is Util in car 13 of the Ferrari, and Hill in the 534 in 5th place. Quite a close battle. Both cars quite similar in some ways. As they go through a Rouge. Let's just see how the BMW... Oh, it looked like... Oh, he's struggling to keep that car on the straight as much coming up that hill towards Radian. It's... yeah, so that's cost him a little bit of time. He's kind of pushing him back into the clutches of Westra in the McLaren. That did not look comfortable going up Eau Rouge, I'm not going to lie. E1, what a race so far already. It's really been good. So I'm going to have a little look now. Albash is 0.7 seconds ahead, behind the McLaren. So again, getting close, but I at the moment I can't see it changing at the moment. So I'm just having a look out further down to see what other battles is going on. We have this close battle going on. We have Chef in the McLaren in P16, and we have Vavreka in the Ferrari in P17. So they're quite close battle going on at the moment. Again, there'll be 10 minutes time this rain is going to calm down. Maybe calm down to a drizzle or something lighter than that, but then 30 minutes time it's going to stop altogether. Now, is it going to stop for a long time? Who knows? Now, we've got a 5-second penalty for car 101, which is Corbin in P14 in the Audi. I'm just going to have a quick look and see. Brandon, I think number 7 probably started on dry tyres or missed push and start maybe. Yeah, something that they end up having to start from the pit lane. So the gap's extended now, so it looks like we have a close battle here between the Aston and oh, the BMW looks like it's got quite a lot of damage on it, and it looks like Nell's going for this. The BMW keeping a closer line, trying to make sure it's as wide as possible. Nell's looking for the first opportunity. Now that Lamborghini is not going to help Willamot at all. As they come up to the BMW, yeah, definitely damaged the BMW, so they're staying out with that damage. Now that damage will hurt them, so it will. Jude, 33rd to 21st for car, treble 1, doing an outstanding job. Sounds as if he's flat out there, doesn't sound like there was any lift. The BMW going slightly wide. BMW seems to have extended that lead ever so slightly. Again, the damage is going to cause issues. Look at that flapping about in the wind. You do not want that. That's ruining your aerodynamic. So there's a little bit of a train forming here. Joseph, number 7, started from the pits. Yeah, so we have... oh, the Lambo goes wide, but so does Willamot. Now, this is a danger of being so close to a car. You try not to fixate on the car in front of you because you will follow it wherever it goes. Now, he's very, very close to the Lambo. Is he going to try and sneak up the inside? No, he has a look, but he then pulls back. That was a little bit of sensible driving there. I think that would have been a big send from that distance. But the problem with Willamot is he's now got that Aston Martin who's looking like he's poking his nose ahead again. Filling those mirrors up, making sure that Willamot is not just trying to look ahead, but it has to look behind to see where Nell is. We've got a back marker already, and that's the P40 of the 99 car of Mancebo. So that car, oh, going wide there. Aston looks like he's he has got the legs. He's got the legs to keep this going, but he's going to try the switch back here. Certainly the bus stop surely is going to be a look up the inside. Again, BMW going very, very defensive. Now can Aston take advantage of this and try and push Mercedes? Look like Mercedes taking a shortcut there. It looks like the BMW still has a bit more on the traction than the Aston, certainly for that for the bus stop chicane. But now Willamot has caught up with the Burakovsky again. Or sorry, Burakovsky. This is really tight battles that's going on. I'm just keeping an eye on the top 10 at the moment. Now, we have missed... Oh, so sorry for missing this, but it looks like Albash has got past Rombot. Now, I wonder if that was in the start-finish straight. Not the start-finish, the Kemmel straight, sorry. But this is a swap of P1. So now, does Albash try to extend and get away from that McLaren? Thank you to the official Toga Motorsport. Thank you so much, E1. Please remember to hit that like button. Smash the hell out of that like button. We really want to make sure everyone on YouTube sees this. So Rombot still holds the fastest lap at the moment, but the McLaren's looking a little bit twitchy as he's coming out. He's trying to get power on as fast as he can. Albash is almost 1 second ahead now of the McLaren. You can see the gap to P3 is 2.3 seconds. So Edverson's just being consistent at the moment, trying to stay as close as he can. He has a 1.3 second gap to the Ferrari behind him. So now again, let's have a look and see how the exit goes on the start finish going down to Eau Rouge, because it looks like the Mercedes really is powering ahead. A big gap for that McLaren to try and close in on. Rombot is now 1.3 seconds behind, and that is just extending now. But again, Albash doesn't take the fastest lap, so tight corner. It's trying to keep the car as close to the curbs as you can without going into track warning. It really is. It's a skill within itself. Now you can see they're on the wet part of the track and they're trying to cool those tyres down. To me, these tyres are now starting to heat up too much. The pressures are starting to build. It's going to cause issues with traction. It's going to cause issues with steering as well. Oh, Mercedes getting a little bit sideways there. Now, live steering has now ended, so if there are any incidents, please report them in Discord. Jude, car 7 started on dry, so they had to go and change the tyres. Right, okay. That's understandable. Right, okay. I want to jump back here because this is so close. Look how close these three are. BMW, Ferrari and Audi all vying. Oh, the McLarens went wide. That's going to cost them one. Is it going to cost them both? Oh, squirrely again. Now, if the tyres are overheating, this is part of what's going to cause issues for them. That McLaren is it's looking very unsettled at the moment. Ferrari was able just to float past without any real issues. Is that now released Sukol to try and catch up with Brouwer, who's in the Lambo? That was unfortunate. So it was. We have a drag race up the up here. Now the Ferrari on the inside is a back marker, so they have moved out off the racing line to allow them past. We have a huge train evolving here, and this is in the P23 of Catania in the McLaren, along with Coupe, who's in the Mercedes. Again, Mercedes going over the curbs. You need to be so careful when it's wet on the curbs. Ches, can we get some video from car 43? Where is car 43? Car 43's chef with the McLaren. In the moment in P15, Vavreka, who's behind him in the Ferrari, is 0.5 of a second behind at the moment. Nell is now up to P20. Nell is having a drive. Left him in P16, up one in like 2 minutes. Nice. Now hunting down that Ferrari in front of him is a back marker, so it's not real any concern for them. I'm sure they'll get past on the chemistry or at the end of it. So let's just have a quick look back at this battle. All in all, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. It looks like Mercedes and Ferrari are having a switch there. Willamot is in the BMW, who's just been overtaken by Catania. Now, was Catania the car that just spun? Or lost a little bit of time there? Now, Nell is now... yep, Nell had a little bit of a moment there, allowing the McLaren just to slip past. And now, Willamot had to got out the brakes and out the back of the Aston there to avoid a collision. This is all very close battling, but the McLaren is Catania's trying to get past Burakovsky in the Lamborghini. But again, Nell, you know, what a drive they have had. Neo, totally don't forget I have potatoes boiling. You didn't forget you had potatoes boiling. Are they now mush? Send some my way. As long as it's mash, you have mashed potato today. So again, I mean, the BMW of Willamot is damaged, so let's not forget this. It will be causing issues with the aerodynamics of the car. That Aston Martin looks good in green. It always looks good in green. But Nell is now hunting down Catania, trying to get that place back. Although Nell's now back up to P20, he was ahead of Catania, so They have a backmarker as well who's 4 seconds up the road. Is that going to cause any issues? Is that going to push the McLaren back in towards Aston's grasp? And look at the cars behind. There's just so many cars. Oh! 2 abreast as they come into or come out of the bus stop chicane. Wow. To not collect each other shows respect between the drivers, it really does. Now McLaren's going to just go full out here just to try and get away from the Aston. If they can break the toe going up the Kemmel Straight, then, you know, job done. They can then concentrate on the rest of the lap. Going through a rouge just now, flat out. A little stab of the brakes there as they lifted off. So let's not forget, these drivers have now been driving for a period of time in the wet. They've got used to the wet, but within the next 30 minutes, it's going to start drying out. I mean, the track is soaking wet at the moment, so it's going to take a while to dry out. Now, there's no limits on the driver stints as far as I'm aware. So drivers could do maybe 2 or 3 stints at a time if they wanted. They obviously need to come in, refuel, and decide whether they go on different tyres or not. But yeah, the pack is, there's a lot of action going on. I'm just going to have a look at the top. Albash is 1.6 seconds ahead of Rombot and McLaren. And it looks like Westra has now moved up into P3. I don't know if Edverson has had an issue. He's now dropped down to P8. So we have Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari and BMW in the top 5. So we do. Let's have a little look at DeMarco. DeMarco's in a Porsche now. Porsche in the wet. Look at... Is he got a different engine in comparison to the BMW? Wow. Just able to brake so much later. Now switching back, looking for that. Power's on and it looks like he's going to get past the BMW. He cleanly gets past Hill there without any issues at all. That Porsche is looking fast. He just needs to try and drive away from BMW. He does not want the BMW that close going up the Kemmel Straight, that's for sure. A 65-minute stint timer. Ah, okay, so 65 minutes is the maximum a driver can do at one stint. And the driver is set by the game as well. I think pork and wet is good. Do you, Brandon? I mean, it takes a skilled driver to make the Porsche go fast, regardless of what the conditions are. And you can see Hill in the background going for the wet side of the track again, trying to cool the tyres down, trying to get the pressures under control. And this is all about managing tyres. It's all about managing the heat, managing the pressures, trying to make sure that they're not cooking the tyres, but at the same time they have to be competitive. This is not a race where you can just go for 20 hours and just dawdle about the track. You still need to be competitive. The Porsche has stretched its legs a little bit, so DeMarco will be looking for Util, who's now in P4, 1.5 seconds up the road from him. So Nimble David, the battles in the back are insane. 5.33. Let's have a look at 5.33. So we've got a battle between the Lambo and the BMW. Jod in the Lambo at the moment, side by side as they just come off Kemmel Straight. And again, Lambo is side by side as they come down the... He doesn't look like he's got enough there, but they're going to go round round outside, not going for the switchback. Try and put the BMW under pressure as they go as well. Notice how they're trying to avoid the curb. Lambo slightly on. Ooh. Both look like they were drifting around that corner, but look at the drive they got out of here. Lambo is side by side. Lambo's going to take it. Lambo has taken it. Lambo for P30. And look, I was going to say look at the power, look at it pulling away, but it's not actually. BMW managing to hold on to the wing of that Lambo at the moment. He now needs to be careful. He's got Valadu in the Audi behind him in a 277 car. Lambo again, power going down, but going sideways slightly. Brandon, it's more stable in the wet than most that is. I enjoyed driving the Porsche for a little while, but the McLaren is my love affair that I can't get away from. Ray, some good wet driving going on here. There absolutely is. The battles are great. They're not throwing cars against each other. They're not trying to win the race in one lap or one corner. It really is. And look at the Audi. The Audi was just superior into the bus stop with the braking and on the back of the wing, but you can see a little twitch there, so not able to get all the power down onto the tyres as good as the BMW did. So again, heavy braking, looking to take this corner as tight. Some drivers take it wider. Oh, we got a Lambo who's facing the wrong way. That's Solberg. That is a shame. He's now lost 3 places in that 100 car in the Lambo. Power on too early, too fast, I think, maybe. Here we're having the chemistry. We're with Weffer at the moment in a 702 car. Oh, we've got contact, we've got contact. We've got 2 cars that have collided at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Ferrari's back at it, but it looks like that's with McNair, who's in the BMW, maybe? It's possibly fallen away. Yeah, no, sorry, it was Spain's, who was in the Ferrari 94, car number 94, just as they were coming round the corner there. At the moment, top 5 are staying relatively the same. We have Hill, who's coming back on DeMarco here, Porsche against the BMW. Looking for the braking point in the bus stop. The Porsche is looking really stable in the control of DeMarco. He's really got that car working well, pulling away from the exit with the BMW, and BMW has no answer to it at the moment. This is some really good racing, so it is. Just looking through to see. Got another battle here for P10 by the looks of it. So we've got the Lambo of De Bruyne in the 93 car. We've got Sukil in the Ferrari, who's in the number 10 car, and Corbin, who's in the Audi. Corbin has got a 5-second penalty, which I'm sure will be served at the next pit stop in the 101 car. Just see that Ferrari taking quite a lot of curb, but he might just get away with that. This track can be quite tricky for your track limits. It doesn't take much, and you can see all 3 cars seeking wet patches on the ground again. Less than 10 minutes to go before the rain stops. This may change the whole dynamic of the race. Some drivers may be better in the wet, some may be better in the dry, but all in all, I think we anticipate we could see a lot of the cars coming in earlier, as soon as they can see dry parts of the track coming. The problem is, do you want to go for the overcut or the undercut with the pit stops as well? We're only half an hour into this race, so we're not even at driver stint swap at the moment. So do you just try and take the pain of 30 minutes or even 20 minutes of wet tyres on drying track? Fujiwara Valkyrie Exip. Brandon, no, and within 10 minutes. No rain within 10 minutes. So this will play into the hands of some people. So it will. Having a look back again at Hill and DeMarco just to see if there's... Yeah, under the heavy braking again, it's obviously concertina effect, so it's not really a good way to judge how close the car is, because you can see the Porsche just putting the power down so much better than the BMW. Everybody's round about the same consistency. I'm looking to see Catania in P17 with McLaren has set the fastest time so far, 227.262. So that shows is the track starting to dry out a little bit, and they're starting to get a bit more traction. Back to 31st place, because this is a close-knit battle between the Audi and the BMW. At the moment, Valadu, sorry, in the Audi has just a bit of a gap to Lucasen in the BMW in the 533. Into the pit stop, very close together. My apologies, wrong way. Yeah, so again, Audi's... all of the BMWs seem to be having a bit of an issue with getting that power down. You can hear him slowing the car down. Oh, the Ferrari really close behind him. Car number 1 of Fernandez. That Audi is really stretching way out ahead. Coming down to Eau Rouge, up to Radian now. Yeah, a lift off of the throttle, which you need to do if you try and go full hardy on wet tyres on wet curbs. But again, the BMW's got a bit of an advantage in the straight line there. Again, both hunting for some wet track. Try and cool tyres down. Try and go those tyre pressures down. Alex, that was really close. Yes, absolutely. Again, trying to be tentative with the power as you're coming out of that exit. Blue flag waved, but that must be for car 40 that's behind us. Both going quite wide. Bringing it back in for the exit. Again, quite clean out there. Nice and tidy. You can see that there's a 4-car train ahead of this as well, so if they catch up to the back of that, Audi, oh, the Audi's going wide, and there was a bit of oversteer going on there as well. That's playing into the hands of Lucasen at the moment in the BMW. Look at him closing in now. Now this is the tight technical sides of it. Another car off ahead, that was Cook in the Aston Martin of the 124. Looked like maybe just outbraked himself. The Audi's going sideways again. More oversteer. Is this the pressure now telling, or is this the tyres now falling away? Who can know? But certainly this is really playing into the hands. But again, oh, this is where you really want to try and catch up with the car, line it up for the bus stop chicane, and make your move. Again, closing in, having to lift off. That Audi is really struggling for a grip at the moment. Again, Audi's having to go defensive just to make sure there's no overtake. Ferrari very close behind. That Ferrari's got quite a lot of damage on it. So, yep, so the Audi's just pulling away. Ferrari's got a better drive out of the corner. Fernandez just going to the left, setting himself up for the next corner. Look at this train ahead of us. This train is just wild. We've got side by side going on. It looks like the pass has been made. It has. The Ferrari has passed the Jod on the Lamborghini before Eau Rouge, so that was a great exit that they had there. The moment Ferrari, yep, just keeping ahead. Lamborghini kind of moving about in the background just to maybe get the attention of Jod, trying to, and again, look how close. The Lambo and Aston are just waiting to take advantage of any mistakes. Lambo, a tighter line there, and look how close it's closed up to the back wing there. Just not able to get the power down quite as quick. More of the curb there, which is quite ambitious. This is really lining up to be really close. And bear in mind, at the moment, Jod is in P27. A good stretch of the legs there for the Lambo. Oh, it's so close. side by side as they go, but this is, I think the Lambo, oh, the Ferraris went so wide. Oh, the Lambo, oh, he's taking out the Aston. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's, oh, wow. The Lambo just got on the power far too early and rotated the car. Oh my word, that is going to cost. I'm sure there's going to be a steward form submitted for that. But that has really played into the hands here of Lidner in the treble 5 Ferrari. He's now got, in fact, we've got a car in the pits. Lenartis has now come into the pits. First car to pit. So this is going to be interesting. Jod has also come in. So this is probably for the damage that's caused from that. This is the race against Coupe in the Mercedes and Lustosa in the Ferrari. They've also got the McLaren behind them, but that McLaren's a back marker, so they won't be worrying too much about that. But the Mercedes again, Ferrari's able to get closer onto the apex of corners at the moment, so I don't know if... Look how tighter he's taking that corner and how much he's able to close up on the Mercedes, the back wing of the Mercedes. The back Ferrari there of Lidner just getting a little bit sideways, is coming out of the corner. Race still wet then? Yes, it is. It certainly is. If we go into the bonnet cam, it looks like the rain has stopped, so we're now just the wet patches. This is where the tyres are going to start absolutely getting destroyed. The heat in them, the pressures, you do not want to be in that zone for too long. But we are only 40 minutes into this race. And again, the Ferrari just able to get so much better apex than the Mercedes. Now this is where we had the clash in the last lap. But everybody looks like they're getting through okay. McLaren has had such... Why is it? He's allowed the McLaren through to unlap himself. Okay. Surely that has cost him with the Mercedes. Hard down into first gear. Black Panther McLaren in P38, car number 3. So this is interesting. We're going to have to watch and see. We've got a few cars in the pits. Now, that McLaren doesn't look damaged. So is this the start of the pits? Is this people preempting the track drying up? Nobody in the top 20 has pitted. But we certainly have a handful of cars who have. So, yeah, is this... I'm just trying to see if I can catch one of the cars that's just come out of the pits. Just to see what the... just to see how the car behaves. Now you can see parts of the track are now starting to dry out. That grey line, lighter grey line, is a drier part of the track now. And again, you don't want wet tyres on dry track, but parts of this track are still wet. It's a gamble. Well, looks like our leader is in for the pits. Our leader has come in with 42 minutes gone of the race. So that's released Rombot to carry on. And we have Westera and DeMarco coming into the pits as well. So it looks like everyone is now jumping on. You can see the dry line in the track. It's just, do we know if the entire track is dry? That is what we need to we ascertain at the moment. So Rombot is now racing along the Camel Straight. Not really anybody near him at the moment. Plenty of back markers, but if you're not under pressure, back markers really aren't that much of an issue. But don't forget, Rombot is still on wet tyres. Who in the chat thinks Rombot's going to come in this lap, or who thinks he's going to stay out for another couple of laps? What would you do in this position? It looks like the majority of the top 10, top 15 have all now come into the pits. So this is us now. It's time to change, Ray. I agree with you. I would go sooner rather than later, in my own opinion. Brandon probably pitting in lap or 2 times. Looks to drive fast. It is drive very fast. So it is. If this was night time, would it dry as fast? Probably not, because the temperatures will be lower. But certainly at the moment it's looking that way. So we've got a huge bundle of people who are all in the pits. It's eked everybody out slightly in terms of so here we have car 532 of Westera in the McLaren. Let's have a look and see how they get on as they start the first lap on dry tyres. Up Camel Straight, and it's looking pretty dry. The inside line's looking a bit wet still, but there's it's starting to dry out. Again, you don't, with dry tyres, especially not up to full pressure yet, you do not want to dip tyres onto the wet part of the track. There's a beautiful dry part all the way around. Yep, this track is definitely now, I think we can confirm this track is dry. Even in the furthest out parts of the track, it's still looking good. So we now have a race on our hands with this. For the next 30 minutes, there's no rain. So the short-term forecast is looking good. It's overcast, which means the temperatures will be down slightly, but it's looking good for the race. Now Hill has pitted as well. We now have Rombot, who's still in P1. Now it'll be interesting to see. Looks like he's stayed out for another lap. That is interesting. We've got Valensis in the Ferrari in P2, who's 42 seconds behind Rombot. You can see the car it's all over the place. The rear tyres are trying to spin him around at every opportunity. So that car has done its tyres. It's done and dusted. It's time to come in for some new boots and get onto the track again. But certainly it looks like he's struggling now with the rear tyres. The Ferrari behind him is P21 Lenartis in the Ferrari for the car 126. This time, yes, here he comes. So the leader is now in for his first pit stop. Again, laying some rubber down as the tyres are just melting away. Be interesting to see what temperature they're sitting at. So the moment we have Valensis in P2. Now I don't know, the Lambo behind him is a lap car, so that's not really anything to worry about. But is Valensis going to come out ahead of Rombot? It's going to be close. They're now coming up to the bus stop chicane. Oh, the Ferrari getting sideways again. Again, dry tyres, or sorry, yes, dry tyres on wet curb. is not a good combination. Oh, he comes in as well, so he was on wet tyres as well. Now the car next in P3 at the moment is the Audi of Valadu in the 277. I think by the way that car's acting, he's maybe on wet tyres as well. Very, very squirrely with the rear end there. The Mercedes behind him is actually racing him, so he's 1.1 seconds behind. Now, Rumbo and Valensis are still showing us in the pits at the moment, so the Audi's staying out, so maybe he is on dry tyres. This is going to be close. Rumbo is still in the pits at the moment, so it looks like Valadu is going to take the lead of this race. Is the Mercedes breathing down his neck as well? Mercedes is caught up, is now only 0.5 second behind, so he's had a really good drive along, and you just seen in the background there of Rombot. 5-second penalty for car 99. Let's have a little look, see who car 99 is. That's Mancebo in the Ferrari in P40, so he has now a 5-second penalty. But this Mercedes very, very close. Now this is the racing that we want to see. We want to see dry track, dry tyres, and see really what happens here. Mercedes all over the back. Look at the drive they managed to get out of it. And he's got round him on the outside before the corner. That is very, very good driving. Salem in the number 200 car in the Mercedes is now P1 and looks as if he's just extending his lead. I wonder if Valadu is on wet tyres, because the gap now is 1.5 seconds in only the space of a kilometre. So this really is looking like it's playing into the hands of Salem. Have a look back. We've got Edvardsen in the BMW, only 0.6 seconds behind Porta in the Ferrari. This is for P7 and P8. A little bit of a train. They've also got Lindvar in the 534 BMW, just over a second ahead of Edvardsen at the moment. Now the track is drying out, the drivers can really push, and it looks like Porta is closing in on the BMW here. Now this is where you really want to try and get as close as you can. BMW going a little bit defensive there, so we've got a 10-second penalty for car 100. That is a painful one. That's Solberg and the Lamborghini down in P29. You would just see in the mirror, we can see Edvardsen staying close and hoping that this battle between Porta and Lindvar ends up with him being able to get past both of them. That really is, when you're sitting in the third car in a train, you're praying for something, that maybe the two cars in front of you get distracted with fighting each other and you can just sneak on past. You can see this is getting really close now. BMW's got such a good drive. He's going for it. They're now side by side. A great drive out there. And unfortunately the toe was broken a bit early, but the Ferrari breaking in. It looks like he's taken the place. Edvardsen now moving back up and into the table again. He says, thank you very much, I'll take that. And off he goes. So he now has the Lindvar ahead of him in the BMW. 0.7 seconds, so again, Ferrari's not giving up on this. It's trying to stick with the BMW. Using all the curb available just to try and keep that speed going. Dab with the brakes and let the car drift out as it reaches a curb, and power on again for the next chicane. the BMW of Edverson is, yeah, it's starting to create a little bit of a gap to Porta and the Ferrari, so he is indeed actually getting closer. Now, is he going to get close enough? Now, you heard when he came out there, he actually had to lift off, so that's hampered any gains that he could have made coming up here. But he is closing in on Linkvar at the moment, coming into the bus stop, picking your braking spot, hard braking in a straight line all the way down, but he looks like he's went wide. Porta just couldn't capitalise on that braking there. I don't know if he out-braked himself or he felt he wasn't stopping in time, but flash of the lights just trying to distract Linkvar, but I'm sure Linkvar is sensible enough not to let something like that distract him. Power down all the way. Now at the moment, P8 Van Thielen has got the fastest lap at 2:17.895. That is interesting. Both BMWs look as if they're kind of matched for setups for aerodynamics. Heavy on the brakes again, looking to try and take curb as much as possible. Watch that saw blade curb doesn't throw you into the shadow realm. And hard on the power as you come down. Pick your braking spot, hard on the brakes, sorry, and try and let the car slow down. A little bit of trail braking and hard on the power again. Now you need to dab a brakes onto the curb, power on as soon as you can, but you don't want to get past that curb. You'll end up with a track limit warning. As you come down, you're looking for that braking spot, dab of the brakes, but Linkvar looking a bit untidy going into that braking zone. That has closed up a little bit. We have a 20-second penalty. A 20-second... I don't even know how many... I've lost count of how many seconds car 224 has just been handed out there. Yeah, 25 seconds for Brenham. Let's just go back to Edverson just now because this is looking good now. He's a lot closer. Look at this. He's going to get a tow from the aerodynamics, and Linkvar is going very, very defensive, but it looks like he's passed him. So Edverson has now moved up to P5. That's a great drive from him. And he's now going to hunt down. He's 6 seconds behind Util in the Ferrari in P4. Going back to this train at the moment, they're not hugely close together, but they certainly look like they're trying to get as close as they can, especially up into the heavy braking. Now this is all for 10th place. So we have Betten in the 531 McLaren. We've got Sukkel, who is in the number 10 Ferrari. We've got Corbin, who's in the Audi 101 Audi, and we have Chef, who's in the McLaren behind. So this train, although it's not really very close together, even a millisecond faster through Eau Rouge onto Radian is going to give you so much time. So it is. It doesn't look like Ferrari or the Audi is able to capitalise, and the McLaren is just keeping that gap at the moment. The interesting thing will be Betten's coming up onto a back marker. Is that going to cause some issues? The back marker is the Porsche of Comazetto in the 319. He is 3 seconds ahead, but I mean, you need to plan for this. So you do. Jazz, can you go to car treble 1? Here there is a battle there. Let me see. Treble 1. They're all about... Yeah, I don't think... Not much of a battle at the moment. Who's in car 51? Can't even find... There we go. So Hakuna has been given a 10-second penalty as well. So, but let's go back to this battle at the front. So again, I can't really remember what I was saying. Yeah, it's went from me. It'll come back. Probably in about 3 hours time I'll go, oh yeah, see that thing I was talking about 3 hours ago, and he's all will be going just face palming. Ferrari getting very close here. Coming into bus stop, this is going to be an opportunity for braking. Ferrari getting a bit much on the curb. McLaren not going defensive, and the Ferrari, whoa, there's contact! Oh, there's contact. Ferrari tapping the back of the McLaren. Now we've got 4 cars going side by side. That'll be some kind of penalty. I would think that was outbraking each other. I think we've got side by side of Chef, Corbin, Catania. Look at this as I go down to Eau Rouge, side by side. 5 seconds for car 100. Another 5 seconds. Very, very close. This is so close. I mean, how do you even... How do you even... You've got... So the Ferrari's trying to get the toe. You've got an Audi and the McLaren behind, side by side. And the McLaren on the outside for Chef, just to keep P10 at the moment. But Sukal is on a charge at the moment. So they are. In fact, sorry, that was Corbin, I believe. 4-car battle at the moment, 5-car battle. And this will, you know, when you're racing harder against a car in front of you, you're using more tyre because you're trying to push every ounce of performance out of the car. Which is then leading to tyre wear. Whereas if you're not battling any car, you can drive consistently and you're not having to force the issue as much. So, I mean, look at the McLaren. McLaren's line goes wide. The problem with the McLaren of Catania is they have the Audi directly behind them. Any move you make that ends up putting you off the racing line, that Audi's just going to slip past and go, thank you very much, I'm taking that spot. This is outstanding driving. We've seen a couple of incidents, but McLaren is really close to that Ferrari at the moment. Looking for the outside line. It's heavy braking. McLaren again. McLaren's got the inside line. McLaren going for it. Oh! Enough space for each driver to give a little bit of respect, but close enough racing. But they're coming down to this right-hander. It's going to play in the hands of Sukal at the moment, as you can see. Sukal takes that place back at the moment, but they're now side by side. McLaren with the better drive out the corner. He should be ahead for Eau Rouge. And yet he just pulls in front just to get the optimum line. And that then forces Sukal into Corbin's direction slightly. But again, Catania is looking pretty good at the moment. Ferrari just trying to get any kind of slipstream. Look at the flames coming out the back of the McLaren exhaust. A 5-second penalty for car 93, which is Van Thielen, who is just ahead of this pack. So this could play into the hands when it comes to pit stops. We are now just over 1 hour done of the 24-hour race. How is everybody in the chat feeling about the race? Are you enjoying it? This Audi is just praying for a mistake or praying for an error in any way, shape and form. It's closing up for here. That is a better drive through that corner. Coming up to hard braking again, but again he's got the Corbin's got Pateron behind him in the McLaren, so he really can't afford to make a half-hearted move on Sukal. It needs to be a absolutely confident manoeuvre. Again, that Ferrari just pulling away slightly on the power, just getting out of the corner. allowing it to stay ahead of the Audi. We now have a McLaren on McLaren. Now, Catania has caught up to Chef. No, sorry, Chef has caught up to Schreiber. I don't even know what I'm talking about at the moment. I think I need a drink. That's what I need. 2 McLarens and going for the cutback here. Catania really trying to eke out every part of that McLaren just now. He has pulled away very well from Sukul there, and he's actually lining up for this. He doesn't need to make a move into this corner because he knows he's got Eau Rouge, he's got Radian. He really just needs to stick onto the bumper of the number 10, sorry, P10 of Chef. As we go through Eau Rouge up to Radion, both cars should be quite well matched. Catania has really got a good drive and also got a lovely slipstream, but is Kemmel Straight long enough for them to make a move? Going side by side into the braking. Not quite enough there from Catania. Had a look, made Schreiber work for it slightly, but both McLarens able to stay in the position they are. Nimble David 533 is catching up to the car in front. Yep, so that's Vasilopoulos in the BMW. Quickly go there just now. They are 0.7 of a second behind that Ferrari at the moment. Ooh, the Ferrari goes really wide. This is playing into the hands of the BMW. This surely is going to be a move. And there we go, pass complete. The mistake from the Ferrari driver really cost. Now, if the Ferrari doesn't watch out, he's got and McLaren breathing down their neck as well. So that is a really close battle. I'm glad I managed to swap over to show that happening. But let's have a look back here again at the battle ahead. Now it looks like Sukul's got ahead of Beaton. This is so close. Look at this. Chef and Catania so close now. No, he's not staying defensive. I'll look up the inside, but again, it's very tight round that the bus stop. It's very tight to try and get a move done and completed. But it looks like Catania is maybe lining up for a Rouge again. Every lap you're behind a driver, you should be analysing their driving. It looks like it's going to be side by side. That Chef looked like he went just a bit wide in car 43 there, which has allowed this very close battle. So let's have a look as we go up through Radion, and it looks it's kind of equal at the moment, but he's going to get a good tow up Kemmel Straight. It's just if it's going to be enough. He's tried the last lap to do this. Is he going to try again? Is he going to move out? He's moving out for a look. He's side by side and he's taking it. What a move. Oh, there's contact. There is contact between the two McLarens. Between Chef and Catania. And Catania's given the place back there. But there was definite contact. That was unfortunate. And the Ferrari having a little look there. Sukul just reminding Catania that he's behind him. He's not wanting to stay there. He wants to get ahead of this. This battle must be slowing them down slightly. So at the moment, Catania is still holding the lap, the fastest lap of the race at the moment. Ahead, while we're watching this, Salem in the Mercedes in car 200 is 3.5 seconds ahead of Rombot, who's in the McLaren. Westeray is in P3 in the 532, about 2.5 seconds behind. Ferrari is 7 seconds behind in P4 of Util, and Edverson is 7 seconds behind in P5. So at the moment, everything looks quite stable, but this is an amazing race, this between the 5 cars. McLaren just flashing lights, trying to do anything to distract Chef here. Oh, and it's going very well, I hope. I do remember to need to drink more. How's are you stewarding today? Absolutely, please smash that like button. It will make me very happy, and it really does help this channel. So please, if you want to support us, doing it free by hitting that subscribe button and smashing that like button would absolutely drink. Are you stewarding at the moment, Owen? Two McLarens very close again. Now, is he going to try for the third time? Is Catania going to go for the corner at the right hand corner at the end of Kemmel? He's very close, so close. Now side by side as they race along. Well, looks like he's got it this time. Yeah, he has. He's made that stick this time. He knew he could do it the last 2 laps. He just needed a bit of finesse to do it. So Catania's now moved up to P10. Owen, yes, in comms room, we're trying to be 100% with things, so it's taking time to send out pens. No, absolutely. You need to be confident before you do that. You know that yourself. The race is just so good, as we anticipated. Where is car 200? Car 200 is actually in P1. Salem is on his own, 2.5 seconds ahead of Rombot in the McLaren, and at the moment just doing a very consistent job. That sounds like an insult, and I never mean it to sound like an insult. Having a consistent job, doing a consistent drive, is a good thing. Some people think, oh, that's actually a bit of tongue-in-cheek. I'm like, no, that is true. If you're not consistent, then you can't be competitive. That is just the way it is. So it is. So we'll have a look at the battle. So it looks like Catania's now kind of stretched his legs. He's getting well away from Chef. And at the moment, they're both pulled away from Sukal as well in the Ferrari. Sukal does still have Corbin behind him, breathing down his neck. He's only 0.4 of a second behind at the moment. They're coming up to the bus stop now. The thing is a big send if he tried anything from there, but he can certainly close up on him. Amazing consistency, absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You can be a very fast driver or the fastest driver, but if you're not consistent, you're not really the fastest driver, if that makes sense. So Corbin looks like he's kind of just stabilised a little bit, but the problem is Corbin is getting pushed back into Betten, who's in the 531 McLaren in P14. So he really needs to try and do something, or bearing in mind we're now 1 hour and 10 minutes, 1 hour and 11 minutes into the race. So it's intriguing, but we've got Brenham who's in P15 with a 25-second penalty at the moment. Going to come down to here, we have a 3-car train going on at the moment. We've got Neville who's in the treble 1 car in 19th. We have Kelly who's in the Ferrari, and we have Hakuna who's in the other Ferrari. Now I don't think he's close enough. He's getting a little bit of a tow from the wing from that Ferrari, but he's not getting close enough for it, and that's part of the problem with cars that are very similar. So, you know, McLaren, Ferrari, BMWs, if they're set up in a similar way, you don't have much of an advantage. So the tow is the only thing you have. Remember, this isn't Formula 1. You don't get DRS. This is purely down to driving skills at the end of the day. But it certainly looks like, I mean, Hakuna has a 10-second penalty. So that'll be served in the next pit stop. Not much between them, and again going a little bit wide there, Lenartis. A little look by Hakuna, but it's more just to try and distract Lenartis from concentrating on what they're trying to do. A little bit wide there again from Lenartis, needs to be careful, and he closes up. So this could be game, set and match for P17. Lenartis knows that he's got a drive here, but he's got the tow as well. Coming up to the left-hand bend just before the bus stop. Now, is this going to be a... Oh, the Ferrari. Oh, my goodness. Hakuna way off track there. Put him right in front of Kelly, who is... look at the drive that Kelly's got out of there. The Aston of Neville's just behind, hoping to pick up any scraps. Ferrari of Kelly kind of looking down the inside. Oh! That was a bit generous there from Hakuna. It really was. I think because Kelly went to the inside, Hakuna thought the send was coming and gave space, but unfortunately then, you know, and the thing is, Hakuna has got a 10-second penalty, so, you know, don't want to collect more penalties, don't want to slow down people, but at the same time, still be competitive. So he's now got Neville in the treble 1 car, got a slower car ahead, the Lambo, which is just letting everyone pass with a blue flag. That Aston is really close now. Side by side. Oh, there's contact! Both have come off. Both have come off. Oh. Got to hold the brakes now until the other cars. That's, wow. How much damage has that now caused to the Aston? Unfortunately, stewards are going to be so busy. The stewards have caught up. Time for another coffee. Nice. I think I might actually go and make myself a drink as well. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to make a drink. And what I'm going to do is put you back here, because this is another close battle going on for P8 as well. So I'll be back in the shake of a lamb's tail. E1, you just had coffee yourself. Oh, I hope it was good. I hope it was good. Enjoy. Thank you very much. So, we have joined this very close battle for Corbin and Sukal. I mean, Corbin is very, very close. Ferrari a little bit twitchy in the back end there as it was entering the corner. That Audi does sound so good. It's such a shame that Audi are now leaving the GT championships. Does anyone in the chat have a favourite car they like to drive or they like to watch? Let me know in the chat. McLaren's very, very close as well. This is Chef and Catania again. No, it's not. Bear with me a second while I get my bearings. So we've got Schreiber in P11 in the car 17, and we've got Baton in the 531. Again, two McLarens racing each other. Now it's looking a bit far away to do any kind of a send or heavy braking. Oh, they both slowed down so much, trying to give each other space, but at the same time, that has just went to Sukal and Beaton went, thank you very much. I think we're going to get involved in that. Or Sukal and Corbin, sorry. We're going to get involved in that again. Oh, so close. This is going to be a run right up to Eau Rouge and into Radion. He's got 3 cars breathing down his neck. Full power, no lift at all there. I have a feeling, a funny feeling that this McLaren, if he can get the toe of it, he is going to look like he's going to go for the send here. And again, up the inside, it looks like it's been made. It has been made. It has indeed. So Beton now moves up into P11. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, and he loses another place. Wow. Waps 701 from 29th to 16th, and 702 from 39th to 24th. You guys are absolutely smashing it, aren't you? So you are. .702 being Weffer in the Ferrari, and 701 is Kelly in the Ferrari as well. That was oh so unlucky from the contact. So Sukal still has Corbin on his tail. He's not able to shake this Audi at all. He's got clean space. He's 2.4 seconds behind Beton and the McLaren. So trying to stretch his legs, trying to get away. Now we're going back to our leader and P2 because Rombot has closed 0.5 of a second to that Mercedes. So now putting Salem under pressure. Just watching those curbs that you don't take too much curb. He's now smelling P1, so time for him to go for it. Now bear in mind, I think Salem is on older tyres as well, so I don't know what state they're in at the moment. Oh, that McLaren protesting a bit too much there about Rombot's driving. Asking the car to do too much. Oh, and again. Rombot's really driving this McLaren as hard and fast as it's willing to go. Very, very close. He's closed up, and this Mercedes is now going to have a mirror full of a McLaren. Power down, try and get as much power down as quickly as possible because this is flat out until the bus stop. Again, that Mercedes just seems to have a little bit more power, but now the McLaren is starting to get that slipstream effect. He is closing in. This could be a move. This could be the move for P1. Is he going to send it up? Mercedes going a little bit defensive. Oh, the McLaren, did he outbrake himself there? Doesn't look like it's affected him too much, but yeah, I was so very close. Again, McLaren closing up under braking at the moment. You can see the initial acceleration. The Mercedes seems to be able to pull away from the McLaren, but then when it starts getting to the top speed, the McLaren seems to come back at him. Waps has been mega so far. It's been amazing. I have absolutely loved this. McLaren looks like it's got the toe. It has. Has it got enough? He's on the inside as it goes into the braking. No, don't take each other out. Oh, so close. Has the Mercedes just done enough? Both still side by side. Oh. And the McLaren's made the move into P1. Past the Mercedes. Now let's see what happens from here. Mercedes just trying to fill mirrors. Just try and put Rombot off that, off his concentration at the moment. Tighter line as they come through onto this short straight. Into the heavy braking. Pulls up closer under the braking. So he's, I think he's lining up. I think Salem's lining up to come back here. And look at the power. Look, so close. Who gets the power on first? Oh, this looks like it's all lined up for another overtake, but the McLaren just seems to have been able to pull away there from the Mercedes. Again, Mercedes is a bit far back to try and put a send into bus stop. Fernando, who's leading? Rombot at the moment, but Salem is trying to come back to him on this. Westery is not far behind in the McLaren, so P1, 2 and 3 are covered by 3 seconds. For this still to be close is really good. Daniel Edwards, how's turn 1 team Lambo and the Audi doing? Do you know what car numbers they are? Give me a second, I'll be able to look it up. Turn 1 are car 100. At the moment, the Solberg's down in P21, but looks very close to Neville and Aston Martin. Look at the gap that's been created here. So it looks like Rombot's just trying to make a gap so that he can be comfortable and drive on. Team Lambo, let me have a little look. Jeez, there's a lot of teams in this. Just having a look. The Audi 101 is Corbin. Corbin's doing really well, so really sticking behind the Ferrari at the moment. Just doesn't seem to have enough to get past Sukkel and the Ferrari, so they're doing very well. Hayden, good evening. Good evening? Jeez, I don't even know what time it is. How's it going, Hayden? Can we get some love in the chat for Hayden, please? If it wasn't for Hayden, there would be no Toga. So let's show some love in the chat, can we? I'm getting on okay. I've remembered to drink, so that's good. So just enjoying all of this. But, oh, looks like we've got a bit of action on the Kemmel Straight. Oh no! Oh. I can't even speak. I've just clenched. Clenched as if we're going too wide into the corner of the end of Camel Straight even. Oh, it looks like the Neville and the Aston's now under pressure. Neville has been kind of up and down the order a little bit. Try and keep that Aston Martin going, and we've got Vasilopoulos with the Southcott behind him. Fujiwara, where is the Valkyrie located? Do you know what car number Valkyrie is? I just asked because it saves me then scrolling through the full list. I did see them somewhere. Valkyrie, they are car 277. Car 277 is sitting in P29 at the moment, with Ella in the driver's seat at the moment. Aston stretching the legs a little bit, just getting away. Hayden, you're preparing for the event shift, the evening shift. Yeah, so I will be finishing about 6 o'clock tonight, but the stream will continue until just before 8, and then part 2 will start. Hayden's going to then do an evening stream with commentary, and then tomorrow morning Hayden will then pick it back up, and you will be able to listen to his dulcet tones. This is so close. It looks like the Aston maybe has a bit of a struggle at the end there, but it's just driving away at the moment. Yes, Hayden, absolutely. A huge shout out to the stewards who are sifting through incidents as we speak, so that the penalties can get dealt out in a timely manner. So I also hear a rumour that the stewards are going to be fine dining tonight as well, on caviar and steaks, etc. So yeah. This battle is continuing. I'm just having a look, just making sure we're not missing anything else. Catania has now closed up to Porta, who's in P8. And at the moment, Catania is still holding the lap, fastest lap at the moment. Closing in on the braking just as they turn onto the start-finish straight. Power down now. Yeah, it's a bit of a joke. Hayden's buying the steward's dinner tonight, so that's why it'll be... Now, there's a left indicator on in that Ferrari. Is that just to mess with them, or... I do not see a reason behind that at the moment. They're now side by side, coming up to the braking zone. Still side by side. What's going to happen here? Has the McLaren got it? Yes, the McLaren has got it. So Catania now moves up to P8 in that number 8 McLaren. Move done. Thank you very much. On to the next person, who is Lindvar in the 534 BMW, 4 seconds up the road from him. Already making a gap for himself. He's got a back marker, but if he has a gap to Porta like this, then the back marker really is not going to be an issue at all. But let's have a look at Chef, because Chef is very close. Two McLarens battling it out yet again. Pateron and Chef, they've had quite a few battles already, and we're only an hour and a half into the race. Just looking back towards Chef, and Chef closes up well into the braking zone here. You just need to be careful as you come out this. Not too much power too early. You end up doing that. You get too wide. Closing up again. Needs to be close on the acceleration out of here, because this long drag out of here is where you're going to get the toe advantage. And it looks like he's went offline a little bit again. The toe's been broken. Now, for me personally, I'd rather try and stick right under that wing if possible. Now we're coming up to the bus stop chicane again. Way back, but it looks like a back marker for Beaton to deal with before Chef then makes the move, I would think. A few back markers coming up, so this is this may play into the hands of Chef a little bit more. Yep, so back marker beautifully moves out of the way. Well done to that driver, Van Ziel. There's a half a second gap now formed between them, but Eau Rouge really does separate the boys from the men, as the old saying goes. I'm not sure, are you allowed to say that anymore? Oh, Chef goes well wide there. Not the best line to use. Blue flags are waving. Ferrari moves out the way. Walt Neal of the number 94. Well done against her. I have to say, standard of driving has been really good here. Stewards might disagree with me slightly, but overall, very good driving standards, giving each other space and room to still race, but safe enough that you don't take each other out. Daniel just hit after midnight, time for shut-eye for a few hours and come back. Okay, Daniel, I hope you have a really good sleep. Chez, go, Kieran? And I do apologise again if I butcher somebody's name. It's not intentional. So, Beaton just well enough ahead, 1.5 seconds, so not really any trouble. But we have got a bit of a battle going on for second and third. Again, I apologise. Westray has got past Salem for P2. It's whether or not Salem can answer him at all. P4 Van Thielen has got a 10-second penalty in the car number 93 Lambo. So again, that's not going to be a worry for Salem or Westray. But who gets a better drive out of Radion here? Looks very close. Just enough by the looks of it. Doesn't look like the Mercedes is going to get enough of a tow coming up the Kemmel Straight. So Kieran is driving 43. Oh, okay, right. I didn't recognise the name because I only see the K, but so Chef in number 11, he's doing a very good job. Really good driving. Daniel, have a good afternoon, evening with commentary. I expect an Aussie accent when I come back. Oh, you don't want that. Daniel, you do not want me trying an Aussie accent. It's horrendous. I'm going to pass that over to Hayden to do for tonight's commentary. I think he should maybe do the Aussie accent. Ches, he's doing great. Hopefully he won't drag us down too much when I get... Hopefully you don't drag us down too much when you get in the car in a bit. Ches, I'm sure you're going to do an amazing job. This is a great battle for P2 and 3. Sometimes the 24 hours races, the top 10 kind of just disappear and they've got, you know, 10, 20, 30 seconds between each other. But we are now, you know, still early stages of this race and they're still racing against each other so closely. Now it looks like the McLaren has got the legs of the Mercedes, but again we're coming into the bus stop chicane, so this is going to close up slightly, but the gap has moved. It looks like commentators curse every time we go near the a pack that's racing. They all then seem to just sort themselves out. So so heavy braking, take curb that you can there. Watch this curb on the left, that really does want to spin the car around. Again, as much curb as you can over there. Lambo taking every inch and centimetre from the track that it can. Heavy braking, but you need to let the car drift a little bit as you come out and get the power down as soon as you can. The tab of the brakes, down the gear, and again you don't want to go too wide here, you don't want a track limit warning. Come down just to spot whatever it is you use as a braking marker. Again, closing up a little bit on the Lambo. Lambo's got a 20-second penalty. So, you know, do you as a Lambo driver move out the way knowing you've got 20-second penalty? Or do you just continue to race? What would you do in the chat? Let me know. Close now to the Lambo. Oh, bit of oversteer going on there. Good catch from Lastosa and the Ferrari in number 2. Now they've got Coupe and the Mercedes further up as well. So Lambo's just got the legs on the Ferrari by the looks of it at the moment. So coming into bus stop, heavy braking again. Down all of the gears, trying to pick your line out of here. You can see how they bunch up, but then the concertina effect is that the car ahead then just drives off a little bit. So now here we have Ella in the Audi in car 277 chasing down Jod in the Lambo. The Audi does just sound so good, doesn't it? Please, if you are watching, hit that like button. It really does help. Smash it. So battle down into Eau Rouge. Oh, there's a car went off wide there. That's a Ferrari of Rodriguez by the looks of it. Just outbraked themselves by the looks of it. Used the escape road. Now moved out the way for these two cars, which is good. Again, Lambo a little bit sideways coming out of there, but well caught. Let's go back here because we've got a battle for Lastosa in the Ferrari with Coupe just ahead. Mercedes just making a difference there coming out of that corner, but he's got the Lambo ahead of Solberg. 1 second ahead in the 100 car of the Lambo. Now again, Solberg and Hakuna have got time penalties, so just keeping it within track limits there. This is where you don't want to be. You do not want to be in the middle of a three-way race, because you're not just looking ahead trying to race a car ahead, you're watching behind to try and defend the car behind. It's such a balancing act. At the moment, Rombot in P1 has got a 5-second advantage over Westre, who's in P2. Salem is 2.4 seconds behind in P3. Then we've got Van Thielen in the Lambo in the car 93 in P4. So does this Ferrari get the drag it needs up the hill? It's getting there, but it's not enough, I don't think. Yeah, a look, but it was just a look, nothing more, I don't think. Very, very close now. This is playing into the hands of Solberg and the Lambo. The more these two are fighting, the more he can just drive away. Oh, Mercedes a little bit wide from the apex. Yep, that's cost a little bit of time, so what is going to happen is lined up here, side by side almost. Is he going to try for the inside line again? No, so close. He had to come out, get out, move out of that. So he did. He had to move out of that, otherwise they were making contact. That shows good driving as well. Heavy on the brakes. Just trying to keep the car straight and then swing it left. Not too much acceleration. You don't want to wash wide. there. Now Mercedes got the power down there, so you can see how much of an advantage, but Ferrari's got a tighter line. Now this could be telling, because this could be the toe that the Ferrari needs. Left hand kink that you don't even need to think about. And then this one, does he lift? Yep, a slight lift there, just because he doesn't want to go off track limits. Again, unfortunately not close enough for bus stop. You can hear the tyres screaming in agony. Oh, we've got Schreiber who's went into the pits. We've got a few pitting now, so is this the driver stint change? We've got, at the moment, we've got 3 cars in the pits. None of them in the top 10 at the moment. We've got Schreiber in the McLaren in car 17. We've got Lenartis in the Ferrari in the 126. This is lining up to be good. This is lining up to be what's needed. The big drag race down. Looks like the Ferrari's got the legs. I don't think there's an answer here at all. Oh, too wide into the chicane, but yep, the Ferrari has made it. Lustoso and up into P17 in car number 2. That was a good move. Having a look back here at Corbin again, he's still behind that Ferrari. Close though. I mean, really close. I mean, look at this. Oh! Ferraris went defensive. Oh, into the bus. Oh, there's contact! There is contact. Corbin has made that, but there was contact. If you were a steward, is that a racing incident, or is that any kind of a penalty? I'm pretty sure Porter would maybe feel that was a penalty, but certainly Corbin has taken a place and is heading off into the sunset. You can see the cars in the pits there. Some come in, so that's going to be a change of drivers, I would think. Here we go back to Fernandez with Vasilopoulos. I've absolutely butchered that name. I said it earlier on, it sounded okay. So yeah, it's so very close. BMW and Ferrari. This could be a move up the inside, under braking. BMW, I thought the BMW was going to stay in the inside line there, but the Ferrari has a look, but has nowhere to go. Can we get 40 likes? That would be absolutely amazing. You guys would be absolutely helping us out in the Toga Motorsport family if you could get us up to 40 likes, please. If you're not subscribed but you're enjoying the content, make sure and hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. It really does help the channel. We want this stream to go out far and wide to give... There's a Lambo stopped at the end of the pits. That's interesting. I don't know if that's been a hardware issue or PC issue. This Ferrari is lining up. I don't think he's got enough room. If the straight was about a mile longer, probably would have been able to get that done. But still very, very close behind at the moment. All he can do is apply pressure to the silo. Do you know, I'm trying to think how to say his name now, and it's really just destroying my brain trying to do it. This is close. This is close battling. And don't forget, these drivers have been doing this for almost 2 hours. Another touch of the brakes. That's not going to help the BMW. That's now forced it right into the bumper of the Ferrari. Now is the BMW going defensive? He's just holding the middle of the road at the moment. The Ferrari driver doing such a good job just by staying where he is. Now there's a 5-second penalty, a 10-second penalty for car 51, which is Hakuna, who's in P13. at the moment in the Ferrari. Oh, that's wide. That is wide from the Ferrari for Fernandez. That McLaren behind Falco is a back marker. Closing up now. It just seems to be the end of the straights. The Ferrari picks its feet up and goes. So close, you can almost. Oh, they're coming into the pits now. Okay, we have quite a few. Is our leader going to come into the pits? Is Rombot coming in? No, is the answer. He's got a 13-second lead to Van Thielen. I have a feeling that second place has pitted as well. Edverson is now back up into P3 with a 189 car. Has Salem been into the pits? He's now P8. I'm going to assume he's been into the pits. He has Claessens in the 532 McLaren. Look how close! So close, he literally could read all the writing and the stickers in that McLaren's cockpit. Zoo, one love, go, 277. Ela, who looks like just lost a place, down into 13th. Now drawing up close, getting wide as possible to take this corner. Try and get as straight a line as possible through the apex and the power down. Pending penalties for 51 clear by race control. Okay. I'm sure Hakuna will be quite happy and relieved to see that. The McLaren just has the edge on the Mercedes at the moment. Now Salem has really been racing very well in this race so far. Was P2, believe P1 for a little bit as well, so this is getting there. But if Salem has pitted, then it could be in for quite a good showdown, and it goes in the inside line, and that's P7, thank you very much. Ferrari's not letting him go though. This is still so close. Just eases off slightly. A message there just for, I didn't quite catch what the message was. A 15-second penalty for Van Thielen, who is now in the pits. That Lamborghini has been handed 25 seconds altogether of penalties. That's a long time to be stationary in your pit box without anything happening. That is going to drop them way down. Salem is now up into P3 again, but it will all obviously take P2 once he crosses that start finish line. Done an outstanding job. We've got Claessens, who's now P4 in the McLaren in the 532, and we've got Lindrup in the BMW in the 189 in P5 at the moment. Now we're having a look at this scrap between Lindrup and Villain. Go with Villain. Yeah, it's looking. Oh. I'm a bit confused about what just happened there. That was easily done there by Villain. But the BMW looking to come back again. Oh, near contact. Oh! Doors are getting banged. Wheels are being rubbed together. So Lindrup back up into P5 in a 189, but has this Ferrari all over the back of the rear wing of that BMW. Now, surely the Ferrari's going to be able to take this. Let's have a look. No. Maybe. It's close side by side at the moment, but it looks like Lindrup's still got the edge there. That's a beautiful design in the back of that BMW. I love that livery. So these two swapping paint, rubber and anything else that's attached to the cars at the moment. The first move looked very sedate, and then they came into the last corner and it all kind of went a little bit pear-shaped. We've got a new fastest lap by Tessera in the McLaren, and number 8 McLaren, with a 2:17.415. That is really good going. So Lindrup now, ooh, Villain just having to get out of that braking zone. How well will Sharp get out the way here to allow these two through? Problem is this is falling right into Villain's hands at the moment. That Ferrari looks like it's going to have the advantage because the Lambo is in some way, shape and form. It is ahead of Lindrup, but should they move out the way sooner? Into bus stop, a lift off there for the Ferrari. BMW. There we go. BMW passed quite easily. Thank you to Sharp for moving out the way there. I hope everybody's loving this wheel-to-wheel battling that's going on. This is, if this continues for 24 hours, I think we all need to lie down. This is just outstanding. BMW just pulling away now from Villain in P5 at the moment. I'm just having a look. So Salem is back up into... We have a new driver in the car 95. We've got Fack in the McLaren. Salem's still in the Mercedes at the moment. 13 seconds behind Fack at the moment. This battle, Lindrup is 5 seconds behind Claessens at the moment. I have to say, I mean, the top 5 are McLaren, Mercedes, McLaren, BMW and Ferrari. So there's no one outright car manufacturer that's doing better at Spa than any of the other ones. A little bit of dust getting kicked up further ahead, so I don't know if that's a back marker that's causing the issues or not. So Claessen's got 2 back markers ahead of him. Now, are these back markers now racing each other? Because if it is, this is going to cause hell for Claessen's to try and get past, but McLaren beautifully moves out the way. Hopefully Kuhn and the Ferrari can do the same and just move to let him pass. Let's go back to Villain again. 0.6 of the difference between the two, and it looks like maybe the BMW is just enough, or doing just enough to stay ahead of the Ferrari. Going to move down slightly because we've got a battle for 12th place. Klein in the Ferrari and Tronson in the McLaren at the moment. Looks like there's a mighty battle going on here for McLaren getting a little bit messy as it was mid corner. Is now in the clutches of that Ferrari, and Ferrari's going for it. It is a clean move for Klein. Well done, sir. Tronson didn't really have much that they could do about that, unfortunately. It was a sensible move not to try and block. your opponent. So Klein now is looking for Porta, who is 3.3 seconds ahead in that Ferrari, and I'm sure that's what they're now aiming for. Back to Villain, who's Lindrup is now into the midst of more back markers. Thankfully, I mean, Villain's doing the perfect thing of getting a toe down that straight from the back marker. Great utilisation of other cars on the track. Cooper is the next back marker for Lindrup to worry about. Lindrup is now in third place, and I'm assuming that's through the pit stops and driver changes. But P3 at the moment for the BMW, the team must be really happy with that. The lane just keeping on to the back of the BMW, but I don't think it's got enough to cause Lindrup any issues at the moment. Really depends on this back marker. How does Lindrup deal with back marker? Let's have a look and see. 0.5 of a second. Now I think the rules are the same. Somebody might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. If a back marker is within 0.6 of a second, or sorry, if the car about to lap you is within 0.6 of a second and you get a blue flag, you must move over and out of the way. McLaren's not doing much to help Lindrup here. However, has let Villain through, so that was a thanks for no help there from BMW, and a big thanks from the Ferrari. We've got Hertz back in 10th place at the moment, who is chasing down Remini in the 531 McLaren. 0.7 of a second at the moment. Again, there's no other sound that you would be able to recognise than this Audi. Just the sound off the exhausts, it's just amazing. So things have settled down a little bit. I'm just kind of flicking through the lower places at the moment just to see if there's anything that looks particularly interesting. We've got Tamara in the 702 car of the Ferrari, 0.7 seconds behind the Ferrari of Valensis, who's in the car 51. Just getting into the top gear there, just as reaching the end of Kemmel Straight. Closing in on braking, trying to keep it smooth on the curbs, trying not to do anything too drastic there. Now they are due to get lapped because Salem is behind them. You can see the blue flag. Salem is 0.7 seconds at the moment, now 0.6. So from Salem flashing the headlights, trying to make the back markers. It's very difficult as a back marker, and unfortunately I have been there before, where you're racing a car ahead of you but you're getting blue flag and you're like, if I ease off here, then I'm going to lose what I've gained to get to this car ahead of me. But again, I've been fortunate enough to be in a car passing a back marker, and it is frustrating. These guys are fighting for position, and they don't really want to give anything up. But at the same time, that Ferrari getting a little bit squirrely in the apex of the corner. You just want them just to move out of the way, so flash the headlights again. There we go. Tamara moving that out of the way. Ooh, getting a bit close there. Next is Valensis in the Ferrari, 0.8 ahead, and he then has Lucasen, who's in the 533 BMW ahead as well. So all of these are back markers that Salem has to try and get through. Salem is 9 seconds behind Fak, who's P1 at the moment. So again, it's not a huge gap. It is a gap, but it's not a huge gap in GT racing terms. So it's not. These cars are really not helping Salem at all. It's probably hindering them, to say the least. And the problem is Lindrup is about 6.5 seconds behind. So the more these cars hold up Salem, the more that plays into Lindrup's hands in P3 at the moment. Salem's just 0.7 seconds off Valensis at the moment. Valensis looking for that gap. Oh, gets very sideways. Salem will go, thank you very much. That's another one down. Lucasen has now had the pressure taken off him a little bit with that, but he now has to yield for the blue flag. A little bit of difference between sim racing, especially Toga Motorsport racing, to real life GT3 racing or any GT racing. In Formula 1, if you're showing a blue flag, you need to move out the way of the car. Regardless, you need to move out within 3 flags have been waved at you. In GT racing, you do not need to get out of the way. Basically, it's up to the faster car behind you to get round you. You do not need to yield to them. You don't need to do anything. But in Toga, to make it a little bit more fair, the rule is 0.6 of a second. The faster car needs to be allowed past at the end of the day. Grooveke! Switch your ACC to broadcast mode. Bear with me a second. How would I do that? Is it in the settings? Function keys. Alright, okay. Oh, what is going on here? Right, there we go. Thank you. I appreciate that, Groove K. I'm still getting used to the whole broadcasting side of it. Yeah, I've got I've obviously got race control here, so that is really good. That is very helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you. Tessera going past that Lambo. Right, let's see. Villain is still behind Lindrup here. Lindrup P3 still hanging on to that in the 189 car. Villain's 0.4 of a second within the time, so getting closer and closer. That BMW just protesting as it's getting put into the corner. Again, a dab of the brakes. Try and get your car turned left as much as you can and power down. Now this looks like a mess of back markers ahead of them, so in amongst all of those back markers is Salem in P2. Now remember, the back markers really didn't help Lindrup in the last couple of laps, so what's going to happen here with these back markers, I wonder. Now at the moment the air temperature is 24 degrees and track temperature is 30 degrees. Still no rain forecast, so I dare say the teams are probably doing little sun dances in their respective homes, hoping that the rain doesn't come back on. We started this race with rain, and yeah, it certainly looks like it's going to be a dry one for now. Again, Villain not really able to make much ground on to Lindrup there, but Lindrup, as I say, has now got these back markers that he needs to deal with. Quite a lot of back markers. I dare say he'll be flashing the headlights, he'll be getting into the mirrors, he'll be trying to make them as aware as possible. Taking Oru's beautifully up into Radion. Oh, a Ferrari getting a little bit out of shape. Now hopefully Lindrup can get a tow from this Lambo and move what it looks like. Lambo's maybe moving over from there. We go. So Lambo doing a great job of getting out the road of the faster cars. Let's hope the rest of them can. Now we're looking at Salem's just coming down to the sweeping right hand bend, so as I say, Salem is 6 seconds ahead of Lindrup at the moment. Keeping an eye on if it increases or decreases any. Groove K with you, or I don't know exact, you can also show the times in a timing tower, which are missing at the moment with the function keys. Let me get back to that just now. See, I was looking for the key functions for Assetto Corsa and I couldn't actually find any, so the fact you've been able to help me do that is amazing. But give me a second because I realise that I've just switched off the... Oh, there we go. Session controls, car controls... where is the there we go. Yeah, Groove K, I've got the ACC race control on at the moment. That's awesome. Your help is very much appreciated, thank you. So there are our top 24 at the moment, and all of the timings. There you can put into broadcast, okay. It's going to do blank. Ah, right, okay, got you now. I got you. Right, well, this is a little bit interesting to say the least. Back marker getting out of the way again. Go move down to Porta. Porta's within a second of Hertz and the Audi ahead. Trying to close him down. This is a battle for 10th place. Just trying to creep up towards that Audi, but the Audi looks like it's got its match for the Ferrari at the moment, so wait and see. But these, again, the back markers are going to play such a huge difference in this race. We now move on to Sharp in the Lambo, and this battle is with Kuhn, who's in the treble 5 Ferrari at the moment. Heavy braking into the bus stop. Oh, the Lambo. Oh, got a spin from Kuhn in the treble 5 and does the exact right thing to reverse all the way off the track out of the road. Just looked like it got just too eager on the old right pedal. Oh, a little bit of a touch there, but Tamara makes that move with the Simhaven Galleon's Motorsport car. Made the move. A little bit of contact there, but may actually be a back marker by the looks of it. Wait in the 126, chasing down Tronson with the McLaren, going into Eau Rouge now. He looks like he's got the toe. He's going to go for this. This has got to be a great move on the outside. Nothing the McLaren can do about this. It's just a drag race, and Wait just makes that move so well. Great move. Well done for the Sim Seniors Endurance Racing. Yeah, maybe I should be in that, or certainly the seniors part anyway. McLaren just moving out the way again. Nope, they're side by side as they go in. Looked like McLaren still had the edge there. So now Porta and Hertz are battling it out. Porta looks like he's quite close. He's going to get this. He's going to get the toe effect from that back wing of the Audi, but is it going to be enough? Still quite a gap between them for a lunge in the inside. Looks like he is taking a sensible approach. Closing in on him again. Very close. That Ferrari showing how much dirt you can collect in the space of an hour or just 2 hours. So close as he comes down to the start-finish straight again. This could be a move on the Audi as we watch. But again, the Audi just managing to keep ahead. Creating a small gap between now flat out through Eau Rouge, up through Radion. Oh, this is a move on Thompson here. Mendes desperately trying to get past his... he's using extra parts of the track just to try and to get past, but that BMW is as wide as the Titanic at the moment. Not a chance. Is he going to get this under braking though? Heavy braking. Oh, unfortunately not, but he sticks to the back bumper of that BMW. Now he's going to move over to the left, get ready for the braking point again, braking marker, and then he's going to turn this deep into the right. Try again, close as possible. This again could be a move. Black Panther's car all over the back of Thompson's BMW. Another Black Panther's car, car 32, Rodrigo Lara. Quite a queue forming, so it is. Flash of the headlights from the Lambo as it gets past the back marker. Comazetto, who's in the Lambo, trying to chase down Lara. Lara is actually car 3 in 32nd position. Black Panther's a strong showing here this evening. Multiple cars, multiple drivers, trying to do the best for the team and for themselves. Here we have Landon Winstead from the Wesset Racing. Currently 34th at the moment out of 40. Looks like a bit of a lonely drive, not very much happening in front of him or behind him as we speak. I do want to jump on to Jonathan Mendes at the moment for the Black Panthers, because he's lining up Thompson with that BMW again. Again, side by side. It looks like the Black Panthers car is ahead, yes. Gets ahead before bus stop. Plenty of a gap that he doesn't need to worry about the BMW coming back at him under braking. That is a great move on the straight. If you can make a move on the straight, is the best way. You don't then need to worry about the don't need to worry about corners and bumping into each other. Cameron, check in on car 88 lapping fastest laps. So car 88 is Andre Dixon Shen for Velocity Esports. Currently P30 in the McLaren 88. Last lap was a 2:18.185, which is faster than most ahead of him and behind him. In fact, I'm going to have a look. He's as quick as probably P2 at the moment. So hopefully making up time to try and get on the back of Mayer, who's in the Ferrari in car number 5. But he is about 9 seconds behind at the moment, so a bit of a gap to try and make up for. But here we have a battle with two McLarens at it, Claessens and Teixeira. Looks like Teixeira's going to go for it. This is a side-by-side move up to the braking zone. And it looks like Teixeira's got that move made. Yes, up into 5th place. What a drive in the car 8. Yellow Submarine. In fact, sorry, Teixeira is not in the Yellow Submarine. Teixeira is the Bulldog Racing, as it says on the side. But a beautiful move, well done. Lined it up from far back, so that shows the complexity of being a race driver, is that he's having to look and think like a chess player, like think several moves ahead, several corners ahead, try and get lined up with the car, trying to keep it as close as possible, knowing that there's a specific spot on the track that you're going to make your move. Chess playing in cars. Velocity Esports team, hello. I hope you're doing well. He's alone now, but has just been overtaking a bunch of cars due to an issue on lap 1. Ah, right, okay. Alex North just moving. At the moment, fastest lap is still with Teixeira in the McLaren at the moment in P5. Here we go through a Rouge. In cockpit, lift off there is Alex North. P36 in the 125. Again for the Sim Seniors. A gaggle of cars ahead. Trying to keep it clean as he comes to the next right-hander. We're now down with Dennis Rodriguez in the Black Panthers in car 99. Just approaching the bus stop at the moment. His next opponent is Alex North in the P36 with the McLaren. So Black Panthers, strong showing today, and some strong driving to try and keep going. It's a drive-through for Heineck in P31, car number 7. I don't know what the issue was there. That Aston Martin looked like it was very, very slow into the pits there. We're going to head to Frederick de Brewer at the moment with Sim Racing Belgium, Team Red. Looking to try and catch up with Claessens in the McLaren at the moment with the 532. He's got Teixeira in front of him at the moment. This Lambo is looking close to the Lambo's looking close to the McLaren at the moment, so let's see how it gets on with this straight. Getting closer and closer. This move could be made before the bus stop. Getting a nice toe from that huge wing of the McLaren. Line things up beautifully. This could be... No, it looked like... I don't know if he had to back out of that slightly. Oh! I think somebody's had a bit of a hardware issue, maybe a disconnect. Don't think you can park that there, sir. Again, Lambo all over the back. Oh, and it's a move! It's a move and he's made it stick. He has... Oh, there's contact! There's contact. Bjorn Claessens for the yellow submarine got past, but there was a little bit of contact. Up through Rouge now. Into Radion. Oh, that's... that must be a track limit, surely. Is the McLaren going to come back? McLaren is getting closer, I have to say. Looks like De Brouwer has got it covered on the inside line there, but the McLaren sticking with him, keeping the pressure on. Klein down in 12th and car 10 has now got a 40-second penalty to serve. That's just going to feel like hours when you're sitting in a car waiting to hand over to your teammate. Head back here because it looks like this is a battle for 21st. Got Valensis, who is in the Goodfellas car. Oh, getting a bit squirrely when he comes out the exit there. And the Audi of Ella, who's got a 20-second penalty to be served. Stewards are working really hard, so if you can, let's put some love in the chat for the stewards. It's sometimes a thankless task. You're not going to make people happy, but the penalties need to be handed out accordingly. That Audi just got enough just to stay ahead of the Ferrari and make it comfortable for the driver. There's no change at the top. As you can see, we have Fak, who is just driving a consistent drive. 1.7 seconds ahead of Salem at the moment, who's 6.5 seconds ahead of Lindrup. So at the moment, the Mercedes not able to get close enough to worry Fak at all. Villain is still very close to Lindrup. Now this battle's been going on for a while. This will tire the drivers out quicker because you're 100% concentration. You've got the adrenaline running through your body. Your room's probably about 100 degrees centigrade, and your arms are going to fall off because your direct drive steering wheel is just trying to rip them out from the shoulders. So this will tell on the drivers. Fatigue is a big thing in sim racing. I don't care what anyone says. It's not just a case of sitting in a seat and steering a car around the track. There's a lot more to it than that. A lot of these drivers need to stay fit. For the upper body strength is a bonus, so it is, especially if you do have a direct drive wheel. That thing can be mighty strong depending on how you've got it set up. So again, Villain he's looking closer now. This could be a move for P3 if Villain can get close enough to the back of that BMW. Yeah, you can see he's gaining. He is gaining on this. This move could be made. Is the BMW going defensive here? BMW looks... No, he's not going defensive at the moment. It's a move up into the... Ooh. And it looks like Villain has stuck it. Villain now up into P3. Congratulations. That was a beautiful overtake, and well done to Lindrup for... allowing that space to make the move done. Now, can Villain show pace? Can Villain pull away and look at Salem now? Villain is 7 seconds behind Salem. Salem is actually catching. In fact, he's just 1.2 seconds ahead at the moment. Kemmel Straight always is a big test on how well you did through a Rouge, but it looks like the Ferrari is quite happy. How many teams are still in? We have 39 drivers still at the moment as we speak. I don't know if there's a way of telling teams or not. If there is, please let the noob know. Salem is really caught up. Oh, it's back markers. Right, this is for P1. This battle is for the pole position in the race at the moment. Look how close that Mercedes is catching up. Lost 3 teams already. Oh no, man. Mercedes. Oh, that McLaren going quite wide. And now look at this. Oh, oversteer. McLaren. Oh, and it's been taken. Salem goes through for P1. Obed Salem for the Wesset Racing Car 200. You take yourself and give yourself a good pat in the back. That was an overtake. Spotted that the McLaren was out of shape. Had obviously been following McLaren for a while. Now, has the McLaren's tyres gone? Has all the grip gone? You can see how wide the McLaren's going for that. Has the Mercedes been able to nurse its tyres better? But certainly this is outstanding racing. So it is. Waps Racing, is that a McLaren with a Ferrari livery? Well, let's have a little look and see, shall we? No, it's a custom livery. So it is. It obviously does look a little bit Ferrari-esque, but no, it's just the design of it. Speaking of designs, we have in Toga Motorsport our very own Airy Fasttail, who does amazing liveries, custom liveries for teams and for drivers. If you are in the Discord, then there's an actual section to talk to Airy about what your design ideas are, and you can talk about that further. If you're not already in the Discord, there is a link in the channel description. We would love it. We've got about 1,500 members in our Discord at the moment. We surpassed our target for subscribers for YouTube this year. We are at 1,700 subscribers. If you're not already subscribed, please consider subscribing. It costs you nothing. You get notifications of all the races. We have got a ton of races and championships coming up between now and the end of the year. We would love you to join the family and be on board with us as we grow. So we do. Waps, I look like a Ferrari. To be fair, when I first moved it back, the camera back, I thought, that looks like a Ferrari, but no, it's a McLaren. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Do the 701 and 702 liveries show up? Yes, they do. Bear with me a second. There you go. Simhaven Ferrari. And 702. There you go. So I did update the liveries. I've got the option of being able to update the liveries for each race, so it was updated. It's good to see so many custom liveries. Put your own spec on something that gets viewed by YouTube. Now we've got a 419 who is stationary at the moment. That's a very slow Lambo, so I don't know if they've had an issue or not, but that is looking a little bit painful at the moment. We have a three-way battle. Oh, sorry, two-way battle. Three-way battle. I was right. Serges Tumara from Simhaven chasing down Valensis in the 51 Ferrari, and Ella, who is in the Audi, but Ella's got a 20-second penalty in that 277, so Yeah, it's looking a little bit close. This is now. Is this going to work? Inside line, two Ferraris chasing each other at the moment. It's still the inside line for Valencia at the moment. Don't think that space is going to get given up very easily, so a little bit of time lost. Oh, got a car off the road. Don't hold your brakes, please. Oh my goodness. I genuinely thought that car was going to roll out into the middle of the track there. Whew. Audi just staying ahead at the moment, but certainly Valencia looks like moving up to try and get under that wing of the Audi, trying to analyse the driver, analyse how they drive, where they take the lines, where they brake, and where the possibility is to overtake them. Certainly if I was in that racing seat, that's what I would be doing, analysing everything that you can. Temperatures dropped slightly. The track temperature is now 29 degrees. Wind's picked up ever so slightly. It's a tailwind as we speak at the moment, 2 kilometres an hour. So that will affect slightly. So it will. Groovek, it's the Sim Racing Belgium team livery that are our country colours. Oh, right, okay, good. I do like the McLaren. Any livery in the McLaren looks amazing, I have to say. Perhaps ESO was just missing the black a bit. Ah. Now you can see the gap that's opened up. Valencia is now looking at this Audi. Oh! Tamara there absolutely outbraked themselves. That could have been catastrophic, so well done for being able to get out the brakes and steer around there. That was well done. There's a lot of mature driving being shown here, and this is part of what Toga Motorsport is about. We have very young people who are very mature. The winner of the race on Friday night, in fact last night, the Backwards Championship, had only started sim racing 4 or 5 months ago and beat a lot of very quick drivers. So mature driving from young people is something that is amazing to see, and it just shows that sim racing for the future is very, very bright. So it is. Groovek, 3 cars on SRB in this race with that livery. Are you in one of the teams, Groovek? So this could be interesting. We've got back markers as well to contend with. The Audi just not really in a danger at the moment. Still got a bit of a comfort zone to Valencia at the moment. Going to go to Kingston. Alex Kingston from Simhaven Motorsport is closing in on Mikulik and the 224 Ferrari. A lot of Ferraris, some McLarens. The field is widespread with talent and with skills and teams that love to race, which is what we love as well. It's not really getting a good toe off of Kemmel Straight here, so just need to bide their time for a little bit longer. I'm going to go to Lindrup because Lindrup is within 0.4 seconds as the Lambo behind him disappears. De Brewer goes into the pits. Martin Lindrup from the Kroinlands Esports Sim Racing 189. Now Villain ahead has got a 15-second penalty, so at the moment I don't think Lindrup really needs to drive the tyres off the car. I know it's nice to overtake cars, but sometimes it's a thinking game, and maybe just drive your race and don't worry about that too much. But certainly very, very close, and I'm sure Villain will be looking in the mirrors at what's going on. So Salem has extended his lead at the front to 3 seconds now. Villain's 3 seconds behind Fak. Lindrup's on the bumper of Fak, and Tessera is 11 seconds behind in the car number 8 McLaren, still holding the fastest lap at 2:17.415. Oh, and let's go, don't forget to hydrate. In between speaking, I'm actually hydrating, so thank you very much. I appreciate you looking after my health. So, penalties getting handed out, and you're not going to have a 24-hour race without penalties. Some incidents could have been avoided, but when you've got adrenaline running in your body, you've got a rush of blood to your head, sometimes mistakes or miscalculations happen. It's all about how you bounce back from it, how you recover from it. Nobody's perfect, so we're not talking people who don't make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, so it's just how you recover, how you deal with it. I don't know about anyone in the chat, but certainly if I make a mistake, it's in my head for a good few laps before I can actually talk to myself and say, forget it, it's out the way, it's done, there's nothing you can do about it, look forward. And this is what these drivers have to do. A mistake can happen, they just need to move on from it. E1, 24 hours is intense. It is intense, and we are, how long we've been running for now? 2 hours 18 minutes, and we still have battles up and down the pack. It looks like Valencia's. Ooh. Now, where did that Lambo come from? Is that a back marker? That must be a back marker. It's just unlapped itself. So, Maurizio Valencias in the Goodfellas 51 car. Oh, got cars joining everywhere. Woohoo! Oh, jeez. That was close. Threading the eye of a needle at, 200 and something kilometers an hour. Jeez Louise. Back to Kingston, because Kingston is really caught up in the Simhaven Motorsport car, the 701. Very, very close to Mikuluk in the 224. Into the bus stop. Now, can Kingston get a good drive out of here? Yeah, it wasn't any better than Mikuluk, so again, Kingston just needs to bide their time, have a bit of patience. Joseph Mikuluk with the interceptors, so a nice clean run out of there. So let's see what Arouge and Radin has in store for these two drivers. Let's go, car 200. Driving a great race. Absolutely driving a great race, E1. If you're not a sim racer, can you imagine trying to concentrate for an hour and 5 minutes on something without any distractions and do it to the best of your ability? Have a break and then go back and do that over and over again for 24 hours. It is, I can tell you, a 1 hour race can sometimes be enough. So it is, never mind trying to repeat yourself over and over again. This is really good. Let me know in the chat where you are watching from, if you didn't do it the first time or you have just joined. We'd love to see where we reach in the world with our streams. And again, please smash that like button. We've got 30 people watching just now. Good afternoon, evening or morning, wherever you are in the world. We really appreciate you being here. We appreciate you supporting us by watching the channel. You can support us by clicking that like. You can support us by subscribing. If you want to become part of the family, go visit the Discord. The link's in the channel description. Mikuluk looks like just getting away from that danger zone of Kingston at the moment. Kingston kicking up a little bit of dirt, hitting the grass. Maybe that's a little lapse in concentration. Backmarker going to get in the way of Kingston here? This really is going to play into Mikuluk's hands. Kingston looks like he's He's got past okay, but that has caused a little bit of time. Going to jump to Mendes now, who has the Ferrari of Montfort ahead. Now, Jonathan Mendes is racing for Black Panther's car in the number 1 car. Currently chasing down Montfort for 17th place. That is... Was that a back marker? No, that was actually... Do you know, it looks so straightforward there that I'm like, is that a back marker? No. Mendes moves up into P17. That is great news for the Black Panthers. Again, showing some really good skill. Unfortunately, Mendes has got a 15-second penalty, so that will be served at the next pit stop. But good to clear the car and head ahead of you and just drive your heart out. So you do. Now again, Kingston is really close in this battle. They've closed up again. Ferrari versus Ferrari. Kingston again very close. So obviously there's certain sectors that might suit one driver and one sector that might suit another. So there's strengths and weaknesses that you need to play against. And you need to just pick. It's all about, and again, it's all about analysing the driver in front of you or the driver behind you. And look how close Kingston can get under braking at the moment. They're going for this right hand onto the straight. Now it's full power. Kingston getting a little bit wide there, and that's cost him time. Time that he cannot afford to lose at the moment. Heavy braking again and into the bus stop. There's been a bit of a there's been a bit of a change, but Mayer is just coming out of the pits at the moment to rejoin the track. Beautifully keeps to the right as you should when you exit there. Just getting past by, it looks like a back marker. So Mayer is pitted and is P29 for Team LTR. I want to go back to Lindrup because Lindrup has actually caught up with Villain. There's a 0.8 second gap between Villain, Lindrup and Fack. Now Fack, I'm assuming, has pitted, which is why they're in 4th place. I could be wrong. Salem is out with in P1 with 4 seconds, almost 5 seconds to themselves. So no real pressure there. Let's just hope concentration levels stay high. Martin Lindrup now looking to try and get into P2. This would be an amazing drive for them if that's possible. There's a little bit of status quo going on at the moment with these three, but certainly it's a contested battle because anyone dips their tyres onto dirt or gets an apex wrong or something, then you've got a car behind you that's just waiting to pounce and take up that spot for you. So car number 1 has been given the 15-second penalty for not holding brakes after an incident, which resulting in a collision, which was on lap 4. again, things have settled down, have calmed down now, and this is what I was talking about, how a 24-hour series, things calm down a little bit. You can see some more cars pitting at the moment. Nobody in the top 15 have pitted. Schreiber with McLaren is in the pits, and Waite with the Ferrari 126 car is in the pits as well at the moment. Kingston in the Simhaven 701 is trying to catch Mendes. No, sorry, trying to catch Mikuluk again. Trying to pick up the 11th place at the moment. Goes a little bit wide again. You can tell that Alex Kingston is really driving hard, using every inch and sometimes a little bit more on the track just to try and reach as high as possible in the standings. Now, we were talking about Dan Edvardson earlier on. Now, he did have a decent start. He's racing for the Chronolands Esports sim racing, which is... So I'm going to talk a little bit about it. So it's an association stroke club which is placed in the Danish city of Randers. They have a lot of different esport offers for people in all ages. KES, which is short for, has Fortnite, Counter-Strike, LoL and Rocket League, and now also has sim racing, so it's branched into sim racing. So it has, KES strives to get more people into sim racing and give talents better opportunities for improvement. That sounds amazing. So if you're in, certainly if you're round that area, that sounds like an absolutely brilliant thing. Martin Lindrup and Dan Everson have been helping out with a bit of coaching as well as representing the team in various championships. That is great. So for this race, Lindrup and Dan are flanked by a Pulse SimSport driver Lucas Weiss, Nordic e-racing Evo driver Emil Madsen, and Mr. Hot Lap himself, Nicola Ditlevsen. A total Danish lineup, which is great. It's great to see. I'm pretty sure the Black Panthers are a Brazilian team. Maybe someone can clarify that for me, but I'm sure they're a Brazilian team. So that's a little bit about Dan and Martin Lindrup. So it is. Having a little look at the timing screens, and Tessera is up into P3 at the moment, and it looks like Salem has pitted. Porta, Remini and Villain have all pitted. Now Villain is having to serve that pit stop, that time penalty is the word I was looking for, as we see Alex Kingston coming into the pits as well. So everybody pitting at the moment. Martin Lindrup is out there driving on his own, but he has Fak, who is car 95, is 3 seconds behind him at the moment in the McLaren. Tessera is in P3 with car number 8, he's 10 seconds back, but still holding the fastest lap so far. Again, temperature's starting to drop a little bit as we get into the late afternoon. You'll see it drop quite a bit when it gets into the night time as well, which is going to factor into the setups for the team in terms of the tyre pressure, and the braking bias and traction control. Everything that goes on in the car needs to be monitored. It needs to be looked at for the changes in temperature as well. So it does. So quite a few coming into the pits now. We've got Thompson in the 316 BMW, and it's all change yet again, but again it will all change once Lindrup and Fak and everyone else comes into... Oh, what's the McLaren doing? No, 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 no. Ooh. Think maybe looking in their mirrors just to make sure they're out of the way, but then dip their tyres onto the straight. So that would have been an interesting view for Lindrup to see as a car starting to go off. You then worry, does the car go off and come across you or clip you at the back, or it's always a concern when you see that happening. We see Gajan and the 534 BMW is just coming into the pits now as well. I think we'll see the top three coming in soon. I think at the moment Martin's maybe just trying to get a couple of really quick laps in so that they've got a bit of breathing room when it comes to the pit stop, but he is coming up on back markers as well, so maybe it's a good time to do it, to let the back markers go so he's got a clear track to then go and or hand over the car to the next driver to then drive as good as they can. Spa is definitely a really beautiful track. Never been to it, would love to go sometime, but it's so iconic. It's one of those most iconic tracks that you can see. He's raced on everything, GT cars, Formula 1, we heard earlier on, karting, 24-hour race as well. It's all very, very it's good to see for motorsport, as we see Lindrup coming in for the pit as well. So Fac, looks like Fac's staying out. Yep, staying out in that 95 car. Looks like, if I have a little look, yep. And he's got Tessera for company as well, so we'll see what happens with Sebastian if he comes in this lap or not. No, Tessera is pitted as well, so the lineup we have now is Fac, Badowski in car 200. He's taken over the Mercedes steering wheel. He currently is in P4 at the moment, but again, Fax, I'm assuming Fax still has to pit, so that would be knock them down a little bit. We've got De Jong in the car 531 in the McLaren. We've got Claessens in the 532 of the McLaren, 7th and 8th respectively. Everybody's just kind of mellowed out a little bit. The times are all reasonably spread out. So we're with Fac at the moment, Sebastian. Sim Racing Belgium. Now it's interesting to see. So it is Youthman Obeid. That is a really nice. Let me change the camera so you can see the colour scheme a little bit better, the livery. We also offer in Toga Motorsport Discord, we offer coaching sessions with our resident guru, Owen. And one stipulation it is, and to be fair, I absolutely agree with this, the coaching sessions must be for a track that's upcoming in a championship in Toga, along with the car that you've decided that you're going to drive. Which is only fair enough, because then Owen could end up just, you know, coaching someone that's not even in the league. And here we go, Fac going into the pits, which means Badowski in the Westset Racing is going to take over in P1 maybe. I'm just looking at the times, I'm just trying to work out how long it'll take. Fac doesn't have any penalties to spend extra time in the pits, so I think Badowski might come out ahead of Fac by the looks of it, but it could be close. So it could. As anyone knows, the pit lane in Spa is very long. It feels so much longer if your garage is round the corner as well. So it just feel like an eternity driving. You've been driving at 260, 270 kilometers an hour on the track, and then you get in, and then you're hit with the speed limit in the pit lane. So it just feels like you could actually walk faster than the actual car itself. Going to move back to Claessens at the moment, because Claessens is 0.3 of a second behind Hill in the 534 BMW. So Bjorn Claessens is driving for the Yellow Submarine McLaren. Now, I think, I could be wrong with this. Yeah, so David Hill is in the Yellow Submarine as well. So we've got teammates. And it actually looks like there's 3. De Jong is in the Submarine as well. So we've got 3 teammates racing against each other. 1 BMW, 2 McLaren at the moment. Quite close together as well. So let's see how the McLaren faces up against the BMW. Looks like a back marker ahead of him as well. So something that the McLaren's going up the inside, and there's room being given to him as well. So that's Claessens is now up to P6. Hill drops to P7. Now that other yellow BMW behind him is a back marker by the looks of it. So it's not something that you need to worry about at the moment. Let's have a look at P2. Dan Edvardsen in the Croneland's Esports Sim Racing, who we talked about just earlier on. P2 at the moment, and clawing back time from Badowski, who's taken over from that Mercedes. So Badowski did take P1 back. You can see the BMW furiously flashing headlights at the Black Panther McLaren just now. He doesn't want to get held up, he really doesn't. He needs to get past these as soon as possible. And unfortunately he's come to a part of the track where it's not the easiest to get past. Now he can put the foot down. Now he's within range that the should move over out the way. Flashing headlights again. Going to have a quick look at Hill, because Hill is very, very close to Claessens again. Teammates fighting. Now what are chat's views about teammates fighting? McLaren getting wide there, so BMW, you don't want each other to take you don't want each driver to take each other out. McLaren just holding on to that 6th place at the moment. Again though, the BMW better drive out. Now, does David Hill go for the inside line? No, Audi moves out the way beautifully. Obviously racing and it gets sideways out of the exit there. That's going to allow the BMW of the Yellow Submarine to get past as well. I'm assuming they two are actually racing each other. BMW, bit squirrely on the throttle there. That's giving an advantage to the Yellow Submarine McLaren ahead of him. Go back to Harold Rombot at the moment, because Harold is back into 3rd position behind Edvardsen. Edvardsen at the moment is 8 seconds ahead of Rombot. So remember, Harold led this race for a while. So it's up to him to kind of fight his way back through back markers and everything else to try and fight for that P1 position again from the Mercedes. That back marker from Black Panther. Oh, in fact, that's not a back marker. Yes, it is. Not making it easy for Rombot, but at least Harold's got past before the long straight. Allows him to sort himself out and get himself organised. Again, Hill just holding on to the back of that McLaren at the moment. Could you imagine if this was Christian Horner or Toto Wolff that was the head of the team manager of this team? What would be said to both drivers at the moment? Would they be told just to race, or would they be told to hold position? At the moment, the team is looking good for a strong finishing position with plenty of points. So do you risk that? Head over to Henrik Lostosa, and the Black Panther's very, very close to Wait, ahead of him in the Ferrari as well. So this is a battle for 14th place. Keeping that Ferrari as close as he can to the back wing of the Wait's Ferrari just now. Travelling on board with Trevor Waite from the Sim Seniors Endurance Racing. Again, he's just keeping that car tidy. Uthman, they be told multi-to-one. I don't know what multi-to-one is. You might need to educate me on that one, Uthman. But thank you for your message, I appreciate that. Just looks like Lostosa is losing a little bit of time through those corners, trying to get into the slipstream of the Ferrari wing just to try and gain a little bit more momentum, but doesn't look like it's really happening. What's going to happen under braking in the bus stop? Yeah, he closes up. Now he looks like he's going for a better line, try and get a better drive out of the chicane, but again, looks like Trevor's got it all handled. He's cool, calm, collected, so he is. Now we're on board with Fleming Bauer from Logistical Nightmare, the Treble 1 car. He is chasing down Tronson in the McLaren at the moment, the 43, car 43. Also got a Ferrari behind him as well, of Fernandez, but it looks like he's kind of washed out a little bit. Uthman, that's the code name Red Bull had for team orders back in the Vettel and Webber days. Ah, right, okay. That makes absolute sense. Just trying to get close enough to be a problem for the Tronson. E1, you're supporting car 200, Uthman badness. Yeah, at the moment, Badowski is just 1.9 seconds ahead of Edverson, so it looks like the BMW's coming back towards the Mercedes slightly, but still about a 2-second gap at the moment. Now it looks like Fleming's got a back marker to deal with before he can even contemplate trying to get close to that McLaren. Let's head back to Bjorn Claessens in the yellow submarine in the 532 car, because he is catching Hill again. Now it looks like they swap places. So they do. So I don't know if, unfortunately, I don't know if Hill has got past or did Classens have a issue, or did Classens let him through? Was there a team order? I don't know. Uthman, you would hope so, given we are both driving car 200. You would hope so. I mean, there might be a bit of an issue if they came out and said something, you know, a different car number. Good job there was no typo involved. Let's have a look at Edverson, because he is catching up with Badowski now. Some back markers, so that might explain Badowski's losing time. Now, the Lambo doesn't look like it's in for moving out the way at the moment, so that gives Badowski a little bit of breathing space, especially when it comes, it might get him, oh, Lambo going wide again, but still keeping good pace, that Lambo back marker. Hanging on to the tail of Badowski at the moment. Edverson will be hoping and praying that he can just get past this. The gap is 1.4 seconds at the moment between first and second. Herzig in the car number 17 McLaren has been given a drive-through penalty. Wonder if that's for speeding in the pit lane or something like that. Now I only have about an hour left, just over an hour left of commentating. The stream will continue. It'll be on what we call auto camera, so it'll analyse. Look how close that... Is that Lambo going to cause issues for Badowski? Oh my goodness, he's trying to unlap himself. Wow, and he does, but that's then put Badowski in problems. Edverson right on the back of this. Edverson must be licking his lips right this very second. That Lambo really did cause Badowski problems, and look how close the BMW is to the Mercedes. Can he keep it within that range for coming up to the up to Eau Rouge and then to Radion? Thank you very much, Toga. Oh, appreciate it. So the stream will continue till just before 8 o'clock. Where it will stop and part 2 will start, and our illustrious leader Hayden, he's going for this, he's going for it. Mercedes taking the defensive line. They're side by side now, look at this, and he's got past. Edverson has taken P1. That is not what Badowski wants to see right this very second. How is he going to come back from this? Is he going to be able to keep the pressure on? I didn't think he would have been able to make that. It was quite a distance back, but he made it stick. Absolutely made it stick. And great driving from Badowski for not trying to shut the door or do things that people do sometimes when they have a rush of blood to the head. So Marco Badowski has got a little bit of work to do now in the West Set Racing to try and get back. At the moment, Edverson certainly has plenty of go in his BMW. That doesn't seem to be much for Badowski to come back on at the moment. So that Lambo really was an issue, unlapping itself there, which then caused Badowski to have to slow, and just Edverson just saw it as the best Christmas present he could ever get. And here we've got back markers, so Badowski really would love someone to return the favour that he just was given. But no, the BMW moves out the way. Uthman, we know the Merc is slow and dry. Our only hope of winning this race has always been rain. But it's been a consistent drive. I mean, you know, Car 200 has been doing well in different drivers' hands. Now, looks like we've got... Let me see if I have a look and see who that is that's racing at the moment. No, it's not them. Badowski really would love one of these back markers just to slow up Edverson just ever so slightly. A lot of curb there from Badowski. Trying to utilise every little inch of track. So far these back markers look quite fast. Car 94 has stopped on the track. I don't know what that issue was. I don't know if they've spun or what's happened, but they've had an issue of some kind. Could we get 40 likes within the next hour? Can that be done? Do you think in chat that can be done? Please smash that like button. That would be awesome. Really appreciate the support, and so does everyone in the Toga family as well. So at the moment, Edverson just creeping out a 1.1 second gap now to Badowski. I'm going to jump back to Alex Kingston at the moment, because Alex got a bit of a fight with Hertz in the 101 Audi. He's only 0.5 seconds behind, and he looks like he wants this. Let's just see how close. Ferrari's quite a distance away. Flames coming out the back. This is a beautiful thing that let me change it. 50 lol. No, don't move the goalposts. Oh man, E1, yeah, I appreciate it. It's just, if people are in who didn't hear me asking about likes and things like that, then but we appreciate each and every single person who clicks that button to like and to subscribe as well. Obeid, thank you. Oh! That was a car getting out of the way there. I just looked at the time screen and seen a car going backwards. Indeed, as Toga says, thank you so much. Yes! 40 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. You have no idea how much that means to us. Is this a McLaren trying to unlap itself? It certainly looks like it. 10 more, yes. 50, 50, I would literally fall off my chair. In fact, what I would do is get up and do a little dance. Oh my god! Black Panther's car straight into the side of the Audi. Oh. That is not just only going to cause damage, but yeah, that's I think the stewards might be looking at that one. That yeah, I think the stewards will be looking at that one. That's for sure. So Alex Kingston is Simhaven just now up into Radion and onto Camel Straight, or Kemmel Straight, sorry. That McLaren, I think, is being lapped. We've got a little bit of action going on here. We've got multiple cars swapping places. We're on board with Chris Southcott of Stone Cold Racing. And ahead of him, we've got Waite in the 126 Ferrari. And then it looks like there's a little bit of a gap. Southcott really looks like he's quite close. He is quite close. Is he going to be close enough? No, it's looking quite tasty. This could be interesting coming up to the braking zone. Look at the BMW. The BMW is just stretching itself side by side as they get into the braking zone. And he's made it happen. He has made it happen. Chris Southcott, well done. Good pass under braking there. He's now looking for Listosa, who's just ahead of him in P12. 6 seconds ahead of him, so I've no doubt Chris is now focusing on that number 2 Ferrari. De Jong is now in range of Claessens, and again, teammates. So, yeah. Not quite sure how the team manager is going to deal with this. But, Toga, we want rain, we want rain. Everyone wants rain. Do you know, it would spice things up. But don't forget, as the night wears on, the graphics of this will change. You'll see the red glowing brake discs, you'll see the flames coming out of the exhaust, you'll see the exhaust tips bright red. You're going to see such a difference. All the cars have LEDs either around the windows or the doors or built into the... oh, he's moved over. Now there we go. So De Jong now moves up into P6, releasing him, and Claessens is back into P7. So that looks a little bit like team orders, which is fine. Team orders are allowed in GT racing. You want your faster driver or driver with less laps on the tyres to be ahead of the other car, so that's absolutely fine. So Badowski's still P2 and he's now 3.6 seconds behind the BMW. He's got Rombot 6 seconds behind him in the McLaren. Now, do you think Rombot is going to be able to produce something here? Right, bear with me a second. I do like all the tips you guys are giving me. I am a novice when it comes to the broadcasting. There we go. Why did nobody tell me that earlier? Thanks, Waps. I appreciate it. So there we go. Now you can see the timings. Now you can see what I'm talking about. At the moment, Vavreka has got a 10-second penalty in P11 in that 224 Ferrari. I'm just scanning down. Everything's kind of equal in time in regards to times. But Badowski is losing time to Edverson. He's now 4.2 seconds behind. Rombot doesn't seem to be able to make anything of that. I don't know if Badowski has maybe had... Yeah, so Badowski's in the middle of what looks like quite a lot of back markers. I assume that's what's been the issue with the timing. At the moment, the car number 8 still holds the fastest lap. No one's been able to beat it yet. So, as the cars are getting lighter, nearer the end of their stints, they've obviously less fuel in them and things like that. But certainly things have calmed down now from that. Just looking at the moment, so Edverson's last lap was a 2:18, Badowski was a 2:19, and Rombot was a 2:18. So, yeah, Rombot is now down to 5.6 seconds behind Badowski. As some have alluded to, would love some rain just to level things off and allow the Mercedes to show its full potential. So your top 10 at the moment: Edverson in P1, Badowski is in 2nd position, Rombot is in P3, Minguet is P4 in the Ferrari, Colombo in the number 8 McLaren is P5, De Jong in the 531 McLaren is P6, Claessens is in P7 with the 532, Esposota is in the 296 in P8, Alex Kingston in P9 in the 701, and Alex Hertz in the P10 in the 101 Audi. That is your top 10 at the moment. Just looking at Rombot's time is still within about 5 seconds of Badowski, so it's not he's not gaining on him in any quick fashion. Maybe a tenth here and there from that. So Badowski now almost 5 seconds behind Edverson, who quite clearly is getting into his groove, getting into his rhythm, and just banging in the laps. So he is. Now, believe it or not, Alex Dixon Shen for Velocity Esports has just set the fastest time, 2:17.382. Excellent driving for that Velocity Esports driver in the 88 car. It's very nice livery as well. Love the black and red, always go well together. So they do. So as the official Toga Motorsport chat has said, if you'd like to donate something towards our stewards dinner, please follow the link, and we thank you in advance. So poor stewards, I mean, like I said, it can be a thankless task. You're not giving out good news to people, and you're giving your free time up at the weekend where you don't spend time with your family. You're not able to go out and enjoy the sunshine, all these things, and you know they deserve a lot. So if you are able to, certainly you can donate towards their dinner tonight, because the boss man is buying the dinner. So he is. Andre is just doing a really good job just now, just a solid drive. So his last, that lap there was a 2:18.022, so not far off that fastest lap. Everything is still as it is, top 10 at the moment. It is... Chris Hennick with a pass on Tronson. That takes Chris up to P23 in the team LTR. Again, all of these liveries are so good. Look at the liveries. A little bit of damage to that Ferrari, more to the rear than the front, so looks like it might have been a victim of a little love tap now and again. So it was a nice move there. We're on board with Wilson Fernandez now in the Black Panthers. Chasing down Bauer in the treble 1 Aston. You can see the gap's there, but oh, that Porsche is a way off. I think they're maybe away to the catering tent to get something to eat, maybe. Oh, and Matt Kilomate, how's things going? Going good, my friend. Just under an hour to go. Just enjoying the battles. Things have calmed down a little bit now. We were just wondering if Badowski could catch the BMW of Edverson, or was Rombot. Now Rombot is only 4 seconds now behind Badowski. Badowski is almost 6 seconds behind Edverson. So Rombot is making a bit of a dent in that gap. Is it going to be enough before the change of drivers again? Do you think the McLaren's going to pass that Mercedes? Keep hydrating. Yeah, thank you very much, Owen. You're still pushing through the penalties, but you're nearly there. That's good. As things calm down, obviously, it'll become a little bit easier to maintain, obviously, but that Aston's really... The mirrors of that Aston have got a very purple Ferrari breathing down its neck right at this moment in time. Coming into Eau Rouge and up to Radion, and look at this, the Ferrari sticking with the Aston. Maybe a little bit more of a gap has happened now. Can the Ferrari get that slipstream going? Doesn't look like it's making much headway, unfortunately, so Aston remains in P21 at the moment. Needs to keep everything stable. Don't want to be tipping tyres onto curbs and things that are going to unsettle the car, because that Ferrari literally is going to snap your hand off for your position. So Fleming Bauer really trying to do his best in the logistical nightmare. It's so easy for me to say. I'm going to take a very quick break, and I'll be back in a minute. Right, so that's me back. Let's have a little look and see, has anything really changed? So Rombot is 3.5 seconds behind Badowski now. Badowski is 7.5 seconds behind Edvardsen. So Rombot is starting to reel him in. It's like chipping away at a stone. So it is. It's the Sim Racing Belgium team. Really nice colours. You actually can see Badowski just when he gets onto the straight, so that'll feed into him. That'll give him motivation to get going. So Badowski at the moment is okay, but again losing times 3.3 seconds now to the Mercedes. So there's a Mercedes just out of shot now. Now Rombot's got a healthy lead of 5.5 seconds from Minjuet, car 13. If Rombot stays on this pace within the next 5 laps or so, I can see that he's going to be close to that Mercedes and causing issues. So I can. Badowski's last lap was a 2:19.252, whereas Harold's last one was a 2:18.455, almost a second quicker than that Mercedes. As has been alluded to in the chat, the Mercedes, the Car 200 team are basically doing little rain dances just now and begging the weather gods for as much rain as possible. But Harold's doing a really good job, just staying consistent, just keeping the car between the lines and being as consistent as he can, keeping the throttle nice and smooth and not snatching at any of the controls to cause any issues for the car. Now he's got the gap down to 2.7 seconds, so this is now getting close. So Badowski you can see there, and McLaren will just be coming into view. So Badowski also has back markers to deal with at some point quite soon. He's just over 9 seconds behind Edvardsen, who is in P1. So Marco really feeling a little bit of pressure now. You see McLaren just exiting the bus stop there, and the that Black Panther's Ferrari could come into play when Harold gets round this corner. You just saw that, so that is getting mighty close. Just over 2 seconds. Badowski's last lap there was a 2:19.3 and Harold's was a 2:18.3, so 1 second per lap that Mercedes is losing to the McLaren. It is only a matter of time, as you can see. Now, is Harold going to reach that Black Panther's car before the corner? No, it doesn't look like it is. So this could play into Badowski's hands a little bit if that Black Panther's car doesn't get out of the way as quickly as possible. The gap at the moment, just over 2 seconds, just dipped under 2 seconds between Harold and Marco. Using all of the track, trying to be as fast as possible. But look at this, so the Black Panther car has moved out of the way. Has released Harold, who's still remaining just 2 seconds behind at the moment. But yeah, if he gets another couple of laps in that are second quicker, then this is looking tasty for P2. Looks like another back marker further up. So Badowski, I think, is in a worse place than what Harold is at the moment. He'll be watching the timings as he's going around the track. He'll see the times that he's losing. Harold now 1.6 seconds behind the Mercedes, so the Wessex racing team must just be looking at the screens, just wondering when it's going to happen. It's not a matter of if it'll happen, it's a matter of when it's going to happen now. So the times for that lap, once they get round it, I think Harold being held up slightly with the back markers will have been a bit of an issue. So Harold was a 218.2 and Badowski Marco was 219.0. Look at the gap. The gap is shortening so much. All Marco can do is drive his heart out just now. Bearing in mind there's still 20 hours left. There's still a lot of time for rain, there's a lot of time for disconnects, hardware issues. Anything can happen in sim racing, endurance races, so let's not count Marco out yet, but he has a lot of work to do. Ollies, wow, how many cars have we got on track right now? There are 38 cars on track at this very second. If you've just joined the chat, just joined the stream, please hit that like button. We're trying to reach 50 likes before I finish my commentary at 6 o'clock, so 40 minutes to get 50 likes. This Harold is now under 1 second behind that Mercedes. I really feel for Marco because he's doing everything that he can, but and let's not forget, I mean, Mercedes has had a complete overhaul update, but the McLaren is such a quick car, so it is. That's how close they are. Nice and tight, round the corner, foot down, straighten the steering wheel up, and off you go. Ollies, I will be finishing at 6. Stream will continue to just before 8 PM British summertime, and then Hayden's taking over from 8 PM onwards. And then he'll be going off for a sleep for a little while, and then he'll be coming back on later on Sunday. Unfortunately, I've got commitments on Sunday, so I can't do any more commentary. The gap is now down to 0.6. 2 back markers ahead as well, so Badowski, I mean, Marco's just praying. Look how he's getting held up now with the Ferrari. That Ferrari's trying to get out of the way. It's indicating it's doing everything it can. Is it going to stay out of the way for Harold? It does indeed. Well done to that back marker. Not that I'm aware of. If you speak to Hayden, he'll be able to let you know, always. So this is getting so close now. It's a full 10 seconds between Marco in P2 and Edverson in P1. These two drivers are doing everything they can. Mercedes taking a bit late there. It's watching the inevitable. That's what we're doing right at this very second. Look at this. Look how quick that McLaren is catching the Mercedes. There's nothing that can be done. Look at this. This is going to be an overtake. This has to be for P2. Mercedes taking the defensive line. Marco going for a switchback here. He's got the power. He's going to go for it. Side by side, fighting for P2. But I think Marco has, unfortunately, resigned himself to the fact that that Mercedes just cannot surpass the McLaren for performance. So Harold Rombot onto P2. Now there's 10 seconds between Harold and Edvardsen, who's in P1. So let's see what happens with this. The McLaren is just driving away from the Mercedes now. Now, looking at Marco, he is 5.9 seconds ahead of the Ferrari of Minuet. So, can he maintain that gap? Or is he going to lose another place and fall out of the top three? This is really good racing. Both going quite wide there. So they are. Badowski still, I mean, he's within, yeah, he's 0.7 of a second, but that's just going to increase over time. I'm just watching the gap between Harold in P2 and Edvardsen in P1 just now, just to see, is the gap closing in any way? Just having a look through the timings, just to see what else is going on in the battles. Not really much at the moment. We'll have a look at Daniel Herzig in the Funtech racing team in the McLaren. His aim is to try and catch Tamara, who's in the 702 Ferrari, just about 1.4 seconds adrift at the moment, but you can see that Ferrari there. So again, the McLaren driving so well. Now, I don't know if there's a bit of lag going on with Tamara or not, but certainly McLaren is just, it's eating up that distance between them. Not going to be close enough, I don't think, for the bus stop chicane, but certainly the gap is now down to 0.8 of a second. So since switching over, they have gained 0.7 of a second. Going to have a look at the times as they cross over the start-finish line, and see. You can physically see this could be done within 2 laps, I think. And this is them fighting for P15 at the moment. Now Tamara did a 219.3 and Daniel Herzig did a 218.9, so 4/10 of a difference. Still not close enough for a good slipstream tow all the way up Kemmel Straight, but yeah, he's certainly gaining time. Marco Badowski is now 1 second behind Harold Rombot, so it looks like the McLaren is certainly gaining time. The McLaren is not gaining any time on Edvardsen in P1 at the moment, so it's all a bit stalemate. Once the pits happen, things will get mixed up a little bit again. Oh, the McLaren getting a little bit sideways on that acceleration there. Appears that Daniel is really trying to push at McLaren. Push it to its limits, but not over its limits. That's when you end up in some serious trouble. He's now down to 0.6 seconds for the gap, and you can see the gap that is closed down. So again, the McLaren is a back marker as well, so that's going to come into play. Back markers have really played quite a lot into the different battles that's been going on. Again, McLaren going slightly wider there, but look at the difference that we've got here. Oh, the Ferraris had to lift off completely because of the back marker. The view, McLaren going wide again, but is McLaren going to have a look up the inside? Black Panthers gets past. Oh, it's Audi. Oh, it's contact. Audi's turned in on the McLaren. Oh, no. And it's collected. Herzig is not Herzig. Bear with me a second. I got so excited there. Hakuna? No, Tamara, sorry. So Tamara came off, just outbraked themselves, which allowed Herzig to kind of get through and then got tapped by the back marker. Like I said, go Funtech, absolutely. So as I say, the back markers have really played a part in these battles. So they have. Tronson's come into the pit. So we've got Tronson and we've got Wright in the 463 car. That's Drew Barakovsky in the Fuchsia competition esports team. Just starting his stint now. At the moment, currently sitting P34 out of 38. Stefan, I hope you're doing well. Again, can we get all the likes we can, please? The aim was 50 likes. I don't even know what we're sitting at the moment. So we've got another couple of people in the pits now, just changing over drivers and getting fuel and everything else. If we could reach 50, I would be a very, very happy man. It would mean the world to me. It would actually make my weekend if we could get 50 likes. It looks like the Yellow Submarine McLaren is just looking to unlap themselves. We've also got Logistical Nightmare, Team Treble 1 car in for its pit as well. Back with Badowski, and it's now 2.2 second gap. Harold Rombo has fallen back 11 seconds behind the leader, so the leader Edverson really pushing hard. Yeah, I mean, a tenth of a second faster than pretty much everyone else. So again, it goes about consistency, but also goes about being able to be consistently fast. So it is. But some back markers, but he's got such a gap, he doesn't even need to push to get past these back markers. He'll deal with them when he gets to them. He doesn't need to worry about looking in his mirrors and things like that. So it's a really concentrated effort by Dan Edverson here from the Croinlands Esports Sim Racing. Just looking, and yeah, the Ferrari moves out the way for him. Outstanding. I have to say the back markers really, a lot of them have done really well today as well. So let's not forget the teams that are lower down the rank and standings who have driven really well and allowed the drivers past, the faster drivers past. Let's have a little look at Bryce Minue in the Rolling Goat Ferrari. Had quite a quiet race, not really heard much of them, but it's sitting in P4 with 3.5 seconds behind Badowski at the moment. So that gap could come down. Badowski really could start slipping down the standings. There's no rain forecast for the next 30 minutes at least. Track temperature and air temperatures drop. We're sitting at 22 degrees Celsius for air temperature, and track temperature is 26 degrees. The wind has picked up. It's 6 kilometers an hour headwind into Kemmel Strait, so that is that'll slow them down a little bit. It'll affect them going into this corner now because the wind will be coming across the corner, so it's a balancing act for doing that. So it's really interesting. This race is really going to go down to the wire, I think. I don't think we're going to have an outright winner within the next 18 hours. I think this is going to be a 3-4 horse race at the end of it. So keep watching. If you're unable to keep watching, don't forget, obviously the stream will be able to be viewed. They're going to be split into different parts, the streams, so if you don't want to watch 24 hours all in one go, you can obviously watch part 1, which has been myself, from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and then watch the next parts after that as well. So Klassen's in the McLaren 532 has pitted as well. And I'm just looking, Dixon Shen is still holding the fastest lap so far with a 2:17.382. Now they are doing well. It looks like I mean, he doesn't unfortunately have much to do at the moment, but chipping away at the times. So that's a really good drive by Andre there. Hakuna, who's 17 seconds ahead, has got a 15-second penalty, which is obviously will be served at the next pit stop. Vavreka in the 224 Ferrari is in the pits and has got a 10-second penalty to deal with. Esposito, who's in the 296 car, has got 10 seconds, and Kingston in the 701 has got a 15-second. So the stewards are having to work. They're not having to work hard because they're good at their job, but they've got plenty of work to be getting on with. So they do. Hunter! We've caught up with reported incidents. Oh, awesome. That is amazing. Don't forget, the boss man is paying for the stewards' dinner tonight. Now, if you'd like to donate even a small amount, !donate will give you the link to basically buy dinner for the stewards, or buy a portion of dinner for the stewards. They've worked hard. Like I say, they've given up their free time to do this. It's a thankless task. No one really likes stewards. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean drivers tend to get bad news all the time from stewards when they have to speak with them. So yeah, it is a thankless task. But Hunter, thank you so much. And we do all love all of the stewards, all of the staff, all of the mods, and Hayden. That is a beautiful community. If you're not part of it, the link to Discord is in the YouTube channel description. We would very much like to see you there. We've got about 1,500 members in Discord, and we've got 1,700 subscribers on YouTube at the moment as well. So we're powering forward. We've just started a partnership with Togs Esports, who are a really good esport team. They are going to basically take on the mantle of being our esport team until we get to the point where we're able to develop our own esport team. At the moment, we are working on the basics. We're working to make sure we get things right, and therefore it takes pressure off us. We don't have to worry about trying to develop things. Drivers in our Toga community who feel they are esports potential can obviously go forward and see how they do in the Togs esport. Daryl, stewards will take Chinese as bribes. Just Chinese! I really was thinking like steak and caviar and some Bollinger or something just to wash it down with. So it's all good. We are developing beautifully, and we're surpassing goals that were set for December. We have passed them already. We're looking to see. I would love to see if we could get 2,000 subscribers on YouTube before the end of the year. I don't think it's I don't think it's not doable. I think it is, but we just need people who enjoy what we're doing to hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. It pushes our streams into the algorithm, pushes out the algorithm, then pushes our streams to people who love sim racing but don't know who we are yet, or have maybe heard of us but didn't know we're live. it pushes all of that to them, so it's a beautiful thing. So while I've been talking, Badowski has pitted, so he is handing the reins over to the next driver in that 200 numbered Mercedes. That means at the moment we've got Edvardsen 11 seconds ahead of Harold Rombot. We've got Colombo in the McLaren number 8. He is 22 seconds behind. We've got Minue in the 13 Ferrari, and he's pitted as well. So it's all change again. So it is. And it looks like Alex Kingston for the Simhaven Gillions is coming in, and also the Mercedes behind him as well. So all of them coming into the pits. We have been racing for... oh, my brain is broken. 4 hours and 40 minutes. So we are, and we're on lap 100 at the moment. So the Rolling Goat Ferrari now has Romain Util behind its wheel, and they're currently sitting 5th at the moment. Now this Ferrari has been in the battles, and is actually, is that Badowski that's still in the car? So Badowski's just come in for a fuel and tyres by the looks of it. I'm not sure. I don't think that's Badowski. I think that's a back marker that's ahead of him. But yeah, sorry. So let's actually have a look instead of guessing. No, that is Badowski. Absolutely is Badowski. So he is sitting in P4 at the moment. But again, he really needs to put the foot down. Yeah, no problem at all, Hayden. No problem at all. So when I finish at 6, the stream will finish, and then from 6 till 8 we'll have another commentator on, and then from 8 to, I believe, possibly midnight, Hayden's going to take over the reins of the commentary for the stream. The stream will run all night, so if you have insomnia, if you work night shifts, you live in a different country or the time zones, you'll still be able to watch it. The camera will be switching to different battles as the software is detecting what's going on, and then in early Sunday, Hayden will then pick up the reins again from that. Thanks, Rob, appreciate you. I hope you're having a good weekend, my friend. So yeah, so Badowski at the moment, he has this Ferrari behind him. He's got Util, who is within 0.8 of a second for this. Now, I don't know much about the Mercedes, but I know the McLaren takes a couple of laps to heat the tyre up and get the pressures to the right pressure. So let's see how this goes, because Util looks like he's maybe on a lap longer tyre than what Badowski is, but at the moment it's running about 0.8, 0.9 seconds of a difference. Maybe the Mercedes wears through its tyres quicker or something like that, I don't know. We'll wait and see. Certainly the gap looks closer now. So it is confirmed that Badowski and Util both pitted at the same time. So these tyres are the same age, but does the Ferrari's tyres heat up and get the pressure going quicker than the Mercedes? You can see the Mercedes there going very wide and clipping some of the grass. Now Badowski will still be in that zone when he's driving, but the problem is he's had to pit so that his concentration gets broken because he comes into the pits, his rhythm's disturbed. He then has to go back out, get back into that rhythm as soon as he can, and get back up to racing speed as soon as he can as well. But that Ferrari is looking dangerous behind the Mercedes at the moment. Coming on to a longer section of the track for Spa, and this does this spell problems for Badowski? I don't think this time, I don't think it's going to be enough, but the flash of the lights of the Ferrari just trying to break the concentration of Marco. And at the end of the day, I think Marco's shown what standard of a driver he is. It's going to take more than flashing lights to put him off. But certainly, he has to feel slightly dejected to be driving the car that he knows isn't as quick as other cars. To do that in 24 hours takes a lot of mental strength. It really does. So again, this gap is closing up. Darrow, only 20 hours to go. Oh, it feels like 20 hours already. There's so many battles that we've been concentrating on. Again, this Ferrari looking for the toe there, having a quick look. But UTL is really doing well and not doing something silly and driving into the Mercedes. This is so close now. This is for P3. This is for third place in the 24-hour Spa Toga Motorsport Championship. UTL must be feeling so good at the moment. Obviously concentrating on what he's doing, but I mean, you can see Badowski's now got more back markers to deal with. He's got McLarens, he's got BMWs. You know these cars are fast. He's now trying to get their attention to make sure that they move out of the way, that he doesn't need to battle them to try and get round them. Meanwhile, UTL's sniffing at his bumper, waiting for the opportunity. And again, I hate to say this to the Poor West team, but it's a case of when it happens, not if it happens. Again, no rain forecast for the next foreseeable, so this is really... if you're a Mercedes fan, this is not what you want to see. Getting so close. Plenty of room, but so close to this wing at the moment. Is this going to be the move that happens? He's looking, he's looking. McLaren back marker staying out of the way. Beautifully done, well done to that driver. Lot of sense of space and recognition of where you're going. If you're sim racing, please always have the map, which we're showing at the moment, on your display, because it shows you where other cars are on track. If you spin, if you're coming out of the pits, or you know you're getting passed by a faster car, that map is your friend, so you don't get into trouble, so you don't get penalties, and it's good race etiquette. At the end of the day, it's manners, because one day you'll be that fast car and you'll be praying that the back markers get out your way. But this is the race. This is the Ferrari. Really is so much closer now. He's looking on the inside again, filling the wing mirrors, and Marco is just trying to keep things nice and steady. Not really catching the back markers at the moment, so Badowski really is in trouble here. It really is. I don't think Marco's going to last much longer before slipping down into P4. Again, the Mercedes is going a little bit wide, but tucking it back in. Some people prefer that line where they get a better drive out of the corner, and you can see there's a tiny little gap. But again, Badowski going as wide as he can before ending up with the waggy finger from the stewards for the for track limits. It's quite a congested track round about this area at the moment. But again, the Mercedes just... I wonder if the Mercedes... Oh, that was so close! I think Util outbroke himself there. Managed to get off the brakes and avoid the collision, but that has now cost them time. Util just needs to keep a calm head, concentrate on what he's doing, drive his own race, and not even look at the Mercedes. As soon as you start looking at the Mercedes, the car in front of you, you start following it in track. So if he goes wide, you go wide. You don't want that. You want to look past the car, look at your next apex, look at your next braking point, and just drive as if that car ahead of you isn't there. It's easier said than done, but that's what you need to do. So again, because of that, UTL's not in a position... Oh, there's a Ferrari. It looks like a Black Panther Ferrari that's spun off there. Doing some donuts. So again, out wide, tuck it in, try and straighten the steering wheel up as you apply all power that you have under your right foot. 3 cars all waiting to be lapped. And poor Marco has the job of trying to do that and trying to keep Util behind him. Now the gap is looking actually pretty good. I don't think the Ferrari's going to get a strong slipstream from it. Let's have a look and see. Yep. So he's not, but let's have a look at the back markers. So they're racing each other. This is even worse for Marco because they are not looking in the mirrors. They are looking ahead. They're trying to race and get past each other. Marco now has a nightmare scenario for himself. And look, you can see, oh, so close. I actually thought the BMW had touched the McLaren there. Flags getting waved furiously at them, but they're too busy in their own little world in racing. So they are, and this is the thing about being in the top 10, you know, passing back markers. These guys probably don't even know they've got mirrors right at this very second. Marco and Util are coming up on them. They'll catch them really quick, but yeah, I mean, look, now we're in problems. Marco now can't get on the power as quick as he would like to. He's got these 3 cars squabbling for track position, so hopefully he can get past when he gets full on the throttle. But again, Util's not that far behind him. He really isn't. Look, he's very, very close. This could be the move. This is such a horrible position to be in for Marco. He's just trying to keep that car on track. Now, is Util going to try? Now, this is how it happened last time, remember. Poor Marco got tapped as going into the... was it Marco? God, you guys are going to have to keep track of what I say because I keep forgetting. So anyway, they've got past one. Both successfully got past. Hopefully they can maybe try and get past this time. Marco's got every light switched on that he can in the front of that Mercedes. If he had a spotlight, he probably would try and get that as well. He needs them out the way. He needs to get past these back markers as quickly as possible, or he's going to end up losing 3rd place. This time, the Ferrari is starting to look a little bit closer. It's catching that slipstream now, but I think they're coming to the end of the Kemmel Straight. So again, though, squabbling cars is not what Marco needs right at this very second. He's up the bumper of that McLaren, and look how close Util is now as well. Marco's having to defend, but try and plan how on earth he's getting. Look at this side by side. So close. Oh, come on. Can we get 2 likes before 6 o'clock, please? 2 likes is all we need at this point in time. It would make my weekend. I would be a happy bunny. This is cruelty upon cruelty and misery for Marco. He knows he's not in the quickest car. He's now got squabbling back markers. He's got a fast Ferrari behind him. Yes! Thank you so much to everybody. I absolutely appreciate you all clicking that like button and that subscribe button. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Yous are all amazing. You no idea how happy that has made me today. We did make it E1. Oh, and I'm not going anywhere, my friend. I am not going anywhere. This is the best fun you can have with your pants on. Jiri, I give you the thumbs up as well. Thank you so much. Right, Marco needs to do something about these back markers. And look, Util is almost alongside him. This could end in disaster for all of them. Util just showing his car. Oh, that was heavy braking there for Util not to go into the back of the Mercedes. That McLaren really needs to get out the road. It needs to get out the way. 53 likes. You, every viewer, every person lurking, thank you so much. This means the world to us in the Toga family. Want to become part of the Toga family? Util is now on this. Util's going for it. Marcos went defensive. But UTL's boxed in. Oh, but he's got past him. Oh, up into P3 UTL goes. And UTL really has to smile and wave when he goes past that McLaren, because those back markers have just helped him to gain P3. He now needs to get past the back markers. This is really... Single Malt Motorsports, good evening. Yeah, big elbows, big car. But oh, Marco's got the drive out the corner here. This is... Oh, I can't leave this. Fingers crossed, please, you'll go soon. Oh man. What car are you racing in, Jiri? Marco isn't getting left behind at the moment. And UTL still can't get past this McLaren. I appreciate back markers have racing to do. Treble 5 has just stopped on the track. That's Lidner in the Ferrari Treble 5. P35 at the moment, showing stopped on the track. Marco now has a back marker trying to pass him. Oh, poor Marco. I think he's had everything thrown at him today. This is just incredible. From being in P1, he's now facing P4 and getting passed by a Porsche back marker. Now surely UTL can get past this back marker now, and they put a little bit of space between him and Marco Badowski. You see a red-black McLaren coming into the pits. No, he's not racing today, Rob. Surely this is a time. Surely this is going to happen. Surely. McLaren is not for moving over. He's not for yielding that space. Wow. That... I'm sorry to say, but that is not good driving. Look, oh my goodness, nearly collects UTL there. Wow. Having to fight that hard just to get past a back marker. I wonder if the stewards will look at that or not. Because that has caused some issues. I understand back markers can be fast as other drivers. But still, you know, come on, follow the rules of the flags at the end of the day. Yeah, Rob, they absolutely need to. So now there's that gap between UTL and Marco, 1.5 seconds, and OB to kill the MG bad bot. Yeah, it certainly seems to be more favourable for McLarens, and no, I'm complaining. I'm a McLaren driver, so I'm not really complaining, but yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am almost finished with my commentary today. It has been an absolute pleasure to talk with yous, to chat with yous, to thank you so much for over 50 likes in our 24-hour stream. Now I'm going to finish, and part 2 is going to start at 6 PM with another, I think it's Ollie's in the commentary booth. So give them some love, and as much love as you've shown me. I appreciate you all. It's going to be Wednesday next week before I'm back commentating, but I hope you all have a great weekend. Thank you for your love and support, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ollie, and I'm going to be with you for the next couple of hours. I hope everything is running well. It looks like it is at the moment, which is always handy. Here we go, currently following along with the P28 car. He's got a little bit of a battle coming here with the BMW behind him. Oh, as the BMW goes around the outside, is that McLaren? He seems to have, he appears to have just let him through, but I'm not sure what's going on there. He definitely does appear to have just let him through without too much of a fight for that position. And that McLaren is getting all sorts of out of place at the moment. It is really quite wobbly at that rear end at the moment for the McLaren. Moving up now, we're looking at M. Badowski in that AMG. He's fallen back another place. No, I tell a lie. We were looking at what's happened to the Wessel Racing team that were up here earlier. They appear to have encountered possibly a problem, maybe. But welcome along, everyone. A little handover there as I came in to join you guys in the commentary box. I've never commentated for Toga before, but I have got lots of commentary experience, so hopefully it'll be a good experience for everyone for the next couple of hours whilst I'm here. If you need anything changed in terms of game volume or my volume or anything, please do let me know. Yeah, sure, of course I can turn my mic volume up, just give me 2 seconds. So we're following along here. This battle for P3 is quite close with Badowski and Fack in the blacked out McLaren. We will see how this progresses. There we go, microphone should be at a higher level now. I hope that's better. I understand that it's difficult when you guys can't hear me. Oh, as we've got a yellow flag behind, I don't know who that was that ended up going off. We will find out very, very shortly. In fact, if I could get into my settings. Apparently not. Oh, here we go. Because I should be able to find out.
It's over 9,000 RPM subscribed to the channel.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you for subscribing. I'm just looking through as I try to find out what I can use to put on my my cycle so that I can move the camera up and down, just so that I have a little bit of control over what is going on. It's not in there, is the answer. Not in. Won't be in assists, will it? Is it maybe in video? No, it's not in there as well. Oh well, I'm sure we will find out. But thank you very much for subscribing to the channel, and welcome along, everyone. We are just going to go back to commentary on the race for now. I'd like to be able to get up the full overall running as well, the overall order, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that as it stands. We need the full track map as well. There's a lot of stuff here that I'm suddenly realising I need. So I tell you what. Circuit map. Yes, full. Circuit map's full, lap time enabled, gear speed, yeah.
Do you need a hand, mate?
Yeah, I'm just getting some stuff working as I want it to in terms of all of the circuit map and
Oh, okay.
stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just because I've got a couple of things that need changing. It's just been a while since I've commentated for anything here, so just making sure we have that full track map so that everyone can see what's going on with all the cars on track. And I was going to switch to manual camera cycling as well, but I can't find the setting for it. So just
basically,
means
if
I
you
can
just
stick with the
untick,
cameras that are interesting rather than looking
what
at.
you can do on race control at the top, there'll be like as an orange bar. It says auto cam enabled. So if you click on drive and open up your race control, there's like an auto cam enable. It will say it's currently active. If you just press
Yep.
the disable button that's to the right of it, far right,
Yeah.
that will disable auto camera. And then
Here
if
we
you click
go.
on the little, if you click on the stopwatch symbol on the left-hand side, second one down, you can now just basically double-click on each car and then cycle through the cameras yourself.
Yeah, wonderful. So here we go. Badowski and Fak are right with each other here. Is there going to be a move from this AMG car, the Mercedes? He looks up the inside into the bus stop. It's late on the brakes. He's managed to get it stopped, in all fairness to him. I don't think the McLaren was expecting him to. He left a lot more of a gap than I think he really wanted to. And he's going to lose out a position to a lap car as well here, I think. The yellow and pink Ferrari there that he's lost a position to. Obviously, it's not a position that he is fighting for, but it is a position on track that he has lost, which I doubt he'll be too happy about. I'm not sure exactly who he's lost that to, but we have lost the position there. He's hunting down that lap car now, is Fak in the McLaren. He really wants to get back past. This fight with Badowski was on, but Fak is falling a little bit down the order, taking it very deep into the first of the Lacombe chicane there, as he really does try and really extending the track limits on exit there, as well as he does really try to get back past that lap car. But that lap car looks like it has a little bit of pace in it. I'm not entirely sure who it is. I'm trying to work it out based on the door number, but I can't quite see it enough to be able to work it out. Maybe if we move to Badowski's TV cam instead, we'll get a better look at it when it comes past in shot. What is it? Oh, not quite. We can't see it there. We don't quite get to see what he is there. Number 224, here we go. So let's have a look. Where is the 224 car? 224 car currently in 11th. Brenham in that Ferrari. He does have some good pace at the moment, and is managing to stick ahead of the P3 car of Fak as it stands for now. Obviously it may not stay that way, but in the slipstream of that AMG, he's doing really well down in P11, and if he can hold on to Fak here, he could find himself moving back up the order a little bit. P11 obviously not where that team wants to be, but with 19 hours left to go of the race, as we know in endurance racing, anything can happen. So I'm sure that's not where that car is going to stay. What do you want in terms of audio tweak, guys? Because I can mess around with the settings a little bit if you need the game capture to be louder, or for me to be quieter. I can do anything you need. And Badowski has gotten straight on with it. No waiting around for Badowski. He's getting past this back marker McLaren. He's 14 seconds, I think, around that. Oh no, he's currently 5.7 behind. Oh, as that lapped McLaren goes off, takes the runoff through the second part of the Lacombe chicane. I'm not sure who that was. But Badowski now looking to close down that gap, and he is to UTL, probably, in front of him in that Ferrari that currently holds the P2 position. Badowski really pushing hard with 19.5 hours left to go. But I guess each to their own. If he feels that now is the time to push, then now is the time to push for him. Although that gap possibly growing a little bit wider again. We've picked up a 5-second time penalty for car number 50. 2 5-second time penalties for the number 50 car. Where are they at the moment? Currently in 31st. They're coming down pit lane now. They've sped in the pit lane for those guys. That is unfortunate for them. We've got some battle going on here. Battle for P15. As Schreiber tries to get past Holmes. I don't know if possibly this is a move that's already been made, or if it is a move that is in the process of being made. We will find out in just a second. It looks like it is a move that is going to be made by Schreiber here on Holmes, who won't have the straight line speed because of that draft to defend. Oh, he does. Almost thinks about a nose up the inside into Blanchimont. Thinks better of it, does the McLaren driver. Does he lunge it into the bus stop? No, he doesn't, but that Ferrari looks like it's gone well deep. And it has. Could this set up a run into turn 1 for Schreiber? I think it's going to. Here comes the McLaren. He'll be on the outside into La Source. Does he wait and get the slipstream up towards the La Source chicane down the Kemmel Straight instead? I think he's going to get the better exit. Oh, maybe a little bit of a nudge there. Yellow flags. Where is that? That's the number 50 car, who I think is actually... Is he not just in the pit lane? Yes, he is. I don't know what was going on there then. And Schreiber does make that move past Holmes down into the La Source chicane. Let's have a little look up. Have we got anything major going on at the top? It doesn't look like it. Fact in that McLaren has fallen away from the back of Badowski, who is also in turn falling away from the back of UTL in the P2 spot, who in turn is catching up to Ditlevsen. Yeah, we'll go with that. In the 189 BMW at the very front of the field, in that, I must say, beautiful green, black and red livery. That's a very, very nice looking BMW, and some blue on there as well. I'm loving that. That looks very, very, very nice on the BMW shape, that does. Not many close gaps at the moment, apart from down here. Here we go. We've possibly got some racing here over P9, P10 and P11. These guys are only separated by just over 2 seconds between all three of these cars. This could turn into something tasty in a couple of laps or a couple of corners time. So we will stick with these guys for now. As Wapsenkamp tries to hold on to that P9, we'll see if he's able to do it. And I'm not confident that he will. Looking at his last lap times, Wassenkamp is a couple of seconds off the pace of the guys who are behind him. Obviously, that could just be chalked up to one bad lap for Wassenkamp. But if his pace is consistently slower, he's going to get past relatively quickly at a Spa, at a track like Spa, where these long slipstream sections can really make or break your overtaking manoeuvre. Yeah, nothing much going for Willamette behind, but that BMW's closed up incredibly quickly. Does he go for a move into the bus stop? It would be extremely risky to do so, but he does close up that gap, and so does Brennan behind. So this means, yes, there is the P2 car, the pink or possibly purple Mercedes. I'm not too sure. I'm rather colourblind. Sorry about that. So these guys need to fight with each other, whilst also remembering that they might get blue flagged for that P2 car in just a couple of seconds' time. As there is car number 463 picking up a 5-second penalty, possibly 2 of them. I'm not too sure, as I think Wapsenkamp is going to have a difficult time defending here. Or is it Brenham that's going to go for the move on Willamette? I think it is going to be 15-second penalty now for car number 463. What is going on with those guys? "25 seconds of penalties." I don't know where all of these have come from. They've kind of just appeared. But here we go. Brenham now ahead of Willamette. And I expect it won't be long before we see Brenham in that beautiful pink and green Ferrari. Possibly yellow. Again, I'm colourblind. I'm really sorry. Ahead of that blacked out McLaren. Ignoring blue flags, then causing a collision for car number 463. Yeah, that'll be why they've picked up those 25 seconds of penalties in such close... in such a back-to-back manner. 5-second penalty for car number 50 again. Are they back in the pit lane? Have they sped again? No. Picked up a penalty for a separate incident then by the looks of... And here we go. Is Brenham going to get the run this time? Down towards Blanchimont and the bus stop chicane. Is he going to get that run that he really wants? Let's have a look. It looks like he's got a good run at the moment. Is it going to happen? Oh, really cut across the nose of there. That was really dangerous. And the McLaren of Waspenkamp has gone well off track then. And he's going to have to sit there for a while. I don't know if he's lost anything more than one position. I don't believe he has. I think Montfort is too far behind to gain. No, he's not. Oh, there's been carnage back here. What's happened here? I think Waspenkamp has possibly... Has he hopped back on board? Let's have a look. Has he come back on track? And caused everything to go wrong here? No, it's been a completely separate incident with the Lamborghini and the BMW. And that has caused a whole lot of carnage there. And he's lost out on those positions because of it. Anyway, back to the live action. Montfort is now P11 with Wapsenkamp behind him. With Brenham now in P9, 42 seconds behind the next car. Moving back up to the front, the Ferrari number 13 car continues to take time out of the leading 189 BMW. It's not loads of time, you know, it's a second every couple of laps, so a couple of tenths every lap. But catching is catching, and in endurance racing, you're not expecting to gain loads of time every lap, you're expecting to gain or lose little bits of time every lap. But it'll be interesting to see whether these guys manage to catch up. The gap now stands at about 12.8 seconds, 13 seconds. But it's been coming down consistently. It was about 14.5 when I joined. So in the last 18 minutes, they have brought that gap down by about a second and a half, sometimes more. We will wait and see. Obviously, the gap fluctuates, with each car being slightly stronger in different areas. lost a car recently. I'm not sure who it was. But we are down to 37 cars now rather than 38. Which is rather unfortunate. Not much going on at the moment. We do possibly have some action coming up here with Cooper and Yundus in the Ferrari. And this is Holmes. What's happened to Holmes? Oh no, these guys were battling for P15 originally, weren't they? But Holmes has dropped well off of the back of Schreiber. He's now about 5.5 seconds behind him, with Yundus catching Holmes and Cooper in turn catching Yundus. So we could see some battling here before too much longer for these spots on track. I'm not entirely sure what we're working with here in terms of pit procedure. I'm assuming the standard stints are an hour long, so it'll be about another 17 minutes until we see any regularly scheduled action on pit lane, I would expect. Looking around, we've got a lot of cars on track just coming through. Yeah, lots going on here. Oh, and I think this is possibly the silver. This is possibly the silver Lambo that was caught up in that incident when Waspenkamp went off at the hairpin, and he was hit by BMW. I'm not sure who it was, in a completely separate incident. Because I've only seen one Lamborghini that is that colour, and in fact there aren't there aren't many Lamborghinis in the race, so it would surprise me if it wasn't that car that was involved in that incident with the BMW. And blue flag's getting waved. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who for though. Yeah, Cooper really starting to close that gap to Yundus as he makes a massive track cut over the top of Eau Rouge and Radion there. That's Radion actually. Before any of you can say it, I'll say it to myself. I do know the corner names, I promise you. But yes, Cooper making up time, hand over fist on Yundus at the moment, although that might be because Yundus just had to get past a back marker. Yes, I think it might be. And Yundus now picking up some lag by the looks of things. Yes, that ping number is a little bit jumpy. 5-second time penalty for car 533. 2 5-second time penalties for car 533. So that takes their total to 10, I believe. Not entirely sure what that was for. If someone could fill me in, that'd be great. Unfortunately, I don't have the Discord open to be able to look at all the decisions that the stewards are making, because it sucks my bandwidth dry, and then the stream wouldn't run. So. Now, I'm pretty confident that we'll have people watching who are racing. So if you are watching and racing, and you would like for me to have a little follow along with your car or your team's car, please do let me know. I'm quite happy to do it. Hop on board with people for half a lap or so, give their car a little bit of airtime, show off their livery, etc, etc. Just let me know. Here we go, Cooper is on the move. The P1788 McLaren in that beautiful black, white and red livery. He's going after the completely blacked out Ferrari in front. With that distinctive Ferrari rear end, you couldn't miss it anywhere. Here we go, are we going to see a move down into the bus stop? It's been a favourite overtaking zone so far. Or is it going to come before? Way faster in a straight line is that McLaren, that's crazy. Hyundai appears to have kind of just given up that position, ceded position to Cooper. Possibly just knowing that Cooper's the faster driver, no point in fighting it. And actually possibly quite a sensible decision there from the team. Just let Cooper through, he's not our fight. Save the tyres, save some fuel, not having to fight him, and save it for when we do. So yeah, overall probably a sensible decision from those guys. That moves Cooper up into P16 at the moment. He is 1:19.5. He was the fastest man on track last time out, apart from Brenham and Willamot. So he was the fastest man last time out of the 1, 2, 3, 4 cars in front of him. So I expect we could see him pulling up to the back of Holmes, who at the moment is only about 3.8 seconds up the road, before too much longer. It'll be interesting to see how quickly that gap closes. And talking about gaps closing, Utiel in this Ferrari in P2 is rapidly closing up to the back of Ditlev. Jesus, I really want to get this right. Ditlevsen? I'd assume it's Ditlevsen. That gap now down to 9.5 seconds, 9.6 seconds. It's hovering around there now. But that Ferrari is eating time out of the BMW 189 car's lead as it stands. Let's see, are we going to see an overtake for the lead in this section of the stream before I have to head off at around 8 PM? It wouldn't surprise me if we do, because that gap is coming down very quickly. Badowski falling back by about 7/10 a lap. And last time out, actually, Utiel gained a second on Ditlevsen. Let's have a look. The 189 now in clear air, whereas Utiel still has one car to go in the lapping procedure. Overall, possibly just better traffic management from the second place car, the number 13 Ferrari. But here we go. Utiel, he is closing down. The gap that was 14.5 now stands at 9. We'll have a look, do a lap time comparison the next time they have both come past the flag. Here we go. Let's have a look at what the times are when they do come past. It was less time taken out that time. a 19.385 for Ditlevsen. And oh, there's a crash in the back. Who was that? That's just crashed into the pit wall. Looks like it was the number 99 car. Or was it the 93? I think it was the 93, the Squadra Corsa car. 38th at the moment. Rejoined the race, clearly. And we've got... Oh, that is a beaten up Ferrari if I've ever seen one. Yikes, the front end of that thing really needs some work doing on it. That bonnet is lifting up all over the shop. But yeah. Oh, and here we go. Cooper is now just 0.6 behind Holmes. Are we going to see a move again for Cooper coming into the bus stop chicane? I'm not sure if he will. No, he stays behind for now. For now, he does stay behind. Cooper not making that move. However, he does set himself up for a good run towards turn 1, La Source. But I don't think it'll be enough. I expect the move might come as we come over the top of Eau Rouge and Radion. Oh, here we go. This is a nice shot. Looking at the back of that white Ferrari. He's going to want to get this move done now towards the Lacombe chicane. Is he going to get that enough of that slipstream effect for it to happen though? We'll have to wait and see. It looks like he does. Let's have a look. Pulls out to the right, thinks better of it for now. No move into the Lacombe chicane from Cooper that time round. However, he is a very, very quick driver. Comparatively, he was 2 seconds faster than Holmes last lap. So we'll wait and see as he keeps on coming. That gap is just shrinking all the time at the moment. As you can see, the gap physically is not big at all. Gap at the front now down to 7.8 seconds. UTL again was about a second faster on that last lap. Oh, and lap traffic possibly coming into play there. Oh, here we go. Cooper is so close now. Surely the move will be done here. Oh, he goes off track. Keeps his foot in it. He would have had a warning for that if it had gained him time. Stays behind for now. Keeping it in 5th gear. Just limits that speed a little bit. Now into 6th. I don't think we'll see a move at the bus stop. We don't see a move at the bus stop. Not this time. However, Holmes goes very deep. Oh! And he's tagged. He's tagged around by Cooper. I don't think Cooper did anything wrong there. We had a brilliant, brilliant view of it. But I don't think Cooper was in the wrong. I'll tell you what, we'll have a look at it. Oh! And we've got rain. We've got rain on track. And it's going to be getting heavier. This is right around the pit window. So I don't think this is going to change anyone's strategy. But I think we are going to see cars coming into the pits before too much longer. It's predicted to be getting heavier across the next 10 to 30 minutes. But surely drivers now will be thinking about coming into the pit lane. Oh, and Ditlevsen wasn't there in time. Neither was UTL or Badowski. They all stay out. Maybe does Fack in the McLaren come in? No, he stays out as well. However, the Papetti BRT car, the number 8 McLaren, who had gained a lot of time on Fack across that stint, does come in. Is it going to be wet tyres for Papetti? I feel like it's possibly too early for wets. But if this was when he was coming in anyway, and this is brilliant timing for them, as the P6 car comes in as well, maybe it is time for wets. These guys all coming in at the same time. I don't know if we'll see what they switch on to. I don't think we will. I'd have to assume that they're going on to wet tyres, with the rain getting worse as we keep moving through. For at least the next 30 minutes we're going to have rain. And Papetti is on the wet tyre. And that's huge. These guys all going again. Do they not want to box? Badowski comes in. I'm assuming Fak will come in this lap as well. But lots of drivers now in the pit lane as they change to those wet tyres. Dry one currently showing on the Cooper car. That will change in about 30 seconds time to the wet tyre. Badowski's in. Fak's in. I don't know why these top two haven't pitted yet. I don't know what they're doing. They're staying out and it's clearly too wet as of right now for these dry tyres to be working. Somehow they're keeping it on track, but they are not quick. The last lap for these guys was 2 minutes 25.8 and a 2:25.0 respectively. So they've lost about 6 seconds just on that first lap on the wets. It'll be interesting to see what that what the wet tyre brings in terms of pace. I'm trying to remember who one of the first cars to do that switch onto the wet tyres was. Showing that Badowski is still on the dry tyres, but I'm assuming he's just still in the pit lane. As Brenham comes out on the wet tyres. That's now Badowski moving, he's on the wet tyres. These guys are 13 seconds down on their best lap times right now. Surely they come in this lap, they can't do another lap, that is too much time lost. And in fact, this could make a difference. This could make a difference with Badowski only a minute and 40 behind. This could really close Badowski up to this fight. Badowski could become race leader here, or at least be in the mix because of making that call to pit a lap earlier. We'll wait and see, but at the moment has Util done another lap? No. Who's this guy? Carriola has come out ahead. Where's... Have we had a possible disconnect for those guys? I cannot find Badowski anyway. There he is. Badowski... No, that's Budakovsky. Badowski. Has that car changed hands? Yes, it has. It's now being driven by the number 200 Mercedes is now being driven by Carriola, sorry. Let's have a look. He's going to be coming along any minute now. When are these guys going to get moving? I think there's a possibility that they've just cost themselves P1 and P2 in this race by staying out that extra lap. Are they moving? They are moving. So they are still ahead. And it looks like by a similar amount. So that later call actually hasn't hurt them much at all. Oh! As there's contact there for Porter, the number 296, sorry, Ferrari. Let's have a little watch back and see what's happened here. Has he just gone round on his own? Yeah, he has. That's unfortunate for him. There hasn't been any other contact there. He has just lost that. So Madsen now at the top. That number 189 BMW still very much in the lead. Util stays in that Ferrari. Although it's looking like possibly that Ferrari is not as set up for the wet as the BMW is. Obviously we'll wait and see. Could just be a difference in tyre temperature or pressure at this stage. But Util was way faster than the 189. Possibly Madsen a little bit faster than his old teammate. Oh, massive off. That was scary. From on board, that must have been really scary. He just tapped that inside curb coming into Blanchimont and the car just went way off onto the runoff. Another position made for Cooper, I think it is. Or is Herzig closing in on Cooper? I can't quite tell. No, Herzig is definitely closing in on Cooper here. Time being gained for that number 17 McLaren on the 88 McLaren. Herzig currently 3 seconds up on his last lap. Oh, massive moments for both of them there. 94 picks up a drive-through penalty for track limits. The 94 currently sits in P... Oh, let me try and find it. Here we are. P27. I don't think it's going to affect their race too much. They've got 1:20 behind them. A drive-through should have them out far quicker than that. But skipping back to this, are we going to see a move here anytime soon from Herzig on the Cooper 88 car? Oh, Cooper getting massively sideways out of the final corners there. It's so difficult to keep control of these cars. 650 horsepower. And going straight to those rear wheels, even with traction control on, they get very slidey. And without traction control, they would be completely undrivable. As Cooper gets way wide over the top of Radion. Sorry, I missed that. I was looking for my drink. So Herzig does get past. We are going to have a little watch back of that. No, that's not far enough back. Okay, we'll just leave it. But Cooper has now lost out on that position to Herzig, and here we go. UTL is closing in again on that BMW. Is the BMW 189 having possibly some trouble in traffic? I'm not sure who that is directly behind them. Looks like, is it an Aston Martin? It is as well. God, that's brave. I'm going to assume it's probably this Aston Martin. Yeah, only one in the race. Understandably, the Aston Martin is a little bit of a heifer, but we love her. We love her really, don't we, chat? But here we go. A move coming in the next couple of laps for the lead of the race, I would expect. Make sure to keep hitting that like button, guys. Keep pushing this stream up. My first time commentating here in Toga. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm trying to keep up with as much as possible. Unfortunately, I have just been eating my dinner. Just rehydrating, but now I will be much more in with it. And here we go. So the reason that UTL gained so much, well, I'm not sure what the reason is, but Madsen had a shocking last lap. A 2-minute 30.2. UTL did a 28.0, gained 2 seconds on him last lap, and that's gone up again as Carolia goes off the track. Coming through Blanchimont, it looks like there's quite a few drivers that are having trouble keeping it pinned through there, and another second taken out for UTL this lap. That gap down to 2.4. The BMW 189 has cleared both of those lapped cars, the 50 and the 111 Aston Martin Vantage. So that is going to be the next challenge for UTL. In the 13 Ferrari is going to be clearing that lap traffic there. The 111 and the 50 currently sitting respectively. Oh, I think that might be an on-track race. No, it's not quite. The 50 is currently in 32nd. The Aston Martin is in, the 111 is in 34th, but there is a lap between them. So the 111 possibly looking to unlap himself. We'll wait and see though. Oh, and what's just happened here? There's been a move. Van Zyl has lost out here, and Mendes might be about to make a move on Holmes, who it appears is kind of just getting caught by everyone at the moment. And yet Mendes makes that move. As here we go, is Van Zyl about to get overtaken? The number 5 Ferrari currently sits in P23. Is he about to get overtaken as well? It looks like he is down into the Combe chicane. Yeah, he is. That move is going to be done for Falcao. Yeah, nice and easy. Right, moving back up to the top. That gap is now down to 2.1 seconds, 2.2 seconds. He's getting nail-biting here at the front. This is going to be getting really, really interesting. I promise this battle for first is not going to be a short-lived one. I do not expect UTL still about 2 seconds behind. That 111 Aston Martin has been dealt with. Next up is the number 50 Mercedes. He needs to get past that AMG as soon as possible. I'm assuming it'll probably happen down the Kemmel Straight. That move will get made. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But yeah, welcome along everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ollie. I've been part of the Discord server for a long time and I've taken part in a couple of races. But I've never had an opportunity to really delve in, and here we go, that move past is done. The number 50 makes a mistake, under braking into La Source, and that number 13 Ferrari breezes on past. I saw that these guys had this 24-hour race. Unfortunately, I wasn't available to be able to race it. But I got home and saw that they had a gap in their commentary, and said that I'd be more than happy to step in and help out a fellow Discord server in need. That gap now down to 1.7 seconds to Madsen in that 189 BMW, and UTL is locked in right now. He is watching the back of that Ferrari. He is watching its every move. Ferrari, sorry, UTL's in the Ferrari. He's watching the back of that BMW. Very colourful BMW, I must add, although I'm loving the grey on that Ferrari. It's not just a carbon shell. That kind of gunmetal grey, very dull, but I rather like the look of it on the Ferrari. Here we go. The move is going to happen soon. It is coming, I promise you, I promise you. Have we had an issue here with Manchego? I think we have. Yeah, he's coming into the pit lane. So there's been a crash there with Manchego. I'm not sure what's happened there, but I'm not going to linger on it or try and watch a replay, because here we go. The gap is almost below a second. It currently sits at 1.4. Gap sits at 1.2. UTL is gaining pretty much every single corner. Gap now 1.1. Oh, it's gone back up again. UTL with a little bit of a scrappy exit out of the chicane down at the bottom. Gap is 1.1. Is it going to get under that 1 second mark this time out? I don't quite think it is. There's the 1 second mark. It's gone. 0.5, 0.6. Here we go. This could be the move coming. Drive-through penalty for car number 126. He's got 3 laps remaining to serve that one. We've got a yellow flag as the 99 is in the pit lane. So rain is going to heavy at 30 minutes. Here we go. It's about to get very, very wet at about 7:30. Drive-through penalty for the 126 now has 2 laps remaining. But here we go. UTL in that Ferrari as it's getting very stormy over the Ardennes Forest here in Spa today. Then 189 takes a dodgy line over the top, pushed too much through the bottom of Eau Rouge, and now here we go. It's going to be a drag race, and UTL does get past the number 13 car, now the leader of the race. We'll wait and see how this goes now, as UTL is going to try and pull away. I think he'll probably be successful in that as well. But here we go, moving down the order now. Coming up is a battle for P5 between Peters Weem and Peters. I'm assuming it's Peters Veem, sorry, not Weem. Me and my British pronunciation, I do apologise. If he is here, or if any of his teammates are here, I know I just completely butchered his name. I do apologise. It's just how I say things because I'm British. But here we go, that gap is 0.6 of a second. Both McLarens here at the moment. And McLaren having a pretty strong showing at the moment. Not as many cars on the grid as Ferrari. Oh! As Peters Veem has to make a big avoiding action there in the 531 car. Let's have a little look back at what happened there. Look at this. almost goes for the move up the inside and then has to completely dodge back. That was mental, that was there. Almost wiping out the back of the Peters car, who currently sits in P5, but that gap back down to 0.3 of a second now, with Peters Veem having a much better run up and over the top compared to Peters in the number 95 car. The 531 really looking for position here. He's got the 532 about 6 seconds behind. We'll see what happens here. The rain is going to continue getting heavier over the next 30 minutes or so, so it is going to continue coming down. And I don't expect it'll be long before we are moving into the night. Oh! As Peters in the number 95 car has a massive sideways moment on the entry to Jackie X. There's a little bit of contact there, but I think that move is now going to be done. Yes, Peters is now behind, and he's going to get overtaken by a lapped car here as well. I'm not sure who that is. A little bit of side-to-side contact there with the BMW. I'm really genuinely not sure who that was. But Peters losing out the position there to Peters Veem in the 531 McLaren. Let's see if we can find out. That McLaren does, BMW does not have a door number, and he's now going up the inside of Peters Veem as well. Who's this BMW, and where's he come from? He's mega quick. He's not on the, is he on the map? He is on the map. I'm trying to work out who this BMW is, because, mate, he's mental fast. It doesn't have a door number on. It's not Madsen, that's for sure. Is it? No, it's not Southcote. Is it Smith? Yes, it is. The 534 car. Currently on the move. He is moving very, very fast, I must admit. He is really, really getting on with things at the moment. That last lap was a 2 minute 31. Compared to these guys who are running 2 minute 34 and 2 minute 33 respectively. So he is faster. He's one of the faster guys on track at the moment actually with 2 minute 31. Not many guys running as fast as he was. And here we go. Hunardi is now on the back of Peters as well. The 532 McLaren now looking to make the move past the number 95 McLaren, losing 2 positions in less than a full lap of the circuit possibly. We will wait and see. Here we go. Is Hunardi going to have the run, having come down the back straight there? Down towards the Lacombe chicane. Is Hunardi going to make this move, or Hunardi? I'm really sorry if I continue. Oh, he goes for it. He goes deep. And Peters just switches back on him. And missing out there. Look at how deep he got under braking here. This is mental. Fires it up the inside, gets on that curbing and just can't stop. That was mental. Here we go, back to the live pictures here as Hunardi is now very close behind again, just 0.4 of a second. These cars in the background look to be having a little bit of a scrap as well. The 101. Is it the 101 and the 17? No, it's not. Hakuna is catching up to the back of Cooper. Or is he falling away from Cooper? I think he's falling away from Cooper, actually. Cooper up into 16th now in the 88 McLaren. But this scrap's still going on at the moment for P6. So we'll keep up to date with that for now. As Peters, drops behind. I didn't see what happened there. Sorry, I was looking at the gap ahead of him. I'm assuming he just got sideways. Oh, ran wide coming through that second chicane and lost the positions there, unfortunately. I'm looking for the special events page so that I can see the endurance. So that I can see what we've got in terms of penalties. Here we go. Alright, let's have a look. What have we got going on here? Peters still Yeah, he's falling back from Hunardi. Clearly, those tyres in this track condition just aren't quite working for him at the moment. The rain is getting heavier. Drivers who have who have got a dry-ish setup are going to be suffering at the moment. It will get better, but not for a while. At plus 30 minutes, we have got a large amount of rain coming through. So nothing much changing at the moment in terms of track position. At the moment everything is staying pretty stable. Hakuna, the only man who's really close to another driver. Although there are some gaps that are changing further towards the front. But we'll stick with this little battle for now. Although we could also look at Falcao and Pateron currently fighting over P22. As Hakuna does fall out of that 1 second gap, and he's falling by quite a bit. Must have had a little bit of a dodgy run over the top of Rouge and Radion, because he's lost about half a second just coming down that straight to the Lacombe chicane. Though he appears to have made at least some of it back up. I don't know, we'll stay on board with this for a little while longer. I'll keep an eye on the Falcao-Pateron battle and see if that develops into anything properly interesting as of yet. And the P38 number 93 car still in the pit lane, having works done. That's been in the pit lane for a long time, currently only completed 95 laps. The front runners in comparison have completed 130, I think 5 right at the moment. Or 134. 134 we're currently at. And Hakuna has fallen further off, so this is now our closest battle on track. Falcao in the McLaren and Pateron in the Porsche. That is a brave car to drive around here. I've got to give it to him. Especially in the wet, that Porsche is known to be an absolute handful. Absolute handful. We call it a pig to drive. It's where it gets its porky nickname from. That Porsche does look relatively skatey at the moment, as Van Zyl has just lost position to Smith. I didn't see that happen. There was possibly, oh man, that poor Ferrari is so beat up. They really need to get some repair works done on that car, but I'm not sure when they're going to get an opportunity to do so. Falcao just not able to close up to the back of Pateron at the moment. That gap's staying around 0.6 seconds. Oh, Hakuna has caught right back up to Cooper. Cooper must have had an issue. Hakuna has gained back about 2 seconds there. Keeping an eye on what we've got further up the field. It looks like we're about to have a battle pop up for P5 between Peters Veem, who made the move past Peters in the 95 McLaren not that many laps ago, and Hunardi, who also made his move past the number 95 McLaren. Both McLarens themselves, respectively, as well, the 531 and the 532 car. Little number buddies. It'll be interesting to see those guys having a little go at it before too much longer. Hakuna, that gap now 0.5 seconds to the car in front of him, and it's the same for Falcao as well. 0.5 seconds to Pateron in front, who's had a dodgy run, possibly. Or has that worked out for him? That line clearly working in the Porsche, almost missing. It looks like missing the first apex, but actually cutting back for a little bit of a straighter run up the second part of the hill up Radion. Blue flags being shown for the car in front. Does he get out of the way? He does relatively well. Oh, almost takes out Falcao on the re-entry there. That was mental. That McLaren probably should have just kept going. Not sure who that was, that plain white McLaren, but that was some interesting driving, for sure, for sure, for sure. Here we go. Are we going to see a move? Falcao doesn't make his move. Mr. M. Simons is now right up close to the back of Moser. And here we go. Hunardi is now closing in on the back of Peters Veem as well. But this could get interesting because this is a little three-car train, but they're not all fighting for position. One of these is a lapped car, and I believe it is the... I believe it's the BMW that's a lapped car. That's just overtaken the number 10 Ferrari, who's now going to be overtaken for position by Moser in that Lamborghini. He does make that move. It looks like he's going to make it stick. Indeed, he does. Very nicely done by Moser. He now moves himself up... by Simons. He now moves himself up into 19th ahead of Moser. Hunardi is closing down the gap. The 532 car closing down the 531 car. That gap now 1.3 seconds. We're going to see what happens here as it continues going. Gap 1.1 seconds. Closing in on the 531 car. It says we're on board with the 13, but we're definitely not. We are on board with Hunardi, the 532 car. Closing in on the 531, who is just up ahead of him. Oh no, the 13's the current race leader, that's why he's an arrow. I always forget that. That gap now 1 second. Peters Veem has got some lap traffic to deal with here. It's going to be a pain for sure. The gap still sits at a second, but I don't think Peters Veem is going to get this move done up Eau Rouge or Radion. No, he doesn't. Hunardi now 0.6 seconds, 0.5 seconds. The gap just 0.5 of a second. He's closing in. Are we going to see a move for P5 here before too much longer? I think we are, as the white Ferrari in front of them does not get out of the way as of yet. Of course, under endurance racing conditions, generally blue flags don't mean get out of the way as soon as possible. It means be predictable and let the faster car pass you. So the Ferrari, the white Ferrari, doing absolutely nothing wrong in not letting them just breeze on past. But here we go. Peters Veem gets past the lapped car. Hunardi is now going to have to find a place to get past this lap car as well. The white Ferrari, who does seem to be having some issues. Is Hunardi going to be able to make a move down here into Pateron? I don't think he will. He thinks about it, but no, not quite. He can't make that move happen. And now he's losing time. The gap's now back up to a second, pretty much, to Peters Veem. So he's losing time now behind that lap car. Falcao looking to make a move here. 319 gets a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure who that is. Hunardi looked like he bullied the number 26 car out the way a little bit there. But I'm not entirely sure what was going on there, as Falcao makes the move past Pateron, who immediately comes into the pit lane. That's interesting. Oh, to serve the drive-through, that's the 319 car. Oh, has something happened with these guys? Has something just happened with these guys, or did the 319... No, the 319 got a drive-through for track limits right there. And has immediately come into the pit lane to serve it. And the number 3 car, Falcao, has just said thank you very much, as the number 319 Porsche gets nicely out of his way. Looking back up the order, Hunardi is now right up there, P6 at the moment, but the gap is getting smaller again now that he's gotten past. Now that he's gone past that lap car, the gap is closing again. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. .319 gets its drive-through cleared, but they've now dropped down a whole bunch of positions, and Hunardi makes that move on Peter's Veem. The number 352 McLaren getting past the number 351 McLaren, now in P5, and he's going to move on. He's got a 58-second gap in front of him to close down to the P4 car of Quadrini, who at the moment is gaining time on Carolia in P3, the number 200 BMW, what am I talking about? He's the AMG. The number 200 Mercedes is losing time at the moment to M. Quadrini. In fact, Quadrini is currently the second fastest driver out of the top 4. Only the P1 car of Util is faster, which I think would be relatively obvious based on his pace for the whole of the rest of this race so far. I forgot to do a livery sync, none are showing. Yeah, unfortunately it was a rather last minute a decision for me to come in and do commentary. I heard that they had a 2-hour gap, so said I'd be quite happy to come in and do it. So I haven't had time to download the liveries. I understand it's annoying if your livery isn't showing up because I don't have it downloaded. I am very sorry about that. How's car 111 doing? I believe at the moment they are... Let's have a look. Leaders have done 138 laps. The 111 car... 111 car is currently 7 laps down in P33. They've gone off track this lap. It's invalid already. Not a lot going on for them at the moment, I don't think. They're not particularly in much traffic. No, yeah, kind of just vibing down there at the moment. Unfortunately, not a lot going on. Here we go. We got a battle turning up here for P10, with Listosa closing up onto the back of Southcote in the 316 BMW. Quadrini is very close to the back of Carolia now, so we're going to move up to that battle first, with 1.1 seconds separating those drivers. Here we go. The gap is 1 second. Carolia is suffering with a little bit of lag at the moment. So we'll see how that turns out for him. And Listosa now 4 tenths behind Southcote. Are we going to see a move here before too much longer? For P10. Going to keep an eye on both of these gaps so that we can swap between the battles as and when is needed. Because I don't want to miss anything, as I'm sure neither do you. As Listosa... What's going on? Oh, has he got past the 316 car? He has, I think, hasn't he? Yeah, sorry, I've completely missed that whilst trying to move stuff around in ACC race control, which has now completely died on me and isn't working at all. I might need to restart the race control app here. Yeah, I'm going to have to. Give me 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, whilst I just restart this. I promise it will only take a second. Yeah, connect it back up. Here we go. We are connected again. We'll move back up to that battle with Quadrini as he looks to get past Carolia for that podium place at the moment. It would be P3. Yeah, so I do apologise for not having the liveries. Unfortunately, with it being such a kind of last minute call for me to come and do commentary for these guys this evening, I did not have time to get a livery sync done. It would have taken too long to download them and stuff for it to have even been viable for me to start at 6 o'clock. I'm only here for another 45 minutes, then I'm handing over to the more than capable hands of Hayden, who I'm sure you all know very, very well. So he'll be here before too much longer, but at the moment we are just going to keep on following along. As, oh, there's an overtake here. Listoza now immediately moving on and getting past Mikulik in the number 224 car as well. Quadrini is going to be making a move before too much longer, I have a funny feeling, on the number 50 Mercedes AMG car. Indeed he does. He goes to the outside coming towards the bus stop. It's going to be hard to hold it around the outside there. Has he made it work, or has he gone way too deep? He's gone very deep. He keeps it on track. Rumbles over the curb. The number 200 car gets the run towards La Source. This battle isn't over yet. So this keeps going on. Is he going to have the better braking up the inside into La Source? I mean, he gets a decent run, but that number 200 car, the 200 Mercedes, is now going to have the slipstream all the way towards Lacombe, so this could be a re-overtake before too much longer, but I'm not entirely sure, as Southcote now is onto the back of Mikulik as well. I don't know if there's going to be a re-overtake here. I don't think there is. No, so we'll hop down to this battle here as Mikulik in the 224 Ferrari struggles for pace against the guys around him. He's currently one of the slowest drivers actually in the top 10. The only driver who's slower is or who was slower last lap was Peters Veem with a Peters in the 95 McLaren with a 36.0. But I'm assuming something happened on that lap. Mikulik, oh, he goes off track. That's going to gain that number 316 BMW a lot of time in the pink and white. Again off track for Mikulik. Really pushing the car over the edge, I think. As the 200... Oh, it's the 200 Carolio has had a problem. He's gone for a spin. Was that whilst trying to re-overtake? Let's have a look what's happened. No, it's just been a solo spin, I think, for Carolio. I don't think there was anyone else involved in that. But Southcote now looking to make the move on Mikulik. However, I'm going to have to wait for us to jump back to present day. Come on, let's jump back, please. Here we go. Southcote right behind Mikulik now. Are we going to see a move against the 224 Ferrari from the 316 BMW here? I don't know if we are. These guys just one lap behind, sorry, the race leaders at the moment. So this could be important later on in the game, as now we are at the heaviest of rain. It's going to stay that way now for at least another 30 minutes. And I expect it will still be wet when I hand over to Hayden, the more than capable hands of Hayden. In about 40 minutes time. Let's have a look. Southcote, that gap 0.3 of a second. The 316 possibly getting a track extension penalty or warning there. The gap now 0.7, and Southcote, it would appear, just not quite having the pace through sector 3. Through sector 1 and sector 2 he is far faster than the 224 Ferrari driver in front of Mikulik, but at the moment he's struggling throughout the rest of the track. Let's see what the lap times are as they come over the line. Southcote was a 10th faster last time out than Mikulik. So we could see a move coming here in a couple of seconds' time. Let's have a look. Coming down the long run from turn 1 all the way to turns 4 and 5 up at the top of the Lacombe chicane. Which, all of this... Oh, that's a big track extension for Mikulik. He won't have got a slowdown for that, but he will have got a heavy warning, I would expect. And are we going to see a move here from Southcote now that he's got the run? He's got the run. He does have the run. The BMW, the 316, he goes to the inside. Is he going to get it stopped in time? Moving up the inside, he gets late on the brakes. He does make it work. And Mikulik there, looks like he got scared off, is now going to lose a track position, not a racing position, because they aren't racing each other. He doesn't actually. He does stay ahead. Is that possibly a car trying to get past him? trying to look at who that might be that's just behind the 224 and the 316 car. I'm not sure who it is though. It's the 7... is it 701? Or is it the 10... no, it's definitely not. Although saying that, as Herzig moves up another position. Oh, and we've got a move coming here. Mendes is ahead of Cooper. No, Mendes is looking to get past Cooper. Almost loses control, does Mendes. Cooper currently ahead. Mendes looking to get past. No, I've got that. Have I got that the right way around? Yes, I do. Mendes has been closing in for a couple of laps now, and he looks like he's going to get past as Peters, the number 95 car, comes into the pit lane, and Southcote has had a spin. Southcote has gone round, coming out of, what is that? Is that down at, yeah it is, down at the bottom end of the track, down at the lowest point of the track. He's gone round and lost positions now to Mikulik and to Kelly, the 224 and the 701 cars respectively. Mendes not able to get a move done on Cooper as it stands, although we could see a move coming up now. No, doesn't look like it. Kelly right on the back of Mikulik. What's going on here? All sorts of cars. All sorts of cars here. Mikulik is being overtaken by the, I believe that's the 701 or the, I'm not too sure what car that is. It's definitely not an Audi. We're on board with the 701 Ferrari, who has gotten ahead of Mikulik. Right, okay, so Mikulik in the 701 Ferrari is ahead, but they've both been overtaken by what is the number 3, by the looks of things, McLaren, who's currently in P22 and is running faster than both of them on pretty much every lap so far. So that's interesting. Lots of lap invalidations this time out as Peters comes out behind Southcote. That BMW does have some front end damage, you can see it. That is going to be costing them a little bit in a straight line probably, and in the corners. Mikulik still fighting with Kelly over this P9 position at the moment, with 18 hours and 15 minutes left to go. It's going to be interesting to see the race time. We are currently 7:23 p.m. here in the Ardennes Forest in Belgium. It's going to be interesting to see when things start properly getting dark. If it rains through the night, it's going to be interesting, that is for sure. As Mendes now does get past Cooper, but is Cooper going to go for the re-overtake coming towards the bus stop? I don't think he is. Cooper has been slower than that Mendes car the last couple of laps, between kind of 5 and 6 tenths a lap slower. And I don't think Cooper's going to be able to get anything done in terms of a re-overtake. So Mendes is going to secure that position, P16, and go on the hunt ahead. He's got an 8-second gap to the car in front. He's going to be trying to close that down as quickly as possible now that he has cleared the 88 McLaren of Cooper, sorry. Looking further down the field, we don't have many close battles at the moment. Mikulik already fallen to 1.4 seconds behind Kelly. So currently, only the top... trying to do some maths here, but it's difficult. I think the top 6 cars are all on the lead lap. I think Porter in the 296 is behind our leader. Indeed he is. So the P7 car is the first car that is officially a lap down. Is that the number 50? I think it is the number 50 Mercedes that's giving some trouble to Peters Veem here. That's interesting. And interestingly enough, Cooper in that double 8 McLaren that we were just watching along with has set the fastest overall lap of the race, but that was in the dry, so I'm assuming that McLaren is a little bit more geared towards the dry running rather than the wet, because the runnings in the wet have not been so great for them, generally about a second off the pace of the cars around them. So he's going to be losing out to Hakuna possibly in a couple of laps time. We'll wait and see. I think Peter Sorry. Oh man, that was a massive yawn for me. Hello, where is car number 10, please? Let's have a look. Car number 10 is currently sitting in P20. Mosa is currently behind the wheel. Currently sitting in P20. They are, I believe, 2 laps off the lead at the moment. 31 seconds in front of them, 38 seconds behind them, a little bit on their own at the moment. Just getting out of the way of lap traffic really is the game for them at the moment. Not a lot else they can do as it stands right now. Looking down, we've got Pateron gaining on Van Zyl in front, but I think that's because Van Zyl has got stuck behind a lapped car, possibly. Which one is Van Zyl? Yeah, Van Zyl is in that second Ferrari, the damaged one. He's got stuck behind traffic, so Pateron is closing in on him in that 319 Porsche. They had a drive-through penalty not that long ago, so they had to come into the pit lane to serve that. And now they are trying to get back on top of things again. And we've got some discussion going on in the Discord at the moment, in case you can't see it, about problems with the hello, what's just disconnected? Hopefully nothing that's going to affect the stream. No good. About possibly having a scheduled red flag to sort out driver stint time issues, because teams of 4 aren't going to be able to run this race completely due to the driver stint timers. Oh, that's a big send for the 319 car. He gets it stopped though. Credit where credit is due to Pateron. That didn't look like a planned move. That was an absolutely massive send down the inside into the bus stop chicane, but he's managed to make it work. He moves ahead of Van Zyl in the number 5 Ferrari. Lots of cars on track here at the moment. Let's have a look. Have we got anything else going on slightly further up the grid? It doesn't look like it at the moment. Hakuna still gaining on Cooper, but only by about 0.3 of a second at the moment as it stands. I'm only going to be with you guys for another half an hour. Oh, it's a 319. That's a massive extension over the top, and Van Zyl, I think, followed him as well. Those guys both taking massive extensions, cutting the inside of Radion there. Yeah, discussions are ongoing about a possible red flag to rectify the driver stint time problems that we've got at the moment. Basically, the problem is that the driver stint time has been set to only allow each driver to run so much of the race, and unfortunately, for teams of 4, that means that they aren't able to complete the race without being given a drive-through for exceeding the mandatory drive time. And if you don't serve that drive-through, you get disqualified. So that is what's happening at the moment in the Discord. Conversations going on about the details of the race and the details of the advertisement of the race. How's car 111 doing? Car 111, I believe, is currently down in P23. No, P32, P33, as it stands. Tyrone, the car is down in P33. They are currently 5 laps off of the leaders, possibly more. Oh, that's a big incident for Holloway there. What's happened? What has happened there? We are going to skip that back and have a look at what's gone on there. That's been a massive moment for Holloway. But the 111 car, yeah, currently 5 laps down, I believe, possibly more, 6, 7. Oh yeah, a lot of laps down. I'm sorry to say. That car's pretty beaten up, the 111 car. They've had some run-ins, definitely. What's gone on here? Has he just got... Oh, he's just got loose on the exit, and that's a massive whack. A massive, massive whack for him. That's going to have really, really damaged that car. Holloway really going to be annoyed at himself for that, as Rombort, here we go, is now closing up to the back of Southcote. We are going to have some fighting again. So the P11 position could be about to change hands. The 95 car, oh, this is the one that was being driven earlier on by another driver. So clearly they've come into the pit lane, done a driver swap, and Rombort is in the car, and he's having a little bit of a better time of it than the previous driver was, as Moser hits the yellow flags, but that's just because he's coming out of the pit lane, and Rombort makes that move relatively easily, or Rumbout. I'm not too sure personally. Not a lot going on up and down the grid now that Rumbout has made that move. He's put 2.6, 2.8, 2.93 seconds between him and the 316 car pretty much immediately, although the 316 car does have some relatively heavy damage as well. Yeah, that 316 car had a meeting with the wall earlier on, and unfortunately the front end of that car definitely came off worse. Very unfortunate for Southcote, who's been in that car for a couple of hours now, just not quite getting it right. But here we go. I'm only going to be with you guys for another 25 minutes. It'd be brilliant if we could get a couple more likes running on this stream. Keep it moving, keep it going, keep that motivation behind it. Keep those likes flowing in. Give Hayden a nice big number to come to when he does turn up in 25 minutes time. I'm sure he'd like to see a big amount of likes that he can come into when he picks up the stream. But yeah, lots of large gaps between cars at the moment. And the closest gap at the front is between Peters, Veem and Hunardi, but that gap I believe is growing rather than shrinking as it stands. Let's have a check in with the race leader, the number 13 car, currently 25 seconds ahead. They are running a brilliant race at the moment, the number 13 crew. They are running an absolutely brilliant race. 26 seconds ahead. Nothing has phased them since this rain came in. They have just kept on going. The wheels keep on turning on that car, and it is just motoring along. They are regularly the fastest driver on track as it stands. The only driver faster than them last time out was Rombout with a 29.0. That's a fabulous lap from Rombout. He's going to be moving back up and challenging the guys in front of him before too much longer. Those guys are only a lap behind at the moment of Rombout. Just one lap behind the leader, I believe. Yeah, just one lap behind the leader. So this could be big for Rombout. If this pace keeps up, they're going to continue to close down the time to all of these cars ahead of them, whether they are on the same lap or a lap behind. And Rombout bringing down the time to the car in front by about 3 seconds a lap at the moment. 4.6 seconds to the next car, which is Mikulik, and they're only a corner ahead at the moment. So this is crazy. We could see some massive changes coming before too long with Rombout behind the wheel of this 95 McLaren. Definitely turned the fortunes of that car around a little bit. It was struggling for pace towards the end of the last stint and into this wet weather, but now that they've had that driver change, that car is absolutely motoring. Here we go. We are ticking down towards 18 hours left. 6 hours and 59 minutes gone. 18 hours and 1 minute remain. Here we go. We are going to get into it now. 18 hours to go. These guys have come so far already. To be in it after 6 hours is incredible. Well, to be in it after 4 hours is incredible. To be in it after turn 1 is incredible, knowing Spa and La Source. Here we go. We've got some pit stop action coming along now at the top of the hour. Relatively standard. Boxing once an hour on the hour is pretty regular here in ACC. So we're going to see a lot of people coming into the pits over the next couple of laps. Yeah, Carolia is in. The number 200 Mercedes comes into the pit lane from P4. So he'll drop down to P5, P6, possibly P7 by the time his pit stop is over. But he will obviously come back up due to the pit cycles. Oh, and here we go. Rombout has caught up to the back of Mikulik already, gaining almost... That's mental. Almost 6 seconds gained on that last lap. He is closed up to the back of Mikulik. Let's jump to TV2. Why are we not on board with Rombout? Here we go. Now we are. I mean, that is mental pace from Rombout. 28.7 in the wet is mental. He was the fastest man on track last lap by 2 seconds. 2 seconds. That is insane. Rombout is all over it at the moment. A 15-second time penalty for car number 94. Let's see what that was for. Should get posted in incident outcomes in a second. A 15-second time penalty for the 94 car. I don't know where they currently sit, but here we go. Rombout is going to make the move up the inside of Mikulik, coming through Blanchimont. That's a brave place to do it, but he's done it, and the 95 car is through. The pace on that car at the moment is absolutely mental. Those guys just do not stop. Looking now for the 94 car that's just received that 15-second penalty. Oh, maybe not. It would appear that it might have been... Might have been the 126 car that's just... No, it is the 94 car. 94 gets a 15-second penalty for causing a collision with car 10 on lap 131. I cannot find the number 4 car, the number 94 car for the life of me. Am I being very, very blind? There is a distinct possibility that this is what's happening, by the way. So here we go. The 94 car is now in the pit lane. They've got a 15-second penalty coming their way for causing car contact with the number 10 car, who currently sit in P20 and is driven by Kaku. These guys have not been having a too bad of a race themselves. They got some decent pace in that battered Ferrari. Here we go. Lustosa is about to make a move by the looks of things on Porter. And he does get that move done. Lustosa goes around the outside of Porter, also making a move. Mendes is closing up on the back of Yundas. This is what I wanted to look at. Mendes and Yundas making moves at the moment. The number 1 Ferrari looking to get past the number 702 Ferrari. Porter is... God, that car's battered. That poor car has just gone through it so far this race by the looks of things. What team does that Rumbout drive for? Maybe I want to join them. The number 95 crew, I'm not sure what the team name is. I will try and find out for you. Endurance League check-in, let's have a look. No, I can't find... Can't find anything about that at the moment, unfortunately. But here we go. More drivers coming into the pit lane. More action on pit road. As Peters Veem comes in, Lustosa comes in, Porter comes in. And that gap between Porter and Lustosa is very close. So a good pit stop here without any damage needing to be fixed could make a rather large difference to their race. As Cooper has... Oh, hello. Yundas is there. Where is... Mendes has stayed out. That's interesting. So Mendes clearly with a little bit more fuel. Maybe that number 1 car just a little bit more fuel efficient in the wet than some of its competitors. Having a look down now, we've got a battle coming with Coop and North, the number 50 AMG Mercedes, which has had very good pace this race, but unfortunately hasn't really been able to move out of this kind of lapped car position at the moment. 532 gets a drive-through for ignoring driver stint time. Here we go, and this is what we've been talking about. So the 532 car, which currently sits P3, has just got a drive-through for ignoring driver stint time. They've got it really fine there, and they were literally coming into the pit lane as they were coming. They were literally coming into the pit lane as it told them that they got a drive-through for exceeding that time. I doubt they're going to take it, but we will wait and see. It's looking like... There we go. Porter comes down off the stands now, but Lustosa is already well up the road. And I think that will be because... I think Porter has probably taken some damage fixing there on that Ferrari to try and get it back into a little bit more of a race-worthy state. Here we go. Rumbout now up to P7 in that 95 McLaren. Obviously, he still has to make a pit stop. But it'll be interesting to see what happens as these drivers continue going round. Rumbout has insane pace, a 29.3 last lap as well. Again, the fastest by about 2 seconds compared to anyone else on track. He's just relentlessly quick, relentlessly fast at the moment. Just doesn't stop pumping in these insanely consistent lap times. I mean, he's catching the guy in front of him by seconds a lap. Multiple seconds a lap, easily. Hunardi is still in that car. Here we go. So I think we might be about to find out about this possible issue with the drive-throughs and similar. As Rombout continues to stay out, he's taking time out of the car ahead. Yeah, Rumbout still closing. The gaps at the front opening up massively now, but I think that's because UTL still needs to come into the pit lane. He is in the pit lane. UTL is now in the pit lane. So it'll be interesting to see where he comes out in comparison to those who were around him earlier. Although I say around him, he had a 29-second lead when he came into the pit lane. So I guess around him isn't quite really really the right thing. Yeah, discussion's still ongoing at the moment, but here we go. Tamara is closing up to Da in the number 1 car, and by the looks of things... Oh, as Sim comes in... that's to serve the drive-through penalty that number 532 car picked up, and they'll be very disappointed by that because they were running very, very nicely before that. They've now lost out to Rombout in the 95 car, who's now closing in on Pateron. I don't think there's a lot of traffic between those two guys, just the 2 cars, the 277 car, and I believe that is the 463 crew of right? Yes, it is. 463 and the 277 car are ahead of the 95. Closing down on Pateron in the 531 car. Obviously, there was an overtake between these two guys not that long ago. Only about half an hour ago. That time is coming down. I don't think it's coming down as quickly as Rombout was necessarily expecting. Rather than taking multiple seconds a lap out of the driver ahead of him, he's only taking multiple tenths a lap out of the driver ahead of him, which is far less than he's been considerably used to so far this race. Just opening up Discord again so that I can do a nice smooth handover to Hayden in about 10 minutes time when I'm going to be getting out of here. It's been a delight to be here with you guys in Toga for the first time as a commentator. I have really enjoyed myself. I hope that you guys have enjoyed having me here as well. It's always nice to come and commentate for a fresh league. It's always nice to come and do comms for a fresh league. Learn new stuff about these drivers. So at the moment the rain is increasing. It is getting worse. That's what that plus sign up in the right hand corner is. So it's the heaviest it can be, basically, is what that the double dashes with the plus sign mean that it is as bad as it can get. But at the moment it is staying the same for at least the next 30 minutes. Obviously I'm not going to be here to see that. I am heading off before too much longer. 9 minutes left for me now until Hayden comes and takes over. We'll do a nice little handover. You guys won't even notice anything has changed. I'll stop streaming, he'll start streaming, it'll be nice and smooth. Everything's going to go perfectly, in my mind. We'll see if that is how it happens. And here we go. Yeah, Rombout only gaining 0.7 of a second on that last lap. For him, that's nothing. And Pateron is up on his last lap time. Here we go. So could this 531 car be the challenge for the 95 car that we didn't really see coming? The 531 car looking very, very pacey at the moment. He's gaining 0.3, which at the moment would put him down to a 29.0.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm going to assume that Hayden has just joined me in the box. Indeed he has.
Sorry. Once you're finished, just finish and just let them know that, well, I'm probably on stream, won't I? But I'll be starting the live stream up literally as soon as you finished. There's a technical issue that we're just sorting out, and then I'll start the live stream, so there might be a delay of 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah.
I'm not sure if they have heard you. Just continue speaking for me quickly.
Me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay, cool.
I'm just checking my sound bars to see if they hear you or not.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, so just as a reiterate, once you finish your stint, just say your goodbyes, and just there might be a 5 or 10 minute delay on start of the new stream. There's a technical issue that I'm just trying to resolve, but don't worry, I will be live as soon as possible.
Okay. I mean, I can keep going for another 5-10 minutes to cover you until you're ready. If that does end up happening, if you just stay in here and just let me know when you're going to be ready.
I need to go down to another channel and sort something out, though. That's the problem. It's fine. End the stream. It'll be 10 minutes where they don't have anything, but I'm sure that should be fine.
Contact there between the 531 car. Contact between the 531 and a back marker. I'm not sure who that is. It's the 555 entry, who are currently down in P35. Contact there between those two drivers. I'm sure they won't be too happy about that. No real on-track battles going on at the moment. Rombout still closing that gap. No, he wasn't. Last lap the gap got bigger. This lap Rombout is closing it again because Pateron obviously had that contact. But here we go. It is all happening at the moment. That was some crazy contact there between the 531 car and the 555 entry in the Ferrari. But Rombout still out and about, just hitting those laps very consistently, very, very quick is Rombout, although those tyres I think are starting to slip away from him. Obviously he came in slightly before other people did, so on pit stop rotation I think this is genuinely where he is on pace, because the 532 had to take a drive through. So I think this is a genuine P6 at the moment. But sorry, I'm yawning again. But the 95 car is off kilter on the pit stop sequences as it stands. So guys, obviously you heard that there is going to be a little bit of a delay on the second part of this, on the handover to Hayden. I will stay until I absolutely have to go, so I should be able to cover at least part of that downage so that you don't miss too much in terms of what's going on track. Here we go, Willamette catching up to Kraus now, or has that been an overtake already done by the 224 car? No, I don't think it is. I think this is Willamette closing up instead of it being the other way around. Willamette in the 316 car closing down on the 224 Kraus driven car. That Ferrari is dirty but not damaged. The 316 I think has had itself repaired in its latest pit stop. So they are not doing too badly for themselves at the moment. Oh, we've had a couple more messages come through. Sorry guys, let me have a look. Is there a pit wall? No, I don't believe so. At least if there is, I don't know how to get that up as it is at the moment. So I am just gonna stay out of that for now. Oh wow, there's all sorts of stuff in here. So the 111 car is currently, I believe, 33rd, if they're still there. Oh no, they aren't. They are now down in 34th, as Willamette does get that moved on Kraus. The number 277 car currently sits in P26, a minute and 30 off of the next car. Car number 17 is currently in P13, Herzig there. He's 34 seconds off the next car, so nothing much going as it stands there. .200 is the Wesset team. Welcome along everyone who's here. Let's get this like counter going, get something nice for Hayden when he does join us back. I'm going to be here for a couple of more minutes until Hayden is absolutely ready to take over. So for now, I believe they are currently having a conversation about whether they can do anything about the issues that we're going to be having with the DSQs that are going on at the moment. So I'm just going to let Hayden know that for now I can continue with the commentary. Right, Hayden has been informed of that. Let's have a look at what is going on then in the race. The gap between Rumbout and Betten is starting to equal out at around 14 seconds. Not much going there, although are we going to get a battle up here? I think Wapsenkamp is going to be catching up to Esposito, who's currently in P9, the 296 crew. Currently sat in that P9 position. The 701 car sliding around a lot under the hands of Waspenkamp. He is 0.5 up on his best time though, compared to Esposito, who's 2 seconds down. So it's going to be interesting here to see who comes out on top in this one. Wapsenkamp, sorry, is closing down. At the moment, he is closing it down. Yeah, that gap I think is still coming down. Not by as much as it was, I don't believe. But here we go. Watson Camp, that gap now down to 2 seconds, so it is getting smaller. But not by loads as it stands. The gap is under 2 seconds. Oh no, it's not quite 2.1. The rain is going to stay strong for the next 30 minutes at least. And the 111 car, I believe, is making a move. Has made a move already past North up into 33rd and is now going to be making a move again past Rodriguez here. Possibly moving up into P32. For now, I am going to stay with you guys. I am going to stay with you guys for now. Until Hayden is able to come and join me in the commentary booth and let me know. And let me know that he is available to take over. So for now I'm going to stay with you guys. We'll see how we go here, as there are blue flags being shown for that 111 car, but he is in the zone right now. He's going for the move here on Rodriguez. We are going to see a move here, I think. Are we going to see a move? Oh, it's a little bit bargy. It's a little bit argy-bargy. The 111 doesn't make that move yet, but the Aston Martin is going to have the run into the bus stop. Does he go to the outside? He has no choice but to, and that means he's not going to get that move done as of right now, I don't think. Although, does he now have the... He manages to get to the inside. There's contact there, but I think he was far enough alongside to be left the racing room. So I don't know what's going to come of that one. I'm sure the stewards will have a look there, as Tamara is now closed up to the back of Da. And there looks like there was maybe some collisions down towards turn 1 there. That was interesting for sure. Tamara, that gap now 1.2 seconds to Da. I'm not sure which car out of this lot. So Da is the leading Ferrari. The number 1 Ferrari right out the front. And Tamara is lagging behind the last Ferrari in this train, which also has, I believe it's going to be probably the 50. Possibly the... No, it's not yet. It's the 50 Mercedes then. Not that I can see him either. Where's he gone? Where's the 50 Mercedes gone to? There he is. Oh, and something's going on here. Rodriguez and North have swapped positions, I believe. Neville ahead of both of them. And looking now, it doesn't look like Tamara's going to be able to find a way past. I think it was that traffic that meant that he caught up. And now he is stuck behind again. So we will see as we continue to go through this race. Just over 17.5 hours left to go. It is getting crazy here. We've got a lot going on. There are battles across a lot of the track as Camp continues to close in on Esposito. That gap now down to 1.6 seconds. Could we see a move here for P9 before I have to go? I don't know if we will. The gap between Badmus and Quadrini is coming down. The number 200 Mercedes starting to get back into it again. A lot of that was from last lap. Quadrini having a problem. By the looks of things, with a 2-minute 33 lap time compared to the 2 minutes 29 of Badmus, although that time is continuing to come down as Quadrini got a proper issue here in the number 8 McLaren. Or is that time now growing again? It looks like it is. And here we go, Wapsenkamp now within a second on Esposito. Although he loses time in the braking zone, but that's because Esposito goes very deep. Esposito goes very deep. Wapsenkamp gets the far better run in the number 701 Ferrari. He's looking to overtake the 296 Ferrari. Is he going to get the move done this time into La Source? I don't think he will. He almost goes for it, but doesn't quite have the braking performance to get there. Although he is now going to have the run all the way down to the Lecombe chicane. So let's see if he can get anything done before we go here. P9 as it stands. I'm going to get replaced by Hayden before too much longer, I would expect. I'm not sure how much longer he's going to be. I believe these guys are still talking about how they are going to sort this problem that we have at the moment with the overall driver time. Hayden's still working on a solution at the moment with the rest of the staff team. So I'm going to stick with you guys for now. But once my girlfriend gets here, I am going to have to hop off. You've got probably another 10 minutes with me before that happens. And Wapsenkamp right on the back of Esposito right now. That gap only 0.4 of a second. Not a lot else going on as Badmus continues to gain on Quadrini. Another 3 seconds taken out that lap. That gap now down to 5.8. Could we see a move for P3 as the number 200 car gets back past the 8 McLaren? We will wait and see as we keep on going here. Wapsenkamp is closing up now. 0.4 seconds is the gap to Esposito, the number 296 Ferrari. Wapsenkamp appears to be faster, but he just can't quite find the gap. You need to be quite considerably faster for it to be like an easy move around here at Spa. If you're only a little bit faster every lap, then it becomes very difficult to make a move, and it becomes quite easy to get stuck at the same pace as the driver in front of you. So we'll see how this goes as Wapsenkamp hunts down the back. Here we go, of Esposito. Oh, Esposito makes a massive, massive mistake there. Here we go, Wapsenkamp goes to the outside into the bus stop chicane, and Wapsenkamp gets past for P9. The 296 Ferrari in the hands of Esposito, just drifting wide at Blanchimont. That's not what he would have wanted at all. And is Dag going to make a move on Stevenson here? Only 0.4 seconds between these two guys as well for what will be P14 on track. The number 101 Audi is currently in P14, driven by Stevenson. We'll wait and see. Is there going to be a move here? It looks like there probably will be. That number 1 Ferrari is very, very quick. Currently about 3 seconds a lap faster than the 101 Audi that is in front of it. Okay, I've got 20 minutes. I've got 20 minutes, I reckon, until I really have to be off. So I'm going to just continue covering for Hayden for now. Hey Alex, welcome along. My name's Ollie. I'm sure I'm going to be a new voice for you. Just filling in for some commentary whilst other guys were unfortunately not available. As here we go, Da in the number 1 Ferrari. He goes to the outside at the second set of chicanes. And he's made the move. He's stuck that really nicely around the outside. That really worked for him. And Badmus, here we go. The number 200 Mercedes is now just 2.4 seconds behind Quadrini. The gap is coming down by a lot. Again, about 3 seconds every lap. So Badmus is going to catch him, I reckon, by the end of the middle of next lap. Now, that's going to be massive because these guys have been to and fro. The number 8 and the number 200 have been really chopping and changing places with that P3 and P4 as they've continued throughout this race. so I will be here for at least another 20 minutes, I expect. Stevenson looking to possibly make a move back past Dad, but I don't think it's going to happen, as he's now going to have to watch out for Tamara behind him. But here we go, Badmus now within a second of Quadrini, who is not enjoying these wet conditions at all. Oh, drops back out again of that second range, back inside of it again. That number 200 Mercedes is going to cause all sorts of problems for the number 8 McLaren here. I expect we'll see Badmus getting past this lap. We'll wait and see for where it is. It might be into the Lacombe chicane. It's been a favourite overtaking spot so far with that long run down the Kemmel Straight before it. Oh, no, wait, I got the cars the wrong way around. I thought the 8 was behind, but he wasn't. So here we go. Are we going to see a move now? The gap's 0.3 of a second. The toe is strong in these cars, but in the wet, it's a little bit less emphasised. Oh, the number 200 has a far better run up and over the top. The gap's 0.2. The gap is 0.1. Here we go. Are we going to see a move from the 200? The pink Mercedes, he'd have to brake exceptionally late to do it. He goes to the outside. The number 8 McLaren stays ahead for now. He's gone too deep. The number 200 AMG Mercedes goes around the outside, and he does get that position back up onto the podium for the number 200 car. They've been fighting that position with the number 8 car for quite a few laps now. They keep on going back and forth between each other as Esposito is now caught back up to Wapsenkamp. Possibly a mistake for Wapsenkamp this lap. Let's have a look. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like Esposito might maybe just be faster at the moment. Oh, maybe not, I don't know. Let's have a look down the order. What have we got going on down here? Tamara is closing in on the back of Stevenson. He could be about to lose another position, like the 101 car. That Audi really not having a great time of it at the moment. The number 88 car, which has been fastest for a while, is losing time to M. Simons behind them, who has come a long way, having overtaken Rossi in that 51 car about an hour ago. He's made a lot of time, 45 seconds he's made to close up to the number 88 car. That is very, very impressive driving from him. And North is about to get past Rodriguez, I think, for P32. Indeed he does get that move. Oh no, he's getting out of the way, sorry, of the of one of the nice, colourful, I believe that's not Rombout, is it? The 531 car he's gone out of the way of? No, it wasn't the number 8. It's one of the flashy coloured McLarens, but there's so many of them on track I can never remember which one of them is which. So it is what it is. Anyway, Tamara now right up the back of Stevenson. That gap just 0.5 seconds. Simon's closing up really nicely towards the back of Dixon Chen as well in the number 88 McLaren. As it stands at the moment, these guys are going to be making moves before too much longer, but I think Tamara is going to be first, that gap only being half a second at the moment, although the Simon's gap is only 0.9. Let's have a look. Coming through the Lacombe chicane, I don't think there's going to be much of a change through here, although the 101 car goes a little bit deep. Is this going to be the chance for the 702 of Tamara to make a move up the inside? It would be a risky place to do it. I think he's going to stay behind for now. Indeed he does. Simons is staying behind Dixon Chen at the moment as well through the Lacombe chicane. He doesn't make any move as of right now, but Tamara is really close. Just 0.2 of a second separating these guys as they come through Jackie X or No Name, depending on which one you'd rather call it. I know everyone has a little bit of a different taste. But here we go, coming through Puon now, and that Tamara just not quite close enough to the 101. The 101 goes off track, and that's going to be all that is needed for the 702 car to take that P15 off the hands of the 101 Audi, who have been falling down the pack over these last couple of laps. Here we go, Simons now looking to make a move on Dixon Chen. He is the car ahead of that Lamborghini, which is lap traffic. The 100 car is going to make a straight move past that lapped Lamborghini without any sort of issue. And Dixon Chen in the number 88, the red, white and black McLaren, is getting caught very quickly by Simons as it stands. I'm expecting there's going to be a move here, possibly towards the bus stop chicane. That's a very nice run for the number 100 car. Simons with a brilliant run out of that final corner, coming down this very long back straight here in Spa. Are we going to see a move? I think we might. The gap is 0.1. Less than a car length is separating them now. Does Simons go for it up the inside? I think he's going to. Simons, he's not alongside. He doesn't need to be left any room. And Dixon Chen doesn't leave him any room. But Simons opens up that second part of the chicane. He's going to get the better run towards La Source. Is he able to get the move done? A little bit of wheel spin for the McLaren coming off of that wet curbing. The 100 car's on the outside coming into La Source. That is not the preferred overtaking space. So Dixon Chen will hold on to that position for now. He goes quite deep. The number 100 car gets the cutback. That is beautiful from Simons if he can get the run to continue it. Are these guys going to go side by side through Eau Rouge and Radion? Let's have a little bit of a look. I think they are going to. Dixon Chen, he holds position. He goes off track to keep the position. And I think he might end up giving that position back as the lapped Lamborghini goes off very wide there. I think Dixon Chen should probably give that position back. I think if he'd stayed on track, he wouldn't have kept that position. But as of right now, he isn't going to keep. He isn't going to give that position back. He's going to hold on to it for now. Does the number 88 car. I am keeping an eye on everything else we got going on. The 101 car managing to stick with Tamara. Not that well, but well enough. As Simons now is right on the back of Dixon Chen again. That McLaren is getting all sorts of out of shape as he's coming on the exits of these corners. The last couple of laps, that McLaren very, very slidey at the rear. Clearly not enjoying life too much. But here we go. Simons is looking for a move. Just 0.2 separating them. They come to Pateron once again. And for now, he is going to have to stay behind. It's so very close between the two of them. As through the second chicane, he's just not quite close enough. The gap is 0.4. It's grown a little bit, actually. That is interesting to see that the gap is growing rather than shrinking. 161 laps done for these guys. The leaders are currently on lap 164 with 17 hours and 20 minutes to go. It is still all to play for a lot of these positions as gaps are coming and going all the time as the weather changes, etc. Number 94 gets a drive-through penalty for track limits again. They've had 2 drive-throughs for track limits. Those guys really struggling. I still can't see a number 94 car. I don't know where it is. Am I just being really blind? Here we go. The number 100 car. Simon. He's going to go try the inside. He doesn't quite get it done. Now he's going to have the run into La Source. It's going to be a big run this time. The McLaren again gets wobbly, but the Simons car, the number 100 McLaren, not the McLaren, he's overtaking a McLaren. The number 100 Lamborghini gets that move done, and very nicely so as well. The number 94 car, I found it, currently in P27, driven by Spain's. They've got a drive-through penalty. That is not what he will have wanted on this lap, or what the crew will have wanted, I expect. Rombout and Betten, their gap is kind of stabilising at the moment. I think they're kind of gaining and losing on each other as they go through these traffic phases. Obviously at the moment the 95 having just cleared a whole bunch of traffic, so he's lost a little bit of time, whereas the 531 hasn't had to deal with any traffic by the looks of it at a couple of laps. And it's just that kind of swings and roundabouts. You know, you gain some on some lap, you lose some on another lap, and Quadrini comes into the pit lane in the number 8 car. It's going to be interesting to see if they go for a driver change here. Quadrini's pace has not been where they would have wanted it to be so far across the span of this race, especially across this wet period. So it'll be interesting to see if they go for a driver swap here, or if they keep this driver in the car and just accept that their pace might not be as good as they want. And Stevenson's gone round. Shall we have a look back at that? We're going to, because I have a funny feeling there might have been something that happened here. So Stevenson, we're going to go TV2. Let's see if we get anything here. I think we might have skipped too far back. Let's have a look. I think we have. We're about to pan back to modern day. I don't even know where it was. Was it on the exit here? Or was it on the exit of the next corner? Oh, and the Simons car has had a problem. The number 100 car has had an issue. Please pan back to modern day. And have they just left? I think the number 100 car has just, yeah, they've just quit. I wonder what on earth has happened there. The number 100 car is just completely gone. I don't know if that was a disconnect or if there has been contact there. Yeah, so the number 100 car leaving the session there. I don't know if that was a disconnect, or if they have had, or if there was contact there that's led to them disconnecting. Unfortunately, we were in the replay when it happened, so I never got to see it. I'm going to assume it was probably... contact that caused it, rather than anything else. But those guys have retired from the race by the looks of things, deciding that the car was going to be too damaged for them to continue. Right. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, it has been delightful to be here with you this evening to fill in for a couple of hours. Unfortunately, I am going to have to head off. It's been wonderful commentating here at Toga Motorsport for the first time. With 17 hours and 15 minutes left of this race, that is where I'm going to leave you until Hayden comes back online and is able to get back into doing his stint at the race. He's going to take you guys through the night. It's been wonderful being here with you guys tonight. Thanks a lot for welcoming me with quite so open arms. It's been a little bit hectic, but we managed to get through it. So I will see you guys the next time I am about here at Toga. Until then, thanks a lot for joining me, and I will see you next time.